I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Is the MC here, Mr. Naz?
I'm here smoking, baby.
The moderator. I don't know how many people. If you turn off the stream, it'll save bandwidth. If you would.
Hey, Todd, turn off your video. Save on bandwidth, please.
So is there any particular agenda or what's going? What prompts the call? Why is everyone interested? What is happening? No, nobody has a reason for being here.
Yeah, I'm here in support and to gain some support on my walk through, learning some traffic law,
Traffic.
I do have a warrant over in Florida too that I would like to quash, having to do with traffic as well. But in Alabama, where I'm traveling at this point, I'm looking to put an intent of travel on the record, and but at any rate, I came just to hear what everybody else has got to say as well.
I'll be going over it. I'll be going into that DOT number and the making the automobiles consumer good with the DMV on the 18th. Is it on Saturday? I guess it is the 18th. I'll be handing out the laws, the records, and show how I did it in that Derek's class. I'm not trying to pimp it or anything like that. I wasn't even planning on having this call. It was an impromptu thing. So in Derek's class, we're going over the claiming your biometrics and the commercial and the consumer good use of the automobile versus the equipment commercial default use of the automobile presumption, rebutting that presumption. That's on that. There's a flyer up there that I put in the room that Derek put out. He wants me to come speak on these subjects already. So that's what's going on there.
Great.
What'd you do, Johnny? Were you going really fast, Johnny, running over ducklings and doing evil things? No, you weren't doing that? Killing ducklings crossing the road, something horrible like that? What'd you do to get a warrant?
None of that. I went through a stop sign, but I got pulled over for a light out on a trailer, and that was really it. Yep, that was really it. But it was suspended license. But after that, I went to court, and he forced me across the bar and this and that, and force associated me in with certain titles. But he left.
What happened?
He rescinded. Or he
rescinded?
he left as judge, and then another judge took over, and then another judge took over. I don't know if it was because of what I put on the record or not. But what happened? That would be a little bit to go over. I would need to actually look it up because it's been about a year. So the title
was it your paperwork?
It was mine and a friend's. I did write it up,
okay.
But I did take the advice of another. But at any rate,
do you remember Braveheart? Did you watch Braveheart? You watch that movie?
It's been a long time.
Remember when Longshanks was out and about?
No.
And he came home, and his little redheaded son with his blue tunic boyfriend were up on the tower, and Longshanks came up there, and they brought the guy's head, and the Stephen, his son's boyfriend, said, "Sire, if I just had a whatever he called it, a platoon or whatever, I could take him, blah 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 blah." And Longshanks asked, "Who speaks to me as though I need his advice?" And his son said, "Oh, this is Thomas. He's my counsel of war." "Oh, Thomas. Well, come on. What would you do if he was coming over that hill and he was looking through one of the parapets, where you go look through to shoot arrows? What would you do if he was coming over the hill way over there and And Thomas in his blue tunic leaned out the window to look, and Longshanks threw him out of the tower and splatted against the ground. Who speaks to me as though I need his advice? Infants and incompetents have advisors. A king has his counsel.
Bet a lot has changed since then. I have been
No,
reading up on what I need to do myself
no,
to stand on
I'm
what I
just
need,
saying.
what I know.
You just said advice. I'm just telling
Bet.
everyone advice is for incompetence. It's not a
And
particular personal section. That's all.
I appreciate that more than you know, truly. Thank you. Truly, thank you.
Who speaks to me as though I need his advice? What? Out the window. It's funny. Funny, horrible, terrible. So anyway, yeah, for the traffic thing. For the traffic thing, it's always registration of the automobile. That's the issue. That's what gets people hooked.
2611, I think it is.
I don't know.
14
I don't
USC
know what.
49.
I don't know what.
You-
I don't know what 611. I don't know anything about that.
That's has to do with the decal. If it's on there, then they have actually jurisdiction to go ahead and pull you over because they're checking the car for
Really?
theft, having been stolen or such. I yield.
Sure. Yeah. They can do that. It doesn't mean you're actually commercially engaged. So that's the whole trick. Just because you have a sticker on the car doesn't mean you're commercially engaged. There's a way, right? I mean, it's tricky though because of the presumption sitting there. But just better not to have the presumption there at all. But we're doing that on Saturday. And the claiming your biometrics. So when they arrest you and your fingerprints are copywritten, now they have violated copyright law. My fingerprints are art. My fingerprints are art. My voice is a song. My body movement's a movie. Yeah. Anyway, so what else is there? Okay, traffic things. As far as the if they said your license is suspended, did you write back to them and thank them for the recognizing that your traveling rights have been restored? Is there a
You know,
third option is there a third
I
option
brought
between
that up.
driving and driving? So you,
I brought that up just to my lady, to myself. I'm like, if
yeah,
it's suspended, then those no longer apply to me. And so
it's
I
wrong.
didn't ever really look into
That's
that, but that is a damn good
wrong.
point.
It's a wrong idea to say it doesn't apply to you. That's a determination. The it it still can apply to you. So you have to get a determination agreement with the other whoever wrote you the letter and say uh, it says I know there's driving, which is commercial use pub roads private game, and then there's traveling, which is a right. Is there a third option? Because your letter here said the driver's license is suspended, which I thank you for recognizing the restoration of my right to travel, unless there's a third option other than driving and traveling. Please let me know. Otherwise, a response from you recognizing the restoration of my travel rights would be welcome. You see what I mean? You push it back on them, and then now the
Gotcha.
hook's inside their mouth, and they're gonna have to do something, and you put them in default 3 letters, blah 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 blah. Does that make sense?
That's real good. Yes, on it. Thank you.
Yep. I agree with them. Once you agree with them, you own the conversation. As soon as you agree with them, you own the conversation. So what else you guys, you children's out there dealing with? What kind of trouble you getting yourselves into, or looking to get yourself into, or looking to achieve? Where do you want to end up? What's your goal in life? What's the meaning of life and the universe and everything? 42.
Excuse me, Smoking Baby. I have a question. Something you mentioned before about getting the VIN number for the car unregistered or having it. I can't quite recall what you said. It was something about the VIN number. Something that needed to be.
What are you trying to achieve? Maybe we start that way. We can figure out what we're talking about.
Getting the car unregistered with the state. And
No,
I
it's going to be registered.
think
It's going to be.
okay.
They all have to be registered. They all have to be registered because we're under the Trading with the Enemy Act, and everything has to be licensed because of the Trading with the Enemy Act. Your birth certificate is a license. Your birth certificate is a power of attorney. So everything has to be licensed. And so if you use their paperwork, you're probably going to make their record. If you do your own paperwork, you're going to make your record. And I like my records more than their records because their record's full of presumptions because they don't know anything, and they can't know anything because it's an impossibility because my intent trumps their presumption. So that's why the default registration is commercial, is driving, commercial use of the public roads for private gain, and carriage of persons and property for hire in traffic, transportation. All these words are commercial terms. And Bouvier Student Law Dictionary, which is really good, it says that the difference between a passenger and a guest is that a passenger hires the driver to take you from point A to point B, and a guest, however, does not. However, the guest can still contribute to the cost of the venture, but still not be a passenger. So the difference is, I mean, both the passenger and the guest can both give money to the quote unquote driver, the guy behind the wheel. But just because we give money to the guy behind the wheel to offset the cost, it's the difference is a passenger hires somebody to take them from point A to point B, where a guest doesn't. A guest gets on board and it's just a guest in the car. And there's a traveler and a guest versus a driver and a passenger. That's why you have passenger planes, passenger trains, passenger trucks, passenger ferries, passenger ships. That means someone purchased a ticket to get taken from A to B, and because they're carrying persons and property for hire, there's extra licensing and safety measures, and you can't be drunk, you have to wear a seatbelt, all your lights have to work, blah 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 blah, because there's a commercial thing involved, and the innocent passengers need to be protected from, the Valdez guy that ran into a rock and spilled oil all over our pristine Alaska shores, and he wasn't drawn, quartered, hung, split in half, and mutilated. Piece of shit. He was drunk though. He was drunk, that piece of shit. So that's why the difference between the passenger and guest and driver and traveler. But of course, I haven't tackled yet. Can a traveler have insurance? I guess he could have his own bond. Because what happens when the traveler fucks up and does something? Well, maybe not even intentionally. Just something bad happens on the road with all the road tards out there. And then I have my own bond. I did my own bond and put it on file at the recorder's office. Because if I can sign a piece of paper and create insurance with an insurance company, I can write a piece of paper that is insurance. I don't need a go-between. It's just a matter of getting it recorded and send a notice up to the treasurer and the powers that be, the treasurer, secretary of state, and governor. Say, hey, I'm using this. I'm not sure who it goes to. Send it to the proper office so everyone knows I'm protected. I'm protecting the public with this. And they won't respond.
When you register the vehicle, the motor vehicle agency says you gotta have insurance. You gotta bring an insurance card first. So you have to get the insurance card. Then you have to register.
Are you registering a vehicle?
Right. When you register, that's what they ask. Insurance.
Are you registering a vehicle?
The person, right?
I don't know. What are you doing? Are you registering a vehicle? A dune buggy? Skateboard? Bicycle? What are you registering?
Registering vehicle, motor vehicle.
Well, if you're registering a motor vehicle, you better have all this stuff. That's true. I agree with that.
Right, but it's a private vehicle. Have no intention to use it for business.
Vehicle means commercial. Vehicle means...
Oh, in that sense, yeah. I mean, automobile. I mean, sometimes they use it automobile. It's not commercial purposes.
Automobile is a completely different thing than motor vehicle, just like a guest is a completely different thing from a passenger. They're completely different things. The words are not interchangeable. So now again, I'm going over that Saturday. Derek's class. It's much longer the conversation and everything to present in the documentation, paperwork. And but you realize someone's trying to do this so they can go around and break all the traffic rules, go real fast. You become a belligerent on their roads in this battleground. The United States is a battleground since 2013, Lindsey Graham said so. If you become a problem to them, they'll just kill you. They'll just shoot you. It happened this time last year. Some white kid in Ohio was dicking around and they just shot him. Jerry Kane and his son and his dog were coming back from Texas, and he was belligerent, making all these belligerent, Mr. I had big balls and all this, and they coming from Florida back to Texas, they shot him in Arkansas. They killed his son. Son was handcuffed behind his back. They killed his dog, killed him, and shot his son in the back while he had handcuffs on. So, while this might avoid certain things, but it's not a license to go out and be an absolute dickhead. They just won't tolerate it because we're in a battleground, a war zone. We're still under martial law, so it's not a license to be a dickhead. Which I agree. It's just people out there, they're stupid enough in this homeowner association going 35, 40 miles an hour on a one-lane road with cars backing into it, no sidewalk on one side. These people are fucking stupid from California. And so if they got shot, I wouldn't shed a tear. Some of these people in this homeowner association got shot. I wouldn't weep. In fact, I'd be kind of happy because I'd be safe from these douchebags. Anyway, so besides traffic, you guys have other fascinating things you want to hear about. Traffic's Saturday. Contact Derek if you would, because it's a much longer call and much more detailed paperwork and examples and blah blah blah. Sorry to put you out, but Derek's already gotten me for that. Got me on the hook for that, to do that with the DOT number, biometrics, and the consumer good use of automobiles. So you guys are all good on the W-4? You're flying, you're experts? Everything
No, I
good?
actually have a question about that smoking baby, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so the W-4, hey, by the way, I thank you for answering my questions when I text you, and also looking back at information that you shared from 2019 forward. So the W-4, can we do that monthly, quarterly, or is it annually? And the 1040, that is yearly?
Yeah, 1040 is yearly. 1040 is just a reporting form. You can turn it in as you go. I'll make copies, scan everything. I would scan everything in just so you have scanned copies of everything of what you sent to them. And,
Okay.
And yeah, they don't need the originals. They just want, the IRS just wants copies of receipts or whatever you're doing. They just want copies. They don't want originals in there. So you're good for that. And the W-4 is just a reporting form.
Okay.
Reporting how much credit we extended, loaned, how much credit we loaned to them to acquire an interest in something. And then, so we get the interest up front, but they never return the principal. They withhold the principal. They don't return it to me. It means you withheld my payment, you withheld my principal. So the withholding certificate is to report the withheld principal that was extended, presumed a gift, and abandoned until we put the statements on a W-4, and voila, now it's no longer a gift. W-4 rebuts the gift presumption, and now they have to pay taxes on that extended credit that we loaned to them.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody? I hope.
So next question.
Sense to somebody? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll yield, but I do have another question about it.
It being what?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if somebody wanted to ask you a question.
No, what? You said about it. Tell me. No, tell me what it is.
About the W-4 and mortgages.
Okay.
W-4 and mortgages. So I'm still on W-4. I still have a few more questions about that.
Anytime you use a pronoun, I will stop and I won't proceed till you give me a noun.
I love it. I know you've done that to me before.
I
Thank
know
you.
pronouns are narcissistic. It's like your law is written on my heart and I know what your words mean. So no,
Right.
if you guys don't use proper nouns, I do not know anything. So
Mhm.
there you go.
I'm
So
learning
what
to
about,
do that too. So as far as the W-4 with mortgages, there's a servicer and an investor. Do we 1040 both of them?
who's an investor?
So the investor is the bank who gave me the loan, but it's being serviced
No,
by a different company.
no, you're the investor. You're the undisclosed third party investor. That's why you're making contributions every month for 30 years because you got your 5% mortgage. Look, I got a 2% mortgage. And in
Yeah.
30 years, I will have earned 2% over 30 years. Oh, that's such a great return over 30 years.
Yes, you're
You're the
right.
you're the undisclosed third party investor. You're also the undisclosed beneficiary to that irrevocable trust created by that servicing company. And then you
Okay.
have and there's a mortgage-backed security traded out there, trading in different things. So you're the investor. You're also the issuer. You're also the credit. You're also everything else. The bank didn't sign anything. Only you did. Only you signed something. The bank did not.
Okay.
So what's the question about the W-4 and the mortgage?
So when I went to the site, Mercs, mercs.org,
MERS.
yeah. Do I send a 1040 to that? But I'm going to do a W-4 though with my mortgage, a monthly.
Okay. I don't know. So you're not paying MERS. You're paying some servicing company, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not MERS. MERS, there's a pre-existing security agreement between MERS and the National Banking Association
Okay.
that underlies all these things. And so the so you have so first of all, you give someone an application first of all, right?
Right.
And then after the application, oh, you've been approved. No shit, motherfucker. And then you went ahead and got the closing documents, and somehow there was supposed to be a warranty deed from whoever was selling you the house. Mr. Smith was selling you the house, right? Did you ever see
Right.
the warranty deed?
No.
Did you ever? Oh, how do you know if you paid the $10? How do you know what was the original grant deed? What was he granting to you? You never saw the deed. You never saw the warranty deed.
No, I
No.
didn't.
Then how would you know?
Correct.
Maybe he just granted you one little blade of grass in the corner of the lot.
Right.
What property did he grant you? That would be good to know. So first of all, there's a warranty deed, a grant deed with a grantor, grantee, and the grantee. And it says for $10 in valuable consideration received, I
Yeah.
hereby whatever for my heirs and the signs forever, blah 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 blah, right?
Right.
And so it comes down to what's the name on the warranty deed? Who's selling it? Is that who currently owns the house presently? Because it could be a different name, right? It could be Mr.
That's
Jones
correct.
and Mr. Smith is on the deed. That could be a defect. And then you have your name. Is it your name on there? Or is it some other fictitious name on there? And then what was the property description on the warranty deed? Was it a mailing address? Was it a parcel ID lot and block? Was
Right.
it a meets and bounds? I don't
Right.
know. I'm not sure what he said it was. You're getting for $10. Uh, and then you go in there and you sign a note, and you sign their note, and you don't do a restrictive endorsement on the note. You don't get a receipt for the note. You don't get a receipt for the application, and so you sign the note, hand it over to them, and then they pull out the mortgage deed of trust, and it says the borrower is Mr. period Smith and Mrs. period Smith, comma, a husband and wife. A husband and wife. The problem is your name's not Mrs. Smith and his name's not Mr. Smith. It's not his name. His name was John Adam Smith and Martha Louise Smith. That's the Smith's name. So they created a fictitious business name as the borrower that's unregistered. So now that the fictitious name is unregistered, anybody can step in and protect the assets for the real parties in interest who are lost at sea and unknown. So the lawyers come in there and their little black horses to steal, loot, and rob to save the unknown real party in interest and start foreclosing. Why? Because your name's not on the mortgage deed of trust. You didn't accept the warranty deed or grantee. You didn't accept the grantee. You didn't pay the 30 cents of excise tax payments on the $10.30. And California, it's a RE 502 or 520 or 052. There's a form for it in California because you have to pay the tax, the excise tax on that $10. And so the grantee went away. You turn in a letter of credit. Applications or letters of credit. Application is the money. Promissory note, it's not the money. And so then they pull out this mortgage deed of trust, and it says, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, a husband and wife, hereby affirm that they are seized of the property and pledge the property in consideration for a loan. So as you're reading the mortgage document, it says you own the house free and clear, and you're pledging the house in consideration for a loan. So you already own the house. And the other problem is you're supposed to have a notary signing agent at the table, which they don't. And so that's a defect to kill a foreclosure, because if the notary stamp wasn't legit because they didn't use a notary with a sufficient authority and knowledge, or special knowledge for a notary signing agent, then it was void from the beginning. The whole thing was void from the beginning. But anyway, so
Wow.
so then the promissory note goes to that greedy fuckhead lawyer, who, by the way, doesn't give you a receipt. And by the way, you didn't ask for a receipt. I'm doing the pejorative you. I'm not talking directly at you. The pejorative you. Use guys. What do use guys then? Since I don't want anybody to get all butthurt. He was calling me names. And use guys never get a receipt. I go to 7-Eleven and I buy a Slurpee. Or I go to Circle K and I buy one of those, super big cups. They're $1.95. And when I get done buying my soda and my brand new cup, I get a receipt. I get a receipt at 7-Eleven. I get a receipt. But then people go off and they go to the valet. Of course, they get a valet. They get a receipt. They get a little claim check for the valet. You go to your coat check. You get a little voucher. You get your coat back. But they hand off this credit application, which is money. And how much are they going to draw down on that credit application? Was there a restriction on that credit application? Or could they have drawn down $100 million on that credit application?
Wow.
Yep. And there's no restrictive endorsement on what they could use it for. And then you don't get a receipt of what you handed them. And then they go off and do their wizardry on the TTNL terminal. And then all of a sudden, oh, you've been approved. And then they turn around and have you come in, sign a promissory note, and you hand it to them. You don't get a receipt. And then you get this mortgage deed of trust that you own the house free and clear. And which means you don't have to, you could have said, no, I'm happy with just handing you the note, and I just need a receipt. The receipt is marketable title. And since you didn't have marketable title, like going out like when you leave Walmart, you have those, those asshole Walmart cops out there. They're super belligerent because they're like little Nazis. You try to leave Walmart without the receipt, and they want to chase you down and beat you up, or Home Depot or something like that, or Costco. You try to leave and they chase you out the door. I need to see your receipt.
Yes.
Because if I went to Walmart and I bought a bunch of shit with cash and I threw this receipt in the trash can, and the dutiful little Walmartians come along and clear out the trash cans because Wally World Zionists don't want any trash in the trash cans because they have some kind of fetish about it. And now I don't have my receipt. Now if I try to leave, oh yeah, I paid cash. Well, where's the receipt? Oh, I don't have it. And so they emptied the trash can. I said, well, if you don't have the receipt, you're going to have to go pay for it because you can't leave if you don't have the receipt, right?
Right.
So when So when people hand over these promissory notes, credit applications, and they don't have a receipt, it doesn't look like you paid for it. You didn't make a record of it. You didn't take a picture of it. You, you just handed away $500,000 promissory note and an unlimited amount of application for credit, and just handed it away and never got a receipt. And see the problem there? It's
I
amazing.
do
Right?
see it.
The problem is just amazing. Is there a remedy though? Yeah, there's a form H8 and H9. H8 is for the original mortgage, and H9 is for a refi, and you can just cancel the whole thing because only your signature is on the documents. There's no one else's signature on any of those documents. The bank doesn't sign shit because the bank is just your intermediary. Where's my freaking socks? Where are my socks? So,
Is your cat got him?
my what? My socks? No,
Your kitty.
the cats could have gotten it. Right now it's cat time. Cat food and cat feeding and
Oh, I
everything.
feel so bad.
No, oh, they don't care. I just walk around. I can't find my socks. It slows everything down. So that's the problem with a mortgage. There's so many defects in this mortgage. Not to mention, the description of the property is a mailing address and a parcel ID. The mailing address belongs to the city. The parcel ID belongs to the county. It's the assessor's office. They don't have the meets and bounds. The meets and bounds describes the outline of the dirt. And so imagine if you got a lease and you put Smoking Baby's name on it and you put Naz's name on it. And oh look, I got a lease. I come over there. I could just walk into your house, right? Oh, okay. My name's on it. Yeah, see, my name's on the lease. I can walk in the house. I can do anything I want, right?
Right.
Just like with having that mailing address on the deed, property deed. Well, the city is one of the tenants on the deed, and you have the parcel ID. Well, that's the county sheriff. He's on the deed too, because the county's parcel ID is on there. And so they can just walk on your property, pick you up, and throw you out because you weren't paying the rent, and the other tenants in there got pissed off for you not paying the rent, which you agreed to do, and they threw you off the property. Get the fuck out of here, you deadbeat! You have to pay because you agreed to pay, and now we have no place to live, so we're throwing you off the property, deadbeat. You see the problem?
I do. That is a major problem.
I called up the post office and I asked them. I said, I have this mailing address here in Santa Clarita. I really like this address, but I don't want to take it with me. Does this address belong to me? Can I take it with me and put it on my next house? Can I do that? They wrote back. They said, no, the mailing address belongs to the municipality, and the post office just has permission to use it.
Wow.
Uh-huh. See, when I act all eager, I want to take this. I like this address. I want to take it with me. Is it mine? Can I take it with me? Can I put it in my new house?
Those simple questions avail much at times.
Oh yeah. And instead of asking super legalese questions under this statute, and the zip code rule under Volcker, and look how smart I am. They go, ooh, who's this guy? What's his angle? As opposed to acting like one of the normal public tards, one of the tardians out there, planet pop tardians, and you get a lot further.
Love your video.
Go ahead, Travis.
Hey, I want to ask you so I have a client who is going to make an offer. The other offers that I told you about, she voided those contracts. But if she puts $500,000 down and borrows $100 from Navy Federal, can we do a W-4 on the 500?
Hold on. I'm wrangling. You ever see that? You guys want to pull up a funny cartoon, a funny commercial? Look up herding kittens Super Bowl video. Herding kittens Super Bowl video.
Okay.
I do this. I have chores here right now, so it's feeding time, and you'll see what I'm doing right now, herding kittens. Are you watching it?
I'm looking it up. Are you guys looking it up?
You can play it on the video if you want to show everybody. Just make sure you click the box to share sound. Because I came here with no cats, then I got one cat, then one cat got another cat, another cat got 6 cats, and now we have 11 cats. They keep following our cats home because people are just abandoning their cats here, letting them starve. And,
Oh.
Cats
So
are
I
pretty
need the
fun
ranch.
sometimes, and they're pretty dependent.
Out here in the desert, you know, it's
Independent.
brutal.
My bad.
But they're brutal. Well, out here in the desert, it's a little bit brutal. But are you finding it? Herding kittens, Super Bowl.
I didn't look it up, but I was wondering what to do with that receipt that you get from the table before you get up, having to do with the mortgage.
What receipt?
So many don't know to get a receipt, like a receipt from a Slurpee at 7-Eleven, and you grab the receipt from signing a note for a home. Does
you don't.
one
They
record
don't
that?
give you a
Oh,
receipt.
right. They don't
you a
give it to
receipt.
you.
You have to make
What if
your
you
own
ask
receipt.
for it? You make your own in the
Why would
moment, and
you?
then they sign it?
You guys are looking for permission. You're the one signing everything. You're the one. Why would you ask your maid, hey, Rosito, would it be okay if I go use my bathroom? Can I get some toilet paper out of the toilet paper roll, Rosito? No, you can't. No, you can't. I just cleaned it. Oh, okay. No. These people are our servants. We don't need permission. I have the
You had
rights. We
mentioned
can
about a receipt there in that moment, and I
create
didn't realize that we would create it ourselves.
your own.
Okay, and then record that in the probate so that it's a public record.
I record it in the public. Record it in wherever the deed is, wherever the deed's recorded. But you don't, and then you can come back and say, look, right here. See, this is what was tendered to them. Right here. See, there's a copy of it right here. They try to fuck you over by not giving you the paperwork ahead of time.
The same would go for an automobile then.
Yes, you always have 3 days. Actually, it's an unlimited amount of time because they never give you the HUD documents. They give you HUD statements on the mortgage. They don't give you HUD documents. So the 3 days tolling of time to cancel the mortgage never goes away. Well, they didn't give me the HUD documents. I know. They're giving you permission to get the fuck out of it anytime you want because they didn't give you the HUD documents. You want to be pissed about that? Or you want to thank the blessing for them fucking you over and not giving you the documents and just giving you a statement. So now you can cancel the whole thing anytime you fucking want. See
Thank
what
you
I
for
mean?
that.
Yeah, the H8 and the H9. You can cancel anytime, but people want to wait till you realize you don't have to wait until you're under the gun and some douchebag third party interloper non-interested parties are coming in there to come in and steal your home. You can always do a petition for a determination on the rights, title, interest, duties, and obligations of the parties involved anytime you want, before there's even a controversy under a declaratory judgment action via a petition. You can determine what the rights, title, interest, duties, and obligations. You set out the facts. This is what I did. I did this, and this. And now what are my rights, titles, duties, and obligations from them and vice versa, them and me. And you can get a declaratory judgment right then. You could do a quiet title before you even have made your first payment if you wanted to. Quote unquote payment. You never want to make a first payment though. Oh, you make a payment now, you'll lower your interest rate in a long time. No, I'll wait. Just like the electric bill. I'll wait till I get the monthly statement. I don't want to pay up front. Upfront payments are illegal anyway. But yeah, so you can make your own receipt. And you can demand the package 3 to 10 days ahead of time because I need to speak to my attorney about it. Counsel, I need to take counsel. That's what I need. I need to take counsel. Why can't I find my fucking warrant? You making sense? Am I making sense? As I'm doing things at once.
100.
Hold on. Nope, I'm not leaving yet. This is the other cat. I put it in here. Put it in here. Put it in here. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Nope. You have to stay in here. And so what was I talking about? Oh, H8, H9. Preparatory judgment. These are ideas. And there's, of course, there's more meat to doing these things than just, oh, I'm just going to do a petition. You know what I mean? Can you guys hear me? Did I get kicked out?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I can't always tell.
The same will apply with student loans as well, Smoking Baby, correct?
W4 1099-C. W4 1099. So you get a payoff, the full amortizations payoff code from this whoever you're making the payments to. Oh, what do you need it for? I don't know. Okay, I tell you, I'm now everyone's accountant. As your accountant, I highly recommend that you contact whatever companies you're having accounts with, and let the company know that you need a full payoff quote, full amortization payoff quote showing both sides of the ledger. And if they ask why they need it, tell them that your accountant needs it. They don't need to know why. It's none of their business. They're nosy little old biddies in there, and they just want to gossip about everything. So as your accountant, I highly recommend you get a full amortization payoff quote for your student loan, for your car, for your house, all those things. And now now that I told you that, now you can full faith and credit. That's conviction in your heart. Oh, my accountant told me to do it. And by the way, as your accountant again, if I have to go call up these servicing companies, it's going to cost you a lot of money. So it's probably better and cheaper for you to do it than for me to do it. So you can so if they start quibbling about it, just let them know that it's cheaper for you to do it, and you want to save some money and go to Vegas. And that tends to change their attitude. Oh, go to Vegas. Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. It does. It absolutely does. I was over in Riverside, California. Oh, what a shithole. It's always been a shithole. And trying to get something recorded of mine. Can you guys hear me?
Hear you now.
Yeah.
Oh, I have 8% left on my battery too. And I told the lady, said, well, I need a rejection letter. I'm sorry, we can't hand those out. She says, well, I'm just the courier. I need something to take back to my principal so that I can get paid and go to Vegas. Her face changed. She says, well, you know what? I'll go check. And she brought me the rejection letter telling me why it couldn't be recorded. I have to take something back to my principal. I'm going to get paid and go to Vegas. That's so funny. Her voice, because now she's thinking about Vegas. She's no longer at work. So yeah, as your accountant, that's what I told you to do, and you go in there. You're just a courier. So what are we talking about? Vegas courier. I get down rabbit holes. Sorry, people. Oh, the H8 and the H9. Make your own receipt. Make your own receipt, and you could always bring people to closing, and they can be your witness for you, right? You can bring your own notary. You can bring your own notary too, and you don't have to use their notary, but their notary should be a notary signing agent notary who has a $100,000 insurance bond instead of a $10,000 or $5,000 notary bond. And they have extra special super secret Chinese secret knowledge. That's another commercial from the 70s. Ancient Chinese secret. Did you find the herding kittens? Anybody? No, you guys don't want to watch my commercial?
It's in the chat.
It's posted in the chat.
Okay. It's funny. I think it's hilarious, but that's what my house looks like at dinner time. So that's the H8, the H9. They have one in the Federal Register. You can find that out. But if you try to do this as a last gasp, and they're already getting ready to evict you, it's always better at any time right now, anyone with a mortgage, to go start studying declaratory judgments, a petition for declaratory judgments, where you get to state the facts as you know them to be, or the record shows it to be, and then you want the court to make a determination on whatever you want the court to determine. Like, I never received a loan, and that would, whatever you would argue in a foreclosure, you would do that preemptorily in a peremptory petition what was I going to say? You're doing a peremptory quiet title using the petition. You're doing a peremptory quiet title action to get all the facts down. I never received a loan. The plaintiffs, the mortgage companies' documents are forgeries. The title company stole my misappropriated. I would use misappropriated my warranty deed, prohibiting me from perfecting conveyance.
How about failure to disclose? How about a failure to disclose material facts?
What material fact did they not disclose?
Great answer. I love it. Yep. That you were applying for a credit to the application, and now that application was coupled with a promissory note, so they didn't disclose they had a fiduciary obligation. Therefore, they failed in their specific performance. No.
If you can explain it that much, you already know what's going on.
I'm sorry. I just had to chime in, brother. Nice to hear your voice.
You would already know everything. What do you mean they didn't disclose? You just said everything that happened. You're not damaged at all. You volunteer for that shit, fucker. You can't screw yourself by admitting you know something and then you want to get out of it. So that's tricky. So anyway, that's an argument. But in commerce, everyone's presumed to know what they're doing. So another one would be that the application was blah 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 to so and so, and who refused to provide a receipt, and you would want to know, does the law permit a recipient of any goods from authorize them to refuse to provide a receipt? Does the law allow that? Does the law allow them to not give you a receipt? Because realize, when I put that $100 into the bank, and I go Chase Bank, you put a $100 bill there, they give me that little white piece of paper, that says $100 deposit, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I can take that white piece of paper and I could say, pay to Chase Bank for cash, hand them back the receipt, and I'll get my $100 back. They're equal valued. The receipt is worth the value of whatever was put into the drawer. So every receipt is a security. It's evidence that someone's holding on to something of value of yours, which is what a security is. And so, does the law permit the party receiving valuable consideration is permitted to refuse to provide a receipt and thereby create tax evasion? They're doing tax evasion, but they don't give you the receipt.
And an unfair advantage. Yeah.
I don't know. That's like feelings. The fact that they don't give you the receipt so you can hold them accountable for the transfer taxes. Well, then now they're engaged in tax evasion because the transfer taxes are due for any transfer of any goods or services of value. Even if you deal in drugs, you still have to file tax returns. There's a form for drugs.
Yeah. Well, the 1954 Controlled Substance Act levied the amount of tax that was necessary for everything, including, an ounce of cocaine, a pound of marijuana, a kilo of marijuana.
But now those were legal back then. Even if you do illegal sales right now, you still have to file, they still want you to file a return, which would probably make it legal money, which would make it legal money then. And exactly. Because the taxes are paid. Once the taxes are paid, the money's not dirty money anymore. Now it's clean money because the taxes are paid.
I had the opportunity to help somebody out in Northern California where I showed them how to take a United States postal money order, use that, send it into the Treasury Department under self-assessment to assess themselves based upon the amortized inflation rate from 1954. And with a green card return receipt, when he got the green card back, he showed it to the sheriffs. He says, well, I guess there's no counterband now because you've paid the tax.
What was this about again? The 100 money order to the Treasury for what?
A United States postal money order to the Treasury for self-assessment of the tax based upon cannabis that was grown, sent in by registered mail with a green card.
You left cannabis out.
Cannabis, yeah, sorry, cannabis.
You
And
left that
the
out.
green,
Okay, now-
yeah,
Mhm.
and the green receipt he got back was the receipt for the transaction because it was specifically addressing in the alternative address the 1954 Controlled Substance Tax Act as of the CPI until I think it was 2003. So he assessed himself the tax. He paid it. He's got the receipt, and he's got the top portion of the money order showing he paid the tax voluntarily.
Yeah, so there's a transfer tax and all this stuff. And how we get down this rabbit hole? I don't remember. How about the declaratory judgment?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. Got tangled in the seaweed. Good to go? Yeah. So you can do a declaratory judgment ahead of time. And you never got a loan. Everything. What they did was forgeries because they refused to provide a receipt. Does the law permit the refusal of a receipt in a transaction? Is that tax evasion when they refuse to? Would that constitute tax evasion if they refuse it, or securities fraud by not providing a receipt? So you get all that, and but there's so many defects in there as far as what did you purchase? Did you purchase the mailing address that belongs to the city, or did you just purchase a use and enjoyment of the mailing address? So was the mailing address even material to the transaction for that mortgage? It's just crazy how many defects are in there. Yeah, petitions for declaratory judgments. You can do those at any time before there's even a controversy. And depending on what the judge determines, the judge can point out certain defects in your thinking meat, and you can then go back and you get do-overs. You can go back and do it again. It's not like, oh, you're found guilty, now you're done. You can do an appeal. But you get do-overs with a petition, especially when they just point out defects in the process or defects in maybe you didn't ask the question the right way, or it came out with a different because of the words you use. It's how to squeeze the lemon. They're not going to come out and tell you, but you can go back and squeeze the lemon again to see if you can't get the goods out of it. Does that make sense for declaratory judgments?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah, declaratory judgments were brought in when they merged law and equity, creating this maritime statutory law, and so the people, and because there's no practice manual for statutory law, and so lawyers go in there and they just argue, and the judge decides who they're sleeping with better, and or who's giving them a kickback better, and so that's who wins the case. But for the people to have a remedy, because there's no facts, a lawyer doesn't have any first-hand knowledge. Because if a lawyer had first-hand knowledge, he wouldn't be a lawyer; he'd be a witness. So he can't be a witness and an attorney at the same time. So if you really want to fuck up your attorney when you go to court, subpoena the attorney to appear to see what he knows, and now he's no longer the attorney. And if the judge starts testifying from the bench, subpoena the judge. Now he can no longer be the judge. You fuck them up because they seem to have some first-hand knowledge. Fine, I want to know what you have to know. You guys need to cough up the goods. You can do that too. Subpoena these people because they seem to have first-hand knowledge. And do a voir dire, tell the truth, voir dire, put the attorney in the box and start doing an inquisition on his ass. And it's late in the day. I'm trying to keep my power. Someone put me back on track again. I was laughing in my head about subpoenaing the judge and the attorney and fucks him up.
Well, the
However,
attorney can't testify to anything. That's a Trinzi versus Pagliano. Yep.
well, he could if he has knowledge, but then he couldn't be the attorney. So it's one or the other. He might have first-hand knowledge, and you probably want to find out if he has first-hand knowledge, before you ever, Anyway, so we're going back to the mortgage and the defects and the mailing address and what you're actually buying. What's the description of the property? You can W4, and I mean, the mortgage is never in arrears because all arrearages can be caught up at maturity, says some of the mortgage documents. So you could, because the mortgage deed of trust says that already, says all arrearages can be caught up at maturity. Why not just go ahead and do the full amortization at maturity and W4 whoever you handed the note to that full value of the note, and W4 is asked for because it's not in arrears. It can never be in arrears. It's worth everything it's going to be worth at maturity. That note you gave them is going to be worth everything it's going to be worth at 30 years right now. So that's what the contract says. All the arrears is going to be caught up at maturity. So the value of that note is 30 years at 5%, 2%, whatever bargain basement percentage rate, because that's good to have a low mortgage interest rate. So I make less return on my investment for 30 years at the peril of losing my house after 10 years. So you can do W4 on the note. And the servicing company, same thing, full payoff quote with amortization, that at both sides of the letter, W4, that payoff quote. Then you can H8, H9, you can you can cancel the whole thing with an H8 and H9. And then you can, they also never provide a 1098. The 1098s they provide, they act like they're the lender. When you get they do a 1098. That's in, because the people go to foreclosure and the people foreclosing have never sent a 1098. Say, wait a minute, how can you claim to be the lender and you've never ever sent me a 1098? Are you admitting to tax evasion? Because that's your job, to send me a 1098. They're admitting to tax evasion by not providing a 1098 or a 1065 or a DIV, INT, and miscellaneous 1098F. Fines and fees. 1098F is fines and fees. And just a minute, Kitty. And are you tracking with me on this as I'm rambling around, running around the planet?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, yeah. I heard people, well, they didn't give me this and they didn't give me that. Oh, so they admitted to tax evasion. People can't see. They see the problem, but can't see through what shadow it casts. Why is this place smell like horrid? What's going on in here? Something's going on here. Oh, it's the other cats. Okay, it's not my job. I need a ranch. I need a cat ranch. I'm working on it. So oh, my phone's gonna die.
Sean, have you ever heard about that cat ranch up in Fresno County? It's got 800. Last time they had 800 cats. They had 125 volunteers show up every week, and they had semi-trucks of cat food dropped off from manufacturers.
What's this, just a sanctuary?
Yeah, sanctuary for old cats. Yep.
Oh, that's cool. Send me the name of it.
Yep.
Okay, put the screen back.
What's cat? Is it like the same as a dog life, like 7 years? Cats, like how long do they live?
Oldest cat's 24 years. 27-year-old cat was the oldest one, I think, on record.
Yeah, my sister's got a cat that's 19 years old.
Yeah, they can live a long time. Put it down over here. So yeah. So that's why I have a $250,000 life insurance policy, and the beneficiary of the life insurance policy is the pet trust. I have a pet trust, and so when I kick the bucket, because these cats might outlive me, and so there's a successor trustee, successor veterinarian, And so the veterinarian wants the cat to stay alive so they can make money. The trustee may want the cats to kick off so he can run away with the money and go to Vegas. And so they're adversarial. And they have duties to each other adversarially so that the cats are not abused by killing them or not abused by keeping them alive too long. And so they're well maintained in the event, in the eventual event, in the event horizon.
It's called the Cat House on the Kings up in Palmer, California. It's massive.
Palmer?
Yep. Or Parlor. Parlor. It's a beautiful area in Northern California. It's on the Kings River. Yep.
Oh, Kings River. Okay. Okay, what else? Get my phone on the charger before it dies. Let my other cat out so he can go.
You had a cat lady here a while back, and she was getting foreclosed or getting kicked out of the house or whatever. She blew the whole place up with the gas line, and the cat. They said she had like 1,000 cats, dude. They all came running out of the house. Luckily, they made it out.
The stats on this is crazy. It's a cat house on the Kings that saved 52,311 cats and 7,900 dogs. And 90,000 animals they've spayed and neutered. They currently care for more than 700 cats and kittens and dozens of or so of dogs and dozens of peacocks. Yeah, the video they have on their site's really cool. People go up there and the cats just come up and jump on your lap and give you loving, and it's really cool. I think we lost him. Yep. His battery went dead.
Greetings, Thomas. Been a while. Good to hear your voice on the mic.
Oh, yes. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. God bless you all.
No, I just had to move around the house to manage the 3 sets of cats.
What's up, Thomas? I remember you from the David Clarence days.
David Clarence. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
David Clarence. Slowly I turned, step by step. David Clarence. Oak Creek, Arizona. Slowly I turned.
So anyway, so that's cat duty for now. So yeah, getting a declaratory judgment ahead of time. Learn about declaratory judgments. Learn about petitions. I mean, it's nothing mystical. It's not like pleadings and timelines and all the gimmicks in the judicial side.
You're breaking up really bad.
Maybe your hearing's breaking up really bad.
He's clear on this end.
Yeah, he's clear to me.
Question. When you go to do a declaratory judgment, how do you decide which court you approach?
Small claims.
Always small claims.
Oh yeah, it's cheaper. Oh, there's even here we have a petition in Arizona. It's 1809, 12-1809 petition for harassment, and it's free. Harassment and injunction. 12-1809 Arizona revised statute, and it's free. Which is mean that's where the sovereigns go. They can't charge me for exercising law for access to my courts. If they are charging me, then I'm in a commercial venue and not in my territorial common law sovereign dominion. So yeah, the petition for harassment and injunction. We probably have the same thing in every state. Because realize if there's a if this other party has a misconception of what the nature and character of the relationship is, that would be harassment, right? Because they're going to start pounding on me, my door, and try to do all some kind of crazy shit. And so I would call that harassment. I would call their non-full disclosure, not giving the receipt. That's harassment. Not giving me the documents 10 days ahead of time. So you want to write emails and ask them for this, so you can show that they're fucking around with you, harassing you, by not letting you see the documents 10 days ahead of time. Because if you got the documents 10 days ahead of time, you could take the note and go record the note ahead of time with your own notary, and then you would just bring in, then you would just you would hand them the promissory note, and then you would want them to stamp your clerk certified copy as received. Do you know what I mean? Because it's already recorded, and then you can already do a UCC1 at that time too. Do you know what I mean? And if they didn't give you your warranty deed or your warranty deed or grant deed, oh, the title company ran away with that. So I need to inspect it. I don't know what I was granted. Oh, we don't give that out. Like, motherfucker, it's not yours. It's not yours not to give out, you bitty. God, these title company females are like Nazis. Have you guys dealt with them?
Yep.
You know, what do you do when all those people have disappeared? You know, the companies don't exist anymore. You know, there's no one else that has any private firsthand knowledge that's going to show up, but they're all gone.
Yeah, the errors and omissions insurance never goes away. The errors and omissions insurance
errors and
never
omissions
goes
insurance.
away. Yep.
I'm, you know, one of my pet.
Study.
Pardon me.
What about your pet?
I'm just, a lot of stuff that comes down with the court systems, I would categorize as unjust enrichment of one party over another party, where no one's been harmed, and I'm really here. Sure, yeah. You know, and I'm not out causing harm, right? You know, I get what you're saying. There are people who are not behaving properly out on the roadway. Again,
the ordinance is governing. It's an ordinance that governs speeding, by the way. The ordinance that governs speed. It's still an ordinance, and that citation is a security. And the question is, we gotta settle the disputed ownership fund on file, because there could be no settlement of an estate till the trustees and beneficiaries agree on the taxes. So we need to talk about the disputed ownership fund. Where's the taxes on that? Here's my 8,300. Here's my 2373, 10492, 4490, 4810. Here's the docket number where it's going to go. We need a prompt assessment. We need the IRS to come in here to assess the taxes on that. And where's the return on my investment?
Right. So
whose bird is that?
If you'd like, sorry, that's mine. If you'd like to, I'm here in Scottsdale with the orange trees and the birds. So I see that the W-4 is more than what I thought it was for. I'm not quite as familiar with your.
You didn't watch the Jack in the Box video, Johnny?
You know, as a matter of fact, I thought it was about employees. I thought it was an employee thing. Just to tell you how ignorant I am of it.
Well, I mean, when you get a job, right?
Say again?
Aren't I employing the electric company to provide me services? Aren't I employing the internet to provide me internet?
What an interesting way of looking at it. Sure, you could look at it that way. I mean, perspective is often a problem.
So when I'm interested in a job, I fill out an application. They go ahead and say, "Okay, you're hired," and then they create an employee name and an ID, which is a vessel, and they charter my vessel, the name and social security number vessel. So it's a maritime venture under the Sherman Act, and then they bring me on board as a wage earner, swabbing the deck, and it's called a bareboat charter. And they have to outfit everything for the charter, for all the equipment and all the soundings and all that stuff. They have to do whoever's leasing the vessel, my name and social security number, that vessel, because all boats have a name and a number, Lucky Lucy, and there's a little hole number on it, in the front. So every vessel has a name and number, even the Navy. And so so when I get the job, I give them the application, go to orientation, give them a W-4, give them an I-9, which is an agricultural form or farm hands. I-9 is a farmhand form, and then they give me my cube, which is padded and all nice, slightly larger than the padded cube they'll bury me in later on down the road. My cube is an oversized coffin sitting in there for hours and days and years, and and then I fill out a bill of lading for my time commodity that I provided, and then the manager signs it. That's a bill of lading of my most precious commodity, ever diminishing commodity, and then they go and they go and direct deposit whatever the value of that time commodity we bargained on was over to the bank. Means I never got paid. The bank got paid. I didn't, and so that's where the tax problem is. So the same thing happens with and why did you give them a credit application? Why did you give them a letter of credit? Because you were interested in that little cube job. I'm just saying everyone has a cube job because everyone knows what a cube job looks like. If you watch, the, yeah, like, was that the Office Space? I hope you guys have watched Office Space. And so I was interested in electricity. So I loaned a letter of credit to the electric company. And if I make a loan, you have principal and interest, right? Whenever someone makes a loan, principal and interest, the interest pays down first, and the interest gets paid down first, and you get the principal at the end, right? The principal's paid down last. Well, every month they provide my interest payment for the electric company provides me my interest payment up front every month. I get electricity up front. Then at the end of the month, then they show me how much credit they pulled out of my credit line to provide me that interest. So the electricity is interest payment. Interest payment can be in chickens, can be in gasoline, can be in a house. The house is the interest payment. The automobile is the interest payment. The property they're talking about is the paperwork. The paperwork and all the credit and all that stuff. That's the principal. So I get my interest payment up front, but they never return the principal. They send me a statement in the mail, just like when you have direct deposit. You get your direct deposit slip. It shows all the deductions they make. There's a little coupon at the bottom that says non-negotiable. And it shows this little coupon at the bottom, which is kind of like the coupon we get at the bottom of our electric bill, internet bill, whatever bill, credit card bill. And that's the principal amount of the credit that they pulled out of that credit application tied to the Social Security number. So if you were to tell your boss, let's say you bring home $5,000 a week, $5,000 a month, $5,000 a month, and you say, I have so much money in my bank account, I just go ahead and I authorize on line 4C or line 6 of the old one. I authorize my employer to withhold $5,000 out of every monthly paycheck, $5,000. Well, you're not going to be bringing home any pay. He says, that's okay. I'm $5,000 every month. Just withhold that much more out of my paycheck every month. You would have a zero paycheck every month, but at the end of the year, you would have $60,000 of withholding credit. 5 times 12 is $60,000 in withholding credit. And that's what you would report to the IRS, and the IRS would then go charge penalties against the employer for over withholding, and then you would get that $60,000 plus the penalties that the IRS would hit them for. You get all that $60,000 back. That's what happened if you did that in a job, right? If you told them to withhold $5,000 out of your $5,000 paycheck, you would have zero paychecks and $60,000 of withholding at the end of the year.
Copy.
Do you agree? Do you agree with that math?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm here at the electric company. I'm getting these coupons every month. Let's say, $300. Let's just say $300 a month. Well, I got my interest payment. They admit to how much credit of mine they use because it's a positive amount. How can I be in debt with a positive 300? It can't be a debt. That's how much credit they use, and I can't do anything with this coupon. I know there's some people say you can, but let's pretend just normal people. I can't do anything with that coupon. No one's gonna, I can't go to Walmart and give them my $300 electric coupon. And so at the end of the year, they've withheld all those coupons plus all my payments. Add those together. That's how much credit I transferred to them to acquire the interest payment, which they paid me already. So that principal amount, 300, 600 times 12 is about $7,200 for the year. That principal amount of credit that came from me was withheld. So you take all your electric statements, Don't detach them. I would put up the whole thing in there, and you would send it off to the IRS with a W-4. The electric company employed the Social Security number, right? Your employer employed the Social Security number. The electric company employs the Social Security number. The
Right.
internet uses the Social Security number, so they're employing that vessel, that name and number. They're employing a U.S. vessel, so that U.S. vessel gets a employee U.S. person W-4 because all these corporations are U.S. persons, and they're employing that U.S. vessel. So the W-4 is proper for the vessel they're chartering on that credit application, and that's how much credit you'll have applied to your withholding credit back on the back end with the IRS. Now the electric company now has to pay Social Security. They have to pay FICA withholding taxes on the credit transferred to them through that credit application. They have to pay taxes on it. It's no longer a gift because Subtitle C, the W-4, Subtitle C's employment has teeth. Subtitle A, the 1099 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all those things. There's no enforcement under Subtitle A. There's enforcement under Subtitle C, employment, and there's also enforcement under Subtitle D, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That's the Internal Revenue Service. But for A, B, and C, that's the IRS. IRS, Internal Revenue Service are two different entities. Internal Revenue Service is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. The IRS is a separate entity altogether. They're not the same thing. And it used to be the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and they did all these name game. They did merge them around. So that's why we do a W-4 on any account tied to the Social Security number. I have to report all the credit transacting through that account to the IRS, so the IRS can get their cut out of that credit they pulled, and they get the International Monetary Fund gets a kickback, and everything that went through that account has a 24% kickback tax that goes back to the IMF for using that IMF money, because it's capital gains to the corporation. It's not capital gains to me. It's capital gains to the corporation. So that's Subtitle C. Does that make sense? Anything tied to a Social Security number, the statements get attached to the W-4 with a 1040-V, send it into the IRS, and now the IRS is going to go audit them, and they're going to pay back taxes and everything. You put exempt underneath line 4C. If you read the directions on the new W-4, it says you have to handwrite exempt underneath line 4C. People don't read. So that's the W-4 process. And if you read the instructions for the 1040, page 107, left column, third paragraph down, our right to ask these questions is 6001, 6012, 60 something else, and their regulations. You must file a statement or a return so that we can file a return. They need a statement or a return so that they can file, the IRS can file the return. We get statements every month, electric statements, bank statements, even your bank account, add up all the deposits, all the withdrawals on your bank statements. You get that back. You get it all back because they're doing derivatives on derivatives on derivatives. They're double, triple, quadruple dipping. So even though I wrote a check out of my checking account and send it to the electric company, I'm getting that $7,200 back. Then I have $100,000 in deposits on the bank and have $100,000 in withdrawals. Why? Because I'm a good American and I spend everything I have to keep the economy going. As I'm saluting myself, being a good American, keeping the economy going by spending everything I have. See what a good American I am. So that $200,000 on the bank, the $7,200 on the electric, and then you go about $100, $200, $2,400 for the internet. Both sides of the ledger get added up, and I get all that credit back. And they pay the taxes on it. Realize if I just got the credit back that came out of the credit application and I got it right back without taxes being withheld, I would be using public funds for private use. That would be a crime. But because we hit them with the W-4, they pay the taxes, and now I get my credit back because it's been washed. I'm not money laundering. I'm not doing tax evasion because I'm reporting their credit liability, their liability to pay the taxes, not me. That's why I can get it all back without having a tax liability, because it's making the corporations cough up. Just like with drugs, you watch when the drug money gets taxed, clean money. Does this make sense at all? Is it too fast? Too new?
I'm getting some lovely ideas. Thank you.
So,
Welcome, baby. I have a question. Mine. So when you do the W-4s, I think you mentioned that you have to have all your 1040s caught up. So if you haven't filed 1040s in a few years, you have to catch them up, right?
Yeah. I would contact the IRS. Hey, would you mind going back and it says, I really can't sign these 1040s under penalty of perjury because I realize I really don't know the tax code. So here's the limited power of attorney authorizing you, the Internal Revenue Service, to go ahead and go back to all the unpaid, all the past tax years, and go ahead and complete the returns for me, and complete the returns using the proper forms. And let me know if you need any other information from me. Thank you for your help. Here's the limited power of attorney. I would even start out the letter. Hello, I need your help. I realize there's several years of unfiled tax returns in my IRS.gov website. However, I've realized I can no longer file this 1040 under penalty of perjury because obviously I don't know the tax code, but I need your help. So in order so that we can be in, and it's my intention to be in voluntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code. And I'm sure you have access to all the information required for filing these tax returns, and therefore, so that we, me and the IRS, so that we can be in voluntary compliance, there's a limited power of attorney accompanying this letter authorizing and ordering you to complete the returns with appropriate forms, and send me the results at your earliest convenience. If you need any more help, so that we can be in voluntary compliance, which is my intention to be in voluntary compliance, please let me know. I can no longer be called a tax evader or a tax protester because I've stated my intent to be in voluntary compliance, and now I'm shifting the liability back on them. Now they have to do it. I'm doing the power of appointment. I'm doing a delegation under 2038, 2041, and 2514. Power of appointment in the Internal Revenue Code. Here, you guys go do it. I can't do this stuff. I don't know the tax code. And they're going to do it wrong. The fun part is when they do it wrong using an SF substitute for FSR 1040, the 1040 is not a valid substitute for a return. So when they do all these SF 1040s, which is not proper, I can use their whatever they come up with, and I can do it the proper way, and I get to go back and do-overs because they did it wrong. But they're gonna cough up whatever they're gonna recognize is out there, and I'll just use whatever numbers they have and do it the right way. So you can catch up that way. You see what I mean? You catch up by telling the IRS it's your intention to be in voluntary compliance, and I see there's some years that are missing tax returns, and in furtherance of my intention, I realize I can no longer, in good faith, file the 1040 under penalty of perjury because I find I don't know the tax code. And even Ronald Reagan, didn't Ronald Reagan say the two things that are unfathomable or something like that? There's some of the presidents talked about it too. The tax code's unfathomable. And I'm certainly not going to disagree with the president of the United States. Therefore, so that we can be in voluntary compliance, there's a limited power of attorney associated with this letter authorizing you to complete the appropriate returns with the appropriate information that you must have access to, and send me the completed returns. Thank you for your help. Send it off to them. I did that in 2010, and they went all the way back 10 years. They went all the way back to 2001 and redid. They wanted me to go back to 2001 from 2010, 9 years going back in time to redo all my taxes. And I said, I contacted everyone I did business with. They all wanted cash money, $1,800 for all my statements at U.S. Bank, $1,600 at Bank of America. I mean, all the way down to $20. And I told Agent Coleman out in San Bernardino that I had sent it out, and what I just told you guys. And they want cash money to get the accounting, the confidential commercial information that we need so that we can be in voluntary compliance, Agent Coleman. And 30 days later, boom, I got a package in the mail. He went back and did everything for me, and they still send me 3949As routinely to this day.
3949s? Oh my God.
No, it's a 4549. 4549A.
Oh, okay.
4549A. That's what they did. It's wrong. It's a 1040. They can't do SFRs on 1040s.
By the way, I sent over some meow stuff for you. Okay.
Thank you. Sweet.
You're welcome, brother.
So you guys see how I shift? You see how I shifted the liability? I need your help because once we ask them for help, they have to help. They have to do something. Otherwise, they carry the primary active degree of fault because they're not helping. They can't demand something from me if they can't help me. Well, I'm going to demand you do it. Okay, come help me. No, I'm not going to help you. Then fuck you. I'm not going to do it. You can't put me in peonage. So yeah. So do that. Tell them right to the IRS that you need some help.
Copy.
If you don't have your IRS website .gov with your ID.me set up, go set that up and do the same thing with your Social Security Administration. SSA.gov. Get your login for there too, and so you can go look at your accounts. Oh, I'm gonna get rid of my Social Security card. I don't want any part. I'm gonna get out of the system. I'm just not gonna use the driver's license. I'm not gonna use the Social Security card. That's fucking stupid. That's our credit card. Social Security card's a credit card. To keep all your receipts, so you can take all your Walmart receipts. You take all those Walmart receipts at the end of the year, add them all up, the total amount on there. Do a W-4 for Walmart, and now you get that cash back because the receipt is worth the value of what you tendered. And you can use a scanner. You don't want to send the originals. You can get a scanner, like a little receipt scanner for like $60 or something like that, and it creates a PDF file. You just attach a PDF file. I wish there was some way to upload the W-4 process. Oh, fuck. What's that?
No, I've seen that. I'm just a little confused because if you're establishing with the IRS that you're in, that the entity is no longer a taxpayer, I'm just trying to figure out how that gets navigated then.
You're always a taxpayer. The $100 I spent at Walmart, let's say it was $100 even, at the checkout count. That $100 is 100% excise tax. That's the excise tax Walmart owes, because that's why Walmart is selling everything, because Walmart has a cash flow problem. Just like when I want to go to Vegas, I pull all my shit out of my garage and sell my stuff on my carport. Why? Because I need some money to go to Vegas, so I'm selling my shit. Walmart's doing the same thing. Walmart needs cash flow, so that's why they're selling everything, and the price of everything is an excise tax. And so I'm loaning money to Walmart so Walmart can settle their excise tax, and I get the receipt for the $100, which is proof of settlement, and it's also title to the goods, to the consumer goods, the commodity that they've slid down that conveyor belt. So we're paying taxes every time we purchase something. 100% of the price is an excise tax that whoever the seller selling it owed. And so I'm loaning them credit to settle their tax liability. That's how I purchased a piece of property down in Mississippi, and it was a tax lien sale. So I tendered $1,000 and $6,000 in outstanding tax liability, and they accepted my $1,000 tender, and they sent me a property patent. So by paying the tax, I got title to the property. So by paying the tax is how we get title to the goods, and the receipt is the title to the goods. That's why you can walk out of Walmart, because you have your receipt, or Costco, or any other place. They can't say you stole it. So we're always paying taxes.
Yeah, that's the title. Possession is 9/10. Title is the other 10th. Yep.
Yeah, titles, the receipt's the other 10th.
Yep.
Receipt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Sedicate Trust is the taxpayer. Sedicate Trust is the Social Security account.
Absolutely.
The Sedicate Estate is the birth certificate that underwrites the Social Security account. Because the Social Security number is tied to the estate. The estate is the birth certificate. Because that's how you get a Social Security card. And anymore, they give it to you at birth. When I was 13, I had to send in my birth certificate with an SS5 that I signed when I was 13 to get my Social Security card. I didn't have a Social Security card until I was 13. In Okinawa, Japan. So we're all taxpayers. They need our money.
Thanks.
Hi, Smoking Baby. This is Diana.
Hey,
we
Diana.
haven't met, but I've heard you a great deal, but you haven't heard my voice yet. Yeah. I was so you just said something to Khadijah that was regarding the W-4. You said it in passing, I think, as someone talked. You said you cannot upload the W-4 information. I think that's what you said. And then you
I
were
haven't
talking
found
about
it.
the PDF. Yeah,
I would
neither have
love
I.
to.
But the PDF, how do you get that in there?
Yeah,
You just send them the
you mail
link,
it.
or I mean, what? You just
You
mail
mail
like
it
a
to
thumb
them.
drive?
Yeah.
Oh, you just print
No,
it off, you mean, the hard copies.
I know. I'm trying to do the Paperwork Reduction Act. I'm going to contact TIGTA. Say, hey, we need a Paperwork Reduction Act here. All this mailing and everything. Oh, fuck no. We need Paperwork Reduction Act. Save the tree. Save Gaia. Mother Gaia. We have to save Gaia.
Okay, so you're doing it the same way I'm doing it. I thought you said, what? How are you doing this? Where do you, I have like a ton of paper, so okay,
And
we're on the same
you
page.
can,
Thank you.
they can in Australia. Australia can upload theirs, the motherfuckers. Why don't we do it here? I have to do
Get out!
paperwork
I
shit.
didn't know that.
I mean, it could even be scannable PDFs and everything else. OCR PDFs so they can read it. Stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that can be done to improve that process. But I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing that. And the same has to happen with receipts and everything. You have to mail it all in. I mean, the
But
W-4s, receipts, each process, right?
yeah. For the receipts, though, go buy a receipt scanner. They're like $60. I want one. I bought one. You put it in there, and it said auto feed. No, it's the auto feed for that thing means you put it in there, and it sucks it in a little bit, and then I have to push a fucking button. No, motherfucker, I just want to put it in there and scan it. Put it in there and scan it. Put it in there and scan it. I need to find one that's more like a machine where you just put all your receipts in there and feeds it through, all that stuff instead of me having to push a stupid button 1,000 million times. So I need a better one. Anyway, and then it creates a PDF.
Is there a limitation on the receipts? How far you could go back and send those receipts in with a W-4?
Nope. There's no limitations on how far. If you have statements, I don't care how far back. If you have statements, we're never not the creditor. Now the debtors, these corporations have a limitation on what they can deduct. We don't have a limitation at all because it's my credit. It's always my credits. So I always get my credit back, even if they can't deduct it. They'll get audited though because they got income and they didn't report it. Excise tax is income. I'll show that in Derek's class. I have a document from 1936, something like that, 1946 or something like that, where it said excise tax is income, and excise tax and income is the basis, or something like that. So the excise tax is income to the corporations. So when we loan them credit, that's income to the corporation. It's an excise tax to us. It's income to the corporations.
This is
For
Diana
banking,
again.
okay,
Oh,
Diana again.
sorry, go ahead. I
No,
just
go ahead.
just jumping off what you just said. When you're doing the W-4 process, even with Walmart or Target or whomever, are you still asking or just just asking for their W-9 or something like that where they've employed your person? Do you still have to get something like that done?
Yeah, I would ask them for their W-9. And why do you want the W-9 for? Well, as your accountant, I highly recommend anyone you do business with, you need to get their W-9 so that there are deductions like the 1098-F, fines and fees. There's different deductions I can do as your masterful accountant. However, I need their W-9, and if I have to do it, it's going to be really expensive. So if you can do it, you'll save a lot of money so that you can go to Vegas. And that's what I would tell them. It's cheaper for me to do it than my accountant, and I want money to go to Vegas. So if you can help me with that, that'd be great. Because as
Thank
soon
you,
as you talk,
accountant.
and you guys can say it with conviction, because as your accountant, I recommended you do it, so you can say it with conviction. You're not playing a game in your head because I just said it. See what I mean? It really does work.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
And I've seen people do it without it, and I've seen and they take ownership of it at that point. They're not just a messenger anymore. Now they get in an argument and they start saying too much, and I just say, as your accountant, I recommend you do it, and now that's all they know. That's all they, for the. I don't know. My accountant says he wants it, and he's a really good accountant. I don't want to piss him off because it's hard to find a good accountant, and it's cheaper for me to do it, and I want more money to go to Vegas. As soon as I say Vegas, their brains, they're not even at work anymore. They're, you say Vegas in someone's head, even if they hate it, at least they're thinking about how much they hate Vegas or how much they love Vegas, and they're not even at work at that moment. They're on vacation in their brain. It's, it derails them. It's so silly, but it's funny. It's funny because I see the reaction on their faces when I say it. They lighten up. Their 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 faces brighten up. You know, you can see their aura changes when I talk about going to Vegas. Oh, it's funny. So for a bank account, let's say I put $10,000 in deposits, and then I go right. Uh, when did I come up with this? Back when when it finally pierced my veil in my head. It's 2010. I think it was back in 2010, and I said most times if you put $10,000 in the bank and someone writes $1,000 check, uh, what the bank does, the bank goes and takes $1,000 out of your $10,000 stack and they send it over to the vendor, and now you have $9,000 left. And now you write another $1,000 check. They take another $1,000 off the stack, and now you have $8,000, and they send $1,000 off to another vendor. That's what most people, in my conception anyway, that's how it was working at the bank. They were just pulling off my deposit side, and now I have a balance of 8,000, 6,000 down to zero. But there's two ledgers on your bank statement. You have deposits and withdrawals. So what happens is you put $10,000 in on the deposit side, and then you write $1,000 check. The $1,000 check goes on the withdrawal side. The difference between the stack at that point is $9,000 difference in height. And if I write another $1,000, the difference between the stack, 10,000 on one side and 2,000 on the other side, the difference is 8,000. Until I write 10 $1,000 checks, now you have 10,000 in deposits and 10,000 in withdrawals, and now the balance is zero. Well, just because the balance is zero doesn't mean there's nothing on either side of the balance. You have 10,000 on one side of the balance, and you have 10,000 on the other side of the balance. So both sides of the ledger are my credit because it's tied to my Social Security number. Because the banks do not take deposits and the banks do not loan credit. So the deposit side's my money because when I signed the check and deposited it, even direct deposit, I'm the one that gave that check credit. Like my paycheck, I'm the one that funded that paycheck. I'm the one that funded the paycheck. I'm the one that funded the check when I wrote out of my personal bank account. When I write a check out of it, that check, I also funded that check by endorsing the withdrawal from the Treasury, another $1,000. So both sides of the ledger are my credit. That's why you can
So
add
if
up.
you do both sides of the bank
Yes.
account, and are you able to still do the all the vendors as well? In other words, let's say in that bank account statement you have deposits and credits, and you have, say, your electric bill, like you were talking about earlier. Can you do the electric bill plus the bank account?
People have done that. People have done that, and we don't have it anymore because Holly's brother destroyed all the rooms. That fucking piece of shit. And yeah, we all kinds of success stories in there that are now gone. I should have thought about it before. I don't know, Holly being dead. Anyway, yeah, but people have done that too. Take all the individual vendors. If you can somehow get a CSV file or some way to quickly convert it into a table where you can sort by the vendor in the middle and make something logical about it. Otherwise, it might be just too much time commodity. Time is a commodity.
But I meant you could do. Would you do that in addition to the bank accounts? Is that what you're saying? So in other words, if you do the both sides of the ledger for the bank, both the withdrawals and deposits for the bank account, you send that in on a W-4, and then are you still able to go in to say each one of your vendors,
trade lines,
your trade lines. You're able to do both?
Yeah, that's Holly did that. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
She was complaining about it because it's like so much work. She went ahead and did her own ledger and all this other stuff instead of using the PDF, OCR, character readable, and then sorting it that way. And so yeah, Holly did that. She was complaining about having to do it by hand. And then of course when if you're just sitting in one W-4, you really don't need a bill of lading. If you're doing a whole bunch of different W-4s, you would want to put together a bill of lading showing everything that's in the box for the so that they can make sure. I mean, just a matter of shipping. And Holly's, was a truck driver, so she had all this bill of lading knowledge in there. And when she mailed a package off to him, it was like registered mail or something like that. She called up the IRS and tried to find out what the status was. And she gave them her name, the social security number, tax year, and they couldn't find it until she told them, well, said, well, I mailed it under registered mail. Here's the registered mail number. She told the IRS agent the registered mail number. She typed it. Oh yeah, here it is. It was lodged under the registered mail number that Holly sent in. Then they could find all her paperwork. I guess the same thing would happen with the certified mail. It's a good catch, huh?
Yeah, that's key indeed. And you said to also do an online account to watch that. And I haven't done that. I just haven't done it.
Yeah, your IRS account and your Social Security account. You see changes there as well. Because if you're not seeing an increase in your contributions or your Social Security Medicare, I'd contact the Social Security Administration. They have all these W-4s with the electric company and everybody. I don't see any accumulations from the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars going to these other parties employing the Social Security number. Because realize the IMF might be wanting to run away with some of this cash too.
Smoking Baby, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, just over the past, since I've been following you guys since Holly. So about 2020 or the end of 22, I guess would be. But anyways, this whole thing with the W-4 and everything, and then AJ with the withholding agent, the banks themselves, when you open an account with the bank, they have a W-8 that that's your signature card. And after doing research with AJ, he's doing the withholding agent, and he's creating a whole withholding agent, which is the W-8 BEN. So I just want, I wasn't sure if you were aware of that. That's
well, the W-8's one thing. The W-8 BEN's another thing. W-8's foreign. W-7 is like an ITIN. The W-9 is the EINs and Social Security numbers. But the W-8 BEN's a different thing.
Right, but I'm saying, when you're saying that, you're at the bank and you're at both sides of the ledger, they're acting on that W-8 as your withholding agent. You know what I mean?
Well, they also
to collect the
but
funds.
they're also employing the Social Security number.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree. I was just stating that. I'm not, saying anything. I'm just saying that W-8 is your foreign withholding agent.
Then I would have them produce it. I would have the bank produce it.
Yes, I agree.
And the OID. It's also a 1099-B, barter and broker.
Yes, everything. Everything is just crazy, the amount of stuff that's going on.
Yeah, AJ's up there in Canada. He has slightly different forms, and he's getting different results, supposedly. And
well, he's doing U.S. forms, so he's got his own site now, and
yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember. And he was doing the T004 and using these slips and all these other things. I remember it.
But out here for the U.S., he was doing the W-8 BEN along with the 2100 series withholding agents and the 1040, and there's another form. I don't know exactly what it was, but anyways,
I don't know. Maybe it's the way he discusses it, but I couldn't get a clear flow of what he actually was doing. Kind of jumped around. I couldn't get a clear flow of it or why he did it. Could be a savant thing.
He's got it pretty solid now, just so you know. So I was just stating the fact that when you sign up with a bank, that they have a W-8 certificate, And I think it's acting as a W8BEN as if you were to file it yourself. That's
and
all
who's
I'm
the
saying.
beneficiary? The bank's making themselves the beneficiary?
Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, because it ain't you. It ain't me.
So on his website, has he put together anything cogent that's simple and straight to the point, working backwards, and or is it still arguing forward, not knowing where you're going to end up? I can't remember. I don't remember it as D Santos or something like that. D something DJ
D
something or
Swart.
other.
D Swart is
Yeah, D
his.
Swart.
Yeah.
It wasn't working.
Uh,
The website wasn't working forever, so I just kind of forgot about it.
I'll send you his link if you like.
You can put it in the room.
For his, I can try. I'm not very computer savvy, but I don't know. With everything that's going on between the W4 and that thing, it's kind of overwhelming. With
What's
the amount of
overwhelming?
information. Just even filing taxes. Just what forms to file.
The 1040.
Yes.
Oh, you
Yeah.
have payments. You had payments and taxes section on the second page of the 1040. And Holly did hers online on the Free Tax USA if that's still working. And it auto populated for her.
And that's what AJ says too as well, is that once you start filing the forms that they self fill out the correct forms. You know what I mean?
When you go online, when you do it online.
Correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm old fashioned like you. I do pencil and paper.
Oh no, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I have years. I have the same thing the other woman did. I haven't been doing my taxes at all. So the IRS has done them all wrong, claiming that I earned income. So I have to go back and do the 4852 and all this shit, plus consumer price index adjustments, blah 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 blah. And so yeah, I have to go way back
Right.
and redo all mine as well.
And then with with all the stuff you guys discovered over the past years, year and a half, it's just I don't I myself don't know where to start. So
Like what?
In any case,
like what stuff?
Everything, because I got probably 10 years worth of receipts and stuff like that. So
Okay.
I mean, if you're saying you can claim them as a security, and from what I understand is that you're supposed to report everything. From what I understand, everything.
Report like what's everything? Can you give me an idea?
Everything
what
you
everything
spend.
is?
Everything you spend.
Yes. Everything we loan.
Yes,
Spending is
as
loaning.
you put it. Yes. And investing.
I like how they say, you do your little Safeway number. You saved $15. Like, wait, really? By not spending $15, I saved it. By not spending it, that's savings now.
Yeah, I hear you. But it's pretty funny how you think your employer's paying you when they're using your credit. That's what kills me more than anything.
Well, but you're also paying for their overhead. There's an overhead rate for you sitting in that cube. You need to get that overhead rate or lock them into an overhead rate of $150 an hour. This is my estimate of the overhead rate. If you have a different overhead rate, otherwise we'll stipulate to my $150 that you're taking out of my per hour that you're taking out of my credit line to fund your rent and your largesse for your shitbag CEOs going all over the planet, going down to Epstein Island. So yeah, we'll stipulate to $150 an hour as the overhead rate. Otherwise, you cough it up and tell me what it is, because the overhead rate's what they pull out of our credit line also to fund the entire rent and everything else for the big corporations. Small corporations don't have a clue. They're just doing cash transactions.
Well, I've been working in the trades for 30 years, and
What are you trading?
I just carpentry in the city. So anyways,
real work.
Yeah, fun stuff. And
it is fun. I'm not saying it's not fun. I just say it's real work.
Kept me young, but I'm old now. But anyways, I want to retire, and I just don't. I can't take myself to fill out the paperwork. You know what I mean? And so I just stopped working and I stopped everything, and they cut my insurance off, and they actually sent me my withholding agent.
They
You know,
sent
they
you
said,
your with
here,
what?
my withholding agent. You know, my insured person.
How do they send you a withholding agent?
It's just a piece of paper with a name on it. That's all it is. They said, here, take this with you if you become employed again. I guess it would be my insured person. You know what I mean?
And are you talking Canadian or what?
No. This is U.S. U.S.
Who's
Chicago.
your withholding agent?
My person.
I'm confused.
It's just a person. It's just so the insurance company has a withholding agent that they use. Okay, they would actually to insure, you know, to bill against or to hold funds or whatever. However it is they do that, they draw funds for that person to pay.
Wait, no, this is so you have an insurance and you're paying monthly insurance payments, right?
No, I never paid for my insurance. My employers supposedly paid for my insurance.
Okay, so you have and so now you still have insurance after you quit?
No, I haven't worked in a while, so it stopped.
So what is this?
And that's
so how does I'm trying to nail down this withholding agent thing. What does that have to do with you if you don't have the job anymore? I don't get it. What is it good for?
It's another person. So like you're talking about both sides of the ledger.
You're talking about a Mr. Smith person, or you're talking about an entity person?
An entity. Okay.
So what's the company name that's the withholding agent?
It's not a company name. It's just it's another person with your name.
I don't know what that means, dude. You're being cryptic.
I'm trying to make it simple for you. It's just your name. It's your name on a piece of paper as a withholding agent, and they give him an ID, an identification number. That's it. It's that simple.
And who's doing this?
My insurance company. That's how they insure you. It's your federal person for insurance. Your what would be a good way to explain it? The trust. Your other half of the trust partner. You're not in the trust. You're not in the trust. It's the other Social Security person.
It's associated because I wrote off to the Internal Revenue Service, asked for every withholding agent form, the 2678 and the 8655, ever associated with my name and Social Security number. And the Internal Revenue Service wrote back and says, we have no records on file for there's never been a 2678 or 8655 authorized anyone to act as a withholding agent. No one's ever been authorized to act as, so all my employers are bogus. They were just stealing my money because they weren't authorized to act as a withholding agent. So I'm trying to, that's my withholding agent experience. So I'm trying to figure out how there would be a withholding agent. And so they're saying you owe money because of the withholdings or something?
No, they're saying they said here, you know, they gave me a union ID. So it'd be an employed person or whatever you want to call it. They said, here, take this. If you become employed by somebody else, give this to your employer, and that should have a record, probably a medical record would be my guess.
And what does it get you by showing it to them?
Well, they would be able to plug in that number and get all the medical information. Would be my guess.
Okay. So you're a union?
Yeah.
Yeah. Other union dues are 1098Fs, right? Fines and fees.
I don't know what they're. They're
it's a
1098F. A lot.
Fines and fees. 80 fees are 1098F.
Man, do I got to write this shit down?
I don't know.
You got a lot of numbers here. Oh,
Form
so I'll be able to play the feedback? Good. Great.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, I just wanted to let you know about the banking thing. You know, so like if you guys are opening up bank accounts or whatever, take a look at that. Okay? It's clearly says on there, W8. And that's the U.S. person. That's what they're saying. I'm at least on the form that I have.
Who's the U.S. person?
On the W8 for my bank. That's what it says on there.
So the form W8 is a U.S. person?
Yes.
Or the person named on the W-8 is a U.S.
The person named on the W-8. Yes.
Okay, that's a whole different thing. Because
All
you can
right.
sue a
Well,
document. You can sue an affidavit. So an affidavit's a person you can sue. That's why that nuance is pulling out of you. The is because checking and savings is a service that the bank offers. But behind the service that the bank offers, there's a securities fund on the back end, probably the WABN. So even though they shut down the bank account, all the securities that went to the bank are still being held by the bank because the checking and savings is a service. And what's behind the service? The actual securities where they use that credit line to go back and get FDIC and pull all the credit out of there to fund the checking and savings.
right.
They're still holding on to that. They're still holding on to it.
And didn't you guys uncover that the FDIC insurance was 4 times a year? So for
I don't know.
$250,000?
We'll allege it. We'll just allege it.
Yeah.
You can have them stipulate to it if they don't.
Well, I'm pretty interested in sending a W-4 in for my bank account. That's for sure. So.
Yep. And so it would be for the employer would be bank, Chase Bank account number, their address when you open the account, and their EIN.
Right.
And all the statements attached to it.
Yeah, I got back 3.5 years, I think. So. But you're saying we could go back as far back as we can get, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if they don't, we don't go back that far. Okay, well I'll do my accounting, and you can make up Dr. Evil ridiculous numbers. I wouldn't go that big, gagillion, babillion, gazillion. I would do.
Well,
whatever.
I guess the whole thing is that you're not paying taxes. You're the tax invader. We're the tax invaders.
No,
I'm just saying by not reporting.
I'm paying taxes every time I purchase something.
Yes.
Everything's a tax. Everything's a tax.
Yes.
And the fact that I'm not reporting it means, like, if you pay me $10,000 to fix the roof, and you hand me cash, and I go run off to Vegas, I get the $10,000 as a gift, and you pay taxes on my $10,000. But if you report it, now you don't pay taxes. You, the corporation, don't pay $10,000, and then I have to pay the taxes on it. So by my doing the statements, they pay the taxes on it, and I get it back instead of being a gift where I'm getting hit for the taxes. If I don't report it, I pay the taxes. If I report it, they pay the taxes.
Isn't that what's going on with your employers, right?
You tell me what you mean by that statement. There's no noun in there.
Well, I mean they're paying you, and then you're not filing taxes. So you're actually gifting them all that money.
Not filing taxes. No.
Well, not reporting them.
They're reporting it. They're reporting it improperly. They're saying we have income, but they never paid me. They paid the bank. So it's a skip person, the transfer, or your employer's liable for the tax as the transfer, or because they didn't pay me, they skipped me and they went to the bank. The bank is the person. And the transfer or is liable for the taxes under 2603 of Title 26. Trustee, transferee, trustee, and transfer or to a skip person. So they skipped me and they paid the bank.
Huh.
So the employer is liable for those taxes, not me. That's what the 4852 does. Shifts the liability back on the employer.
Can I ask you something?
Yep, you just did.
I have a annuity. What would be the best way to claim that? Because that's actually what I have is a supplemental retirement, and obviously it's an insurance fund. What would be the best way to claim that?
Is that lifelong until you die when you're 190 years old, or is that?
Well, they gave me an option to do 50-50 with my wife, or I could get a buyout for like, I don't know, it was like 65 grand. It's like, really?
I would get a full amortized accounting for it, and the QSIP numbers it's trading under. So there's a QSIP number on that insurance fund because it's an investment thing. Other people are investing in it. Get the QSIP number, and fill out 1099B with you as a lender, them as the recipient, put the QSIP number down there on the 1099B, send it off to the IRS with the whatever information you get from them, and see what kind of 1099 OID the IRS kicks back to you, and that's a federal withholding that the IRS gives you, and you can do a 1041 to claim all that OID amount on a 1041 as a federal withholding and get it all back.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I funded the whole thing, motherfucker. Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm talking to not you. Not
Right.
you.
No,
I'm talking to
I
insurance
know what you
companies.
mean. I know what you mean. Wow.
You're going to give me a little pittance of what I loaned you, and well, we'll give you this much a month, and motherfucker, that's my goddamn. The money you make off my money is my money, asshole. So guess what? We'll just do it this way. Give me the QSIP number. We'll let the IRS crawl up your house and pull everything out of your butt as you guys go off and Epstein Island everything with it. Mm-hmm. Jamie Dimon acting like a virtuous piece of shit. Chase Bank.
No shit. I hear you. Well, anyways, I haven't retired because of that. So I was just kind of wondering about that. That's pretty interesting.
Get the full amortization accounting for whatever that policy is, and you need the QSIP. Your accountant is asking for the QSIP number that is traded under. There's a prospectus. There's some prospectus with a QSIP number that insurance fund is trading under.
Okay.
And the QSIP number goes on a 1099B.
And I could do that 1099B myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
AJ style?
I don't know.
9999.
No, because you're gonna have a statement with it.
Okay, so you have an exact number.
Mm-hmm.
I got you.
No,
okay.
if I'm doing my own bookkeeping ledgering from my estate to me, or my estate to a title company or something like that, yeah, I can put amounts in there that are ridiculous numbers. I don't know. Has AJ actually gotten something for it? He says he does, but I don't know.
I believe he does, and there's going to be there's going to be a shit ton of people getting that same return. So
I don't know what that means, but anyway, I don't know how they're getting the return. I don't know. I have to go look at his site and see if he actually has a clean way of doing it, a simple way to do it.
I believe he's got it streamlined, just so you know, and he's got a lot of information.
Okay. Because my issue is, if I do a book entry accounting and I pull that credit out, there has to be a tax on it to make it clean. I just can't use public funds for private gain. That would be a bad
the withholding agent, he makes the withholding agent exempt. So.
Who's the withholding agent?
You are.
I don't know. I still don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of shit to take in. With all this taxes and shit, it's too much, man.
No, but
very overwhelming.
If I do book entry $5 million out of my estate to me, to the Social Security person, and then I go somehow to pull that
10 million.
So, I don't care, dude. It's $1. It doesn't matter what it is. If I go pull that $5 million out without paying the taxes on it, that would be a capital gains for me.
No, the way I understand that is that you're borrowing against the estate, okay, and it's tax free, okay. But now he's under the exempt under Indian tribe.
Okay.
So you got to be some kind of, and we all are, we all know that, right? We all know we're Indians, right?
Okay, but how do you prove it? What do you do to get that? What do you do to demonstrate that fact?
I don't know how he did it. He's in Canada though.
He's Canadian.
But I know
on the Canadian tax act, Smoking Baby.
Yeah, it's Canadian. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it also reflects on us also.
Yes.
I guess, I don't know. I've never seen the paperwork. I've never seen anyone talk about it.
Smoking Baby.
Yeah.
You were talking with him last year on the W4 group, AJ.
And I got annoyed with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was just bragging about himself, and says, "Okay, well, good for you. Good luck."
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
You guys, you know a lot of stuff about these forms, and you know a lot of shit about the IRS. You must have had a lot of time to read the IRS manual because it's like, I don't know, 10,000 pages. So.
Well,
There is
most of the manual doesn't apply to us.
There's a USC statute. I don't even remember what chapter, but the burden of proof to prove any claims in a property dispute between an Indian and a white person falls upon the white person.
And the white person's always subject to the district courts, even if they're part of the reservation. If they're white, they're subject to the district courts. They don't have the immunity. That's why they deem everyone white. Justice Lotus went over that. Everyone's white. Black,
What
Chinese,
is white?
doesn't matter.
What is white? What defines it?
So, white is subject to the district courts. Justice Lotus is called it's a white man's world, but not what you think. I cannot find that video. I cannot find it. It was on my computer, and I downloaded it, and then the downloader I used got in trouble for whatever, and they deleted my Justice Lotus things in 2018. And fuck if I can't find that. It's a white man's world, but it's not what you think is the name of the video.
White man's world.
Mm-hmm. The lawyers went around and made everybody white because only a white man can be a U.S. citizen. It's in the Constitution. So they made everyone white so they can tax everybody. Or the person. It's not not us, but the persons. All these name and number people are white.
You can stand on being an Indian and say that there is no evidence that you're white, and the burden of proof is upon them.
But it's about taxation, so it's not me. I could be as dark as Africa, and my person would still be white in their system. I don't care what race they claim or anything else. It would still be white and taxable.
Well, then we would get to see that proof firsthand by putting the burden of proof upon them.
Has nothing to do with my belly button or the color of my tan line. Has to do with the fiction, and they've already legally defined it through trickery, and they've determined everything's white, so they can tax it.
You're saying they got proof. I'm just saying that proof I want to see.
No, they've legislatively determined it. What color is your Social Security card? They say it's with a Social Security person. They say it's white. It doesn't matter who the human is behind it. They just say it's white. So it's taxed. That's what Justice Lotus went through. If I can find the video, I'd love to watch it again. It was brilliant what she went through. How she found it all is amazing. So the only other way I can figure out becoming an Indian is going to the Indian agent. Every Secretary of State of every state under Patrick Devine. Every Indian Secretary of State of every state is also the Indian agent, and through the Department of Interior, and there's forms we can use the Department of Interior to take our tribal identifier, which is our birth certificate number. 101 is Alabamian, and 104 is North Carolinian, because the state Alabama is a reserve for Alabamians. So Alabama is a reservation for Alabamians. And North and 101, 102, 101, 63, 102 is what's my dad's? Anyway, the first 3 digits is your tribe number on your birth certificate number, and that goes on the Indian agent forms.
Florida's 109.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, so there is the Secretary of State has 2 Secretary of States, the commercial one in D.C., and then they flip hats, and they're also the Indian agent under the Department of Interior. There's forms for that. I just haven't done it.
No wonder why they categorize me as white. I was wondering what happened.
But it's not you. It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with your person. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Smoking Baby.
Yeah.
So I've got the QSIP number for the note. You know,
So you
so
would put
I did
yourself as the lender, them as the recipient, QSIP number on the 1099B. Fill out the information as best you can down the description, whatever descriptions you have, and then you could send it into the IRS and see what they kick back. You could
right.
walk it into
So
the IRS office and say, yeah, this is what's going on here. This is fill out the best of my ability. There's no signature on the 1099B because it's all paperwork. What were you gonna ask?
so you know, the note that I wrote was, let's say it's for $200,000, but the QSIP that it's attached to has a value. It's trading at $95 million.
Yep, something huge like that. Some fraction of it's yours.
So would they be able to sort that out, or would it all be commingled in such a way that I could make a claim to
The
rents,
IRS
profits, and interest?
The IRS will do it for you, and they'll kick you back on OID. From what I've heard, the IRS will
Wow.
kick back an OID, and that OID amount is your federal withholding on a 1041. You
Right.
get that much back.
Another quick question. I operate a business that's a subchapter S corporation, and it
Good.
gets paid via 1099s.
Yeah, the 1099. Yep.
Can I make a W-4 claim on those 1099s?
No. Who's the shareholder on your S corp?
It's me, sole shareholder. It's
No.
you
What
know,
is the Social Security number?
EIN.
What type of EIN is it? What entity?
It's a corporation with a subchapter S election.
So you did an LLC with an S corporation?
No, it's a
what
corporation with a subchapter S election, 5893, I believe it is.
So you put an S corporation out there to get paid, and then you have another S corporation as a shareholder.
I don't think that's correct. The single shareholder is you know, by me, you know, the entity on the birth certificate. And
no, I don't. I don't know what the tax ID number is for the shareholder.
20-2900151.
And what type of entity is it?
It is a corporation that has made a 5398 subchapter S corporation. So it's a corporation with a subchapter S.
Isn't the corporation you're working to also an S corporation?
No, probably a regular corporation is making the 1099 payment.
And who are they making the payment to? What entity?
The Alpenglow Media Services, the subchapter S corporation.
So they make to the S corporation. So
Yep.
So their 1099 goes to an S corporation, and then the shareholder to your S corporation is another S corporation. Is that right?
No. The only shareholder is you know, the normal Social Security number. You know. Me.
So the Social Security number. Now the Social Security number. This has nothing to do with me. There's no pronouns. So the Social Security person now shows income.
Everything that's not written off as an expense of the business gets rolled over and is supposed to be reported on a 1040
as income.
Anything that the business doesn't spend as part of its. Yep. Okay.
Okay. So what I did was I have a trust. I have a trust EIN. So I have a trust
briefly,
EIN.
may I ask what the book was that you referred to earlier?
Book? What book?
You talked about a book or online or a video that has gone offline. What's the name?
Me? I said it? What?
Judge Lowe something? Something from Judge Lowe? A video? Something that you said it's gone out of the search engine. About 10 minutes ago, you said there was a thing about the native.
Justice Lotus. It's a white man's world, but it's not what you think. That video from Justice Lotus.
Okay.
So what I did, I got
I had.
I got a trust EIN number, got all the way back in 2003, and I set up an S corp. They wouldn't do corp to corp over at Siemens down in Florida with a trust. So I ginned up an S corporation in about 5 minutes down in Florida, and they got an S corporation. And the S corporation, the only shareholder to the S corporation was my trustee EIN. And so the
Copy.
trust earned,
Copy. I understand.
And so the S corporation earned $74,500 over in Florida. And of course, the S corporation a simple corporation cannot accumulate funds over $300. A C corporation can accumulate funds, but it's double taxation. You never want to do a C corporation. And so the S corporation earned $74,500, and then because you have to disgorge all the accumulations, all the earnings that from the S corporation every year, I did a K1 distribution form, a K1 form, and transferred the $74,500 to the shareholder, which was the trustee EIN. And then the trustee EIN, the trust now has $74,200 because there's a $300 automatic giveaway to maintain the operation of the S corporation. And so the $74,000, and realize I didn't do the $300. I just put $74,500 from the S corp to the K1, naming my trustee EIN as the tax ID number to account for that $74,500. So now the trust has earned $74,500, and I did a 1041. So amount of the income earned was $74,500. The on line 12, the trustee fees, the trustee charged was $74,500, leaving zero taxable income. And when I put it in there, the IRS went in there and removed the $300 from the S corp and removed the $300 from the trust, because they both have a $300 giveaway to maintain the operation of the S corp and the trust, and I had zero taxable income. So with an S corp, put a trust as the shareholder, and on line 12 with the 1041, take it out as trustee fees, and now your trust becomes a disregarded entity at that point.
Beautiful.
And the IRS was fine with it.
Beautiful.
Much better, huh? Much more gooder.
Absolutely beautiful. What a different change in perspective. And I just, so I've been in, concerned about my status, U.S.citizen, state, national.
You're none of those.
Well, yeah, it's the rabbit hole.
You're none of those. You're none of those.
What?
You can't be a fiction. You're none of those things. You can't be a fiction.
What is the language to describe that in a way they'd understand in commerce? Is that issue or natural person? Is that
a natural person's also in Title 15. A natural person
probably getting in there.
A natural person's a consumer. You're one of the people.
Right. Well, yeah, sure.
The state citizen. I don't know a state nationalist, state citizen, state national. I mean, state citizen. I've seen. The state citizen is a Social Security person. I mean, it's a birth certificate person. The birth certificate is a state national. And then the U.S. citizen would be the Social Security person.
Okay.
And you're one of the people.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, that's what our highest right that can be seen here. But generally, they're trying.
Where's the only place they talk about people in the Constitution?
Fourth Amendment.
Well, the Fourth, the Second, the people have the right to bear arms, and the people in the Fourth, people in the Fifth,
and the First.
What's the 10th Amendment?
The preamble.
What's the 10th Amendment? What's the 10th Amendment say? Someone read the 10th Amendment.
Stand by.
Mm-hmm. And I struggled with this for a year and a half. A year and a half I struggled with this idea.
Power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by the states, or reserved to the states respectively, or to the people.
Now read it deliberately with the commas and pauses and everything, instead of just reading the words.
The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
Or to the people. So it's reserved. So the state is a reservation, and the people have their own reservation. The 10th Amendment, you realize each one of the amendments, the First Amendment, Second, Fourth, each amendment is its own jurisdiction where I could stand inside the First Amendment and speak and not be clobbered. I know they're trying to chip away at that. I can stand inside the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment. Each one of those amendments is its own separate jurisdiction where the federal government cannot trespass.
Mm-hmm.
So the 10th Amendment, so I'm one of the people having political domicile in the 10th Amendment. That's where the people are.
Next, please, can I
what?
be next?
What? I hear a cat. What? I think it's in the room. The Cardozo Law Review talking about the popular sovereignty. Cardozo Law Review, popular sovereignty. Because you have a political domicile. What the people have a political domicile. Persons have a statutory domicile. And then in my divine status, I have a domicile of origin, which is in the kingdom of God. But the people who are sovereign are in the 10th Amendment. But until you declare it, you're a general partner to a statutory or a general partner to the dead fiction, to the all caps name. Now your general partner is liable for each other's debts and go to jail for each other and pay, blah, 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 blah. That's why the power of attorney is so key. We'll probably touch on the power of attorney over the weekend too, on Derek's call.
Cool. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I still never got that, but hey, I just want to say something real quick. Everybody that's on this call right now, and appreciate the wonderful information Smoking shares. If they can, please make a donation for him. He does an awful lot of stuff for very many people, and so this is a real privilege to be part of this and listen. So if you can, send him a contribution or donation to help him out. He's tireless.
So I can buy more cat food. So I can buy more cat food.
Yeah, he needs cat food.
He
got a $13 a day cat food bill. So anyway, I'm going to excuse myself. I'm going to excuse myself, brother, and I'll see you on Saturday. I just did all this stuff to get on there. So, okay?
Okay.
God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah,
good night.
The Cardozo Law Review, Popular Sovereignty. And I think I'll put it in the room. Justice Lotus did another one that did survive. It's called Fake Kings of America and Where They Hid It. In 1940, they moved the American Republic offshore, and all the domestic powers of the Secretary of State that used to have domestically, they stripped the Secretary of State of the domestic powers and moved those powers over to the Attorney General's office, putting us under total martial law at that point. So the Attorney General is in charge of the domestic goings on, and that's why they shoot people in the bank. They shoot people in the back when they run away because we're in a war zone. This is a battleground. This is a war zone. And so the American Republic was moved offshore. If you look up Title 22, 611, 22 USC 611, and look up American Republic, they talk about where they moved it offshore. Where they moved it doesn't matter. It's offshore.
Right. Could be at the minor outlying islands or something like that.
It's a fictitious jurisdiction, probably called the Organization of American States, the OAS, because the OAS has an embassy up there in DC as well. Organization of American States. And although I don't claim to be a citizen of that. Anyway, so I'm one of the people populating the American Republic with political domicile in the 10th Amendment. I'm protected from, because along with the two derivative sovereigns, the federal and the state, there's a non-government sovereign. And I'll read you the poetry of this language, 8708. Let me find it real quick. Find my email. Is it here? Yeah, it's right here. Come on, computer. Solid state drives aren't as fast as they used to be. Let me just go here. Oh, hold on. Okay, be quiet. Let me find it. Popular sovereignty. Ooh, there it is. Or to the people. So I'll read this to you as soon as the rednecks get done doing their bullshit. There's a set of powers relating to the federal government, but not delegated to it, that the states cannot have reserved because they lacked prior ownership. Those powers must belong to the people. In addition to the two sovereign governments is the non-government sovereign, that is the original source of all governmental powers, and that keeps government sovereigns legitimate by connecting them directly to the will and consent of the people. It is the people who retain ultimate superior sovereign authority over both state and federal governments, and indeed the people must have a separate voice, be a separate sovereign, in order to truly give legitimacy to either government. A people who could not disagree with and, if necessary, withdraw their consent from their government is a captured people, whose government is certainly not a democracy, and it is not far-fetched to call it a kind of tyranny. In the 10th Amendment is skepticism of expanding governmental power, both federal and state. Isn't that poetry?
Beautiful. Lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I like the term de jure stateless primary right holder.
I would just claim my political domicile. That says everything. Yep. I don't have to argue de jure or anything like that. Just the fact that my political domicile is in the 10th Amendment.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for that. That's beautiful.
One of the people populating the American Republic, which means I'm outside the United States. It's beautiful. It's such a beautiful thing. It took me a year and a half to finally ferret all this stuff out with research to come up with this little piece at the end and what I just said to you about political domicile.
It is really beautiful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's called CardozzoLawReview.com. Popular Sovereignty 10th Amendment. You can find it online. Cardozo. It's Spanish, so it's easy. CardozzoLawReview.com. C-A-R. Cardozo. I read it probably read it 3, 4, 5 times. Because they go through and
second part of it.
They go Cardozo Law Review, Popular Sovereignty, 10th Amendment.
Okay.
Because they go through and because as we expanded under this Go West, young man, what's it called? The Manifest Destiny. When we started, the Louisiana Purchase and conquering Mexico and doing all this stuff and bringing in Hawaii and Alaska, which are not real republic states. Those are corporate states. They don't have land patents in Hawaii and Alaska. The lower 48 do. But each time the first 13 colonies of one trust, then you have the Northwest Ordinance, a separate trust, and then you have the Western Conquest. These are all separate trusts that are holding these lands in separate trusts. And as the conquest went along, they had to keep carving out distinguishing the different types of rights, title, interests, and immunities. Rights, what's it called? Immunities and rights and immunities. What's it called? Privileges, immunity and privileges, and different rights for the different types of citizens we were incorporating. And there's I forget how many there are. There's like 10 or 12 different classes of citizen. You have that CSP field if you've done an SSA L996 form, with the Social Security Administration requesting your original SS5 and your electronic transcripts. When you get your electronic transcript, it'll have something in the transcript that says CSP, which is the citizenship field, numitant, and alpha means U.S.citizen, even though U.S. doesn't have any meaning, it's an adjective. But there's 12 different possible classifications of CSP. And so as we've expanded, and even after World War II, where everybody was conquered by us in debt, so they have all these different classifications of citizenship. CSP for that Social Security person with different immunities. What's it called? Immunities and privileges? Is that what it's called? I don't know. My brain's hurting. Uh, privileges and immunities. I think that's what it's called. Does that make sense? Have you guys heard that? Privileges and immunities?
Yeah, that makes sense. So this is not just the SS5 request. It would be for the, is it called an enumeration?
No, it'd be the electronic transcript.
Electronic transcript.
Yep, it says it at the top of the L996, SSA L996. The fees for the L996 are found on the SSA 711. It took me 3 years to get my certified copy of my L996 printout. 3 years. It took me a year and a half just to get the 996, and then every 6 months I'd send it in. There'd be a defect. Send it in. You have to get it notarized. You have to have proof, and then you have to pay the fee. There's no fees on the 996. That's blew away the Social Security Administration lady. Where do I find the fees for it? Oh, I don't know. And I was on the phone with her like an hour or so. She was trying to track down. She finally said, "Oh, it's on the SSA 711." I said, "For the deceased person? The deceased person has fees?" And she goes, "Yep. I even wrote off for my deceased for the SSA 711 for my person." And they wrote back saying, "Our records do not show that the person is deceased." That's the closest they can say that I'm alive. Our records do not show that the person is deceased. A dispositive statement. And so I did both the 711 and the L996, both online. I did the 711 online, but the L996 I had to write at the top original SS5 and electronic transcript both. I had to write that in there so that they wouldn't just give me one or the other, whatever they decided. So I had to change the heading at the top of the 996. And when you get your electronic transcript, you'll get for every Social Security card you've gotten, you'll get a printout. And for each card, there's a different RFN reference number. And so when I want to record something that requires a Social Security number to be noted, I just put SSA RFN number, and I put the RFN number instead of the Social Security number when I want to put it in a recording in the public, because anyone who's authorized to go get that Social Security number from the reference number, well, then they can go get it. Otherwise, I'm still referencing that particular Social Security card using the RFN without having to put in the social on the document. I just use the RFN number. Does that make sense?
That's very cool. It does make sense.
Mm-hmm. Of course, then I got my SS5 that I filled out when I was 13. There were only 3 races: white, Negro, and other. White, Negro, and other. Back in '73. So funny. Now, if you go to the Census Bureau for the race and ethnicity, Census Bureau race and ethnicity, you should see all the different. You have there's a code for rainbow. There's a code for Negritian. There's code for alien. There's code for non. There's all these different weird codes in the Census Bureau for the race and ethnicity. It's crazy. So when you fill out your SS5, you can choose which race and ethnicity code you want to use, and you can just add your own boxes to that SS5, because the SS5 form is not an OMB controlled number. Because Social Security Administration is foreign to the United States. IMF is foreign to the United States. Because the Social Security Administration has a different legal name structure than the federal regulations. Federal regulations have first, middle, last name. First, comma, middle, comma, last. But the Social Security Administration says you only have 2 names: family name and given name. And your middle name on the SS5 is not part of the legal name. So if you want your middle name to be part of your legal name for Social Security Administration, you have to put your first and middle name in the first name field, and last name and last and junior, third, the fourth, like Winston Howell the third. So Howell I would be in the last name field. So if you want your Social Security account to match your birth certificate, which is why I did it, I went in and did the correct. If you look up SSA legal name middle, 4 different words in Google, SSA legal name middle, there's a POM, Procedure Operations Manual for Social Security Administration, where they talk about legal name for Social Security Administration purposes. and the middle name is not part of the legal name. But in the federal regulations, the middle name is part of the legal name. So either the Social Security Administration is in violation of federal law, or the Social Security Administration is not part of the federal government, and that's the fact. Because the IMF, huh?
I did something really, really funny. I did an adult name change from the name in proper form, first, middle, last, to the name in proper form, scratching out the, striking a line through the words first, middle, last. My name change decree says I have a name, which is 3 names with no differentiation as first, middle, or last. It matches exactly, except for the capitalization, the name on the birth certificate, which is just a name field.
What is Social Security? What'd you put on the SS5? Have you redone your SS5?
Yes, I put down that the all caps name is the person that was filing for the Social Security card, but my relationship to that person was other. I'm the beneficiary of that name.
Yeah, you could do that. But so what'd you put in the first name field, middle name field, last name on your SS5?
On the SS5 in line 1, it is the all caps name with a first name, a middle initial, and a last name.
So you put like John A in the first name field and Smith.
No, just John was first. A was the middle, and Smith was the last. The area that I changed from the norm was, what is my relationship to that guy, and I'm the beneficiary. Yeah, so I put other. I'm the beneficiary.
I would redo the SS5 because they say middle initials and nicknames are not respected. So you would put your first name and middle name in the first name field, and the last name in the last name field.
And that's what I did, Todd. I actually walked it in. I got the back 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I walked it into the SSA, and I made them actually show me the computer. And I said, I want you to put it in proper case. And they're like, well, it's not going to matter. And I just put it in proper case. I want you to put my first and middle name in the first name field, and you're going to put the last name in the last name field. And then when they gave me the new card, instead of saying, first, initial, last, it now says exactly how it shows on the birth certificate, except, of course, it's in all capital letters, whereas the birth certificate's in proper case.
Isn't it split on 2 lines now? First, middle, on the top, and last underneath it?
Maybe now, but the card I have, it's all in 1 line. Just has my full first, middle, and last, but no abbreviation.
No, but with mine, it got split on 2 lines when I did mine. First, middle is on the top, last is underneath.
Oh.
Yeah, mine's split on 2 lines as well.
And then I got the H number.
The what number?
The number on the back starts with H.
Yeah, I have an H number as well.
When you get your electronic transcript, you'll get the red number on the back for every single card. It's also part of the Numadent. So you have all those control numbers are also on your electronic transcript, along with RFN number for each one of those cards too. You can get 3 in a year, 10 in a lifetime Social Security cards. You can get more, but you have to show special reason why. But you can get 3 Social Security cards in a year and 10 a lifetime. But once you get the H, you'll never get you won't get another letter. Once you get to H, you're done.
I've made it to H.
Yep, H is a beneficiary number.
Yahoo! So you mentioned the Numadent. Is that the electronic?
The electronic. SSA, the live Numadent. They talk about live Numadent. That's what the L stands for in the L996. Live Numadent report, L996.
Okay,
you ask for you want the original SS, each SS5 and the electronic transcripts. You ask for those.
Right. So the
top.
electronic transcript is not the numitant. That's a separate thing.
They're numitants on the transcript.
On electronic transcript. Okay. I have red ribbon SS5s from the Social Security Administration.
Mm-hmm. Did you get them authenticated?
Yep. I got a stack of them. I've got lots of double authenticated documents.
Did you acknowledge and accept the authentications, perfecting the conveyance of the full faith and credit?
No, I've kept them in my little vault, wondering how to get it exactly right and what to do with them properly.
You still need to perfect the conveyance of the grant of the full faith and credit.
Okay.
It's like the grantees we talked about earlier, from the original seller to the grantee. The grantee needs to acknowledge and accept the grant to perfect the conveyance.
Would
Talk
you
about
do
the
that as an acknowledge and acceptance as an allonge onto the
you would just write up an acknowledgement acceptance and record it. The grantor, whoever the grantor is, and the grantee would be your all caps name, and the res would be the authentication, either apostille at the state, or the at the state level would just be the state level authentication number, and then the apostille number at the federal level would be the full faith and credit number. That's what you're accepting. The grant of that res.
Authenticated.
The res is the full faith and credit number.
Yeah.
What was authenticated?
So you just make a record of they're double authenticated. They're not apostilled. So authenticated at the state level.
Either way, so you have an authentication. You have an authentication number for each one, right?
Yes. And those are the numbers
so
I
that
want
authentication number is a full faith and credit. It's the those are full faith and credit numbers. So they grant. You realize it comes in the mail. You walk away with it, but there's no picture on it. I mean, that application you fill out, when you fill out the application, that's what ties your information to that full faith and credit number. When I did mine back in 2014, I think it was 2014, when I brought in my acknowledgement acceptance of 12 different, both state and federal, different states and the federal authentication numbers as the res, where the grantor was Secretary of State, because one Secretary of State's every Secretary of State, because it's all the same Secretary of State office. Just like all the Attorney Generals are under the Attorney General of the United States, and the Attorney General of the United States is under the Attorney General of the United Kingdom. That's United Kingdom is the Attorney General of the United States of America, which whatever. What's his name? The douchebag now, the Attorney General. What's his name? Oh, what's his name? He never remembers anything. And those little glasses and his gray hair. What that fucker's name is? Starts with a G. Anyway, so all the Attorney Generals are all the Attorney Generals. They're under the same umbrella.
That's really all I can recall. Mayorkas, is that a dude?
No, Mayorkas is HHS. He's a piece of shit too. Anyway, so when I walked in this acknowledgement acceptance of the grant of the full faith and credit, grantor, Secretary of State, grantee, my all caps name, and the res was all those authentication numbers. And when I handed it to the probate clerk in the small probate court in Alabama, where you could see everybody, handed it to the lady up front. She took it to the lady in the back, and I sat there and watched. I could see what they were doing because they were right there in the open. She typed in a number in the computer, looked up, shook her head, typed in another number, shook her head. She did it 12 times, shook her head yes each time. And then they came back and said, okay, we're going to record it. What name should we write the receipt in? I said, well, my last comma, first middle. She said, okay. But they had to go back and look in the system to make sure me as the grantee accepting the grant of full faith and credit was actually tied to me on the back end from all those, the cover sheet that you put in to get the authentication done. They went back and looked, and they wouldn't record that acknowledgement acceptance until they confirmed it, which means there's something real about it.
Right. So I heard that the grantee is the all caps name, is what I thought I heard you say there.
That's what I yeah. The flesh can never go into their system. I'm the attorney in fact for the all caps name, so I come in that capacity. But it's always the all caps name. Everything in the system's all caps name. It's a dead system. Deals only with dead bodies, dead fictions. So they can administer it.
So if you had your warranty deed double authenticated,
what warranty deed?
For the property.
Well, you would have to acknowledge.
I gave someone $10 and other consideration and filled out a note, and they gave me a warranty deed, and I took the warranty deed down to the state and I got it authenticated, and I sent it to Secretary of State, Federal, and I got authenticated. They sent it back. It's unusual. It's the only document I got back where the warranty deed is on top of the authentication from the Secretary of State, Federal.
They inverted it.
Yes,
yeah.
I don't feel like those people make accidents, but maybe it was an accident.
Well, they did that to one of my birth certificates too, which is strange. But when you got it off, did you acknowledge and accept the warranty deed, the grant as grantee? Did you acknowledge and accept the grant as grantee?
Nope, absolutely not.
I would, because the conveyance is not perfected to acknowledge and accept the grant.
Right. So
it'd be like, here's the example. If I write your name on the back of my 2000 Dodge Dakota, which has a blown head gasket, haven't fixed it yet. If I write your name, well, I'm going to write your name on, look right here. Okay. I wrote your name on the back of the title to the 2000 Dodge Dakota, and now you're liable for it. You go, motherfucker, just because you're writing my name on a piece of paper, you can't make me liable for it. I would have to take it to the DMV and perfect the conveyance. Same thing happens with these grants of full faith and credit. You have to acknowledge and accept the grant of full faith and credit to perfect the conveyance.
Now, what about you see, I've seen people like kind of put it on the back of the birth certificate after it's all said and done, like acknowledged, accepted, even surrendered by the year.
Yeah, well, the birth certificate is a warehouse receipt, so you can use it like you would any other warehouse receipt. You can do that. Who are they sending it to? The Secretary of State?
I think it was recorded afterwards, like that Bill Wythop document that I sent you way back. I have to pull it up here. That Bill Wythop, he recorded it in Maine. It was like 8 pages. It had a, gosh, it's been a while since I've looked at it. Bill Wythop, DWIETHAUP.
Wythop.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. Yeah,
He's
it's a warehouse.
Yeah.
What's he achieving?
Supposedly it got him his white card, but it was the first stop of it.
Who did he send it to?
It was recorded and then sent off. I have the certified mail receipts of every place that it was sent to. I could send those to you. But one of them was the Secretary of State. Then there was, I think, the local county. Was it the county clerk, perhaps, or treasurer, state secretary? There's about. It's been a long time. I got to refresh my memory, but there were like six or eight of them that they were sent to, certified copies. And I think you can't talk about it. You got an NDA that comes with the card, but basically just said as much as he could to me without saying anything. And my understanding is that when you send this to the right parties, you have to accompany it with what you want and be very specific. Who, what, when, where, why, how. And if you want that white card, you make sure that you say when you want it. If you don't say I want it in 30 days or whatever, they'll make you wait years. So you got to be very detailed.
You can always go back and re-express your intent at any time too. My intent trumps any of the presumptions. So
exactly.
It's always so you can go back and correct it. Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to see it again. Yeah.
Yeah. Send it over.
Yeah. Get something across the line. Yeah. Yeah, so the birth certificate's a warehouse receipt. It's also a power of attorney from the president. It's also a bill of lading. It's also a bailment receipt. It's also a mortgage. And it's also a Class A special drawing rights stock certificate. It's all those things.
Any thoughts on tracking down the? I don't know that it's a QSIP number on that birth certificate, but I believe it to be.
We have to go through an intermediary with all this stuff. They don't want us to go and touch it and become. We're not bonded or anything. We're not. So we go through an intermediary. They're the registrar, secretary of state, treasurer, the local county person, the county controller, state comptroller, all those parties, and so they're your intermediary. Because we're not supposed to come out of our sovereign domain and come dance around in the bullshit with our maid service down below, like Arnold did. Remember Arnold left his first estate to go bang the maid, and you know.
Yeah.
Can I say
supposed to do
something
that.
about?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can I say something about those CUSIP numbers that you guys are thinking on the birth certificate authentications? I have
the full faith and credit. The full faith and credit numbers on the authentications.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had two of them authenticated. I had one, the live birth certificate, and then I had one the state had with just the names on there. It'd be my parents' names and then my name, and then it had them as a U.S. person and what have you.
On your birth certificate?
Yeah, and just the one that was the letter heading. It had no numbers on there, nothing.
That was a live?
No, it was not it was a live birth certificate, but it was just wording. It had my parents' names, mother, father, and then my name, and then the physician, and then the registrar, and that was it.
Was there a child name?
Yes.
Okay.
And I had both of those authenticated, and then I wanted to find out if that was an actual CUSIP number, and so AJ sent me a CUSIP generator number, and I put in the live birth certificate one, and it came up as an incorrect CUSIP number. And then when I put the other one in, which they were sequence numbers off by one was marked 1, one was marked 2. So the second one, which was the state one, came up as a correct CUSIP number. So I found that pretty interesting.
The certificate of live birth was not a CUSIP, but the birth certificate was.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So I thought that was very, very interesting because, and the reason why I could see that, and I can actually pull them off, that it had my parents listed as U.S. citizens. So I think that's why that one would have came up with a correct CUSIP number as well.
Is there a website link to the CUSIP tool?
I did not look into that. No, I did not.
Then how did you look it up and know that it's legit?
I don't know it's legit. I just said I put it into a CUSIP generator. Okay, which is a web form. Plug in the numbers, and then it'll tell you if it's a correct CUSIP.
I mean, if it's properly. How would it know if it's proper or not based on the 1 or the 2? If
I don't know, man. This is all computer shit.
Can you put the link? Can you put that link in the room? I'm gonna go check out some of mine.
I'll see if I could dig it up. Sure, no problem.
That'd be cool. And
I also wanted to talk about the. You guys were talking about the POMS manual, okay, and the Numinant number, okay. On Holly's old website, okay, they had the POMS manual, and it had on there, birth date and the Numinant number, and it also had something about the Numinant number having a record of your. They have some kind of a record in that Numinant record of your, like, maybe prenatal prior to your birth date. Okay.
Oh, you want the original recording date?
Well, I want the one prior to that because we know, well, at least I know that birth date is not mine.
Well, the date of birth. The date of birth, that's when the live person was born. But then you have a recording date, which is later, after the birth date.
Well, that was the registration date, yes.
The registration date.
But
original
it was
recording date.
Yeah, but on that link, it had specifics that you could. It was a old link to the was Social Security Administration, and then when I looked on the recent one, it did not have it. So
Have what?
Have that link to the Nubinet record.
I don't know what you're talking about now. What link to the Nubinet record? I don't know what we're talking about now. I'm lost.
They had a link on there, and it said specifically on you can request, on the Nubinet record what you can request. Okay. And on this specific site, through Holly's whole website, that you can request any information prior to the birth date, which might have been prenatal care, would be my guess, which would have showed that you were alive prior to the birth date. That's all I was concerned about.
Well, you have the L996, which would be all the records the Social Security Administration has on you, on your birth event.
I'm not sure if that's the exact website you were referring to about the QSIP ones, but the one I posted, the QSIP validator, you can turn it into an ISIN number from a QSIP, and it will fix the numbers all for you.
You put it in the room?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go look. I'm outside right now. If you don't know the original recording date, when you write off for the app, in California requires you to write confidential copy in the margins around the application for a birth certificate number. To get a birth certificate, write confidential copy, and that's because usually you have a birth certificate and there's a blank area underneath before there's that seal and everything at the bottom. That blank area has more information underneath, and that's the confidential portion. So California, you say confidential copy around the borders, turn it 90 degrees, confidential copy, confidential copy, confidential copy. And then it'll put there the original recording date, because the original recording date is when that franchise, all caps entity, that's its birthday. That's when it became alive, when it was originally recorded at the Vital Records.
Okay.
So the tricky part is, my live birth event was my birth date, and the original recording date was when that entity came alive. And so the trick is using that birth date with the Social Security person creates a general partnership between me, the flesh, and that dead fiction. So the proper date that should be used for these applications would be the original recording date. Because that's when the all caps person came alive without being joined her with a living person's birthday, with a living person. Someone went in and had them correct the. They said, "Oh, you have the wrong birth date in here. See, here's the original recording date. This is when it." And when they changed it, the case went away because they could no longer tap into the back end because you came forward as the beneficiary holding on to that derivative with the original recording date. They couldn't tap into it on the back end.
Is that in a courthouse or is that Social Security Administration that was done?
To do what? The traffic ticket?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you just answered the question.
You go to the clerk and tell them there's an error.
Huh. Yeah, they go to do any civil case, I would imagine. Hell, maybe even criminal, but I'm not sure.
All crimes are commercial. Some people, as far as criminals, some people deserve to go to jail.
Oh, absolutely.
They're dangerous, stupid, and angry.
I think the all crimes commercial, it's on your head to convert it into a commercial charge in court. I remember seeing a video on this many, many years ago, and some guy did this. He was busted with a whole bunch of cocaine and a bunch of things in his car, guns, unregistered guns, and he converted it into a commercial thing and settled it right in court, and they let him keep everything he had.
He converted what to a commercial thing?
The criminal charge. He converted it to its commercial value, and then I think he accepted the value and settled it right on the spot, and then was right about his way. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could just disclaim beneficial ownership, do a disclaimer.
Yeah, is that kind of what Boris talked about, surrendering the usufructuary interest? Or just,
Yeah.
or is that a little?
Right now, we're holding on to the usufruct, so we have to pay. So that's why doing that birth certificate back to all the parties that be the other. I don't know the same person. I'm not looking at my phone. Now they become the usufruct, and now they have to pay.
Yeah, exactly.
Turnabout's fair play. That's one of Boris's things.
Yeah. You got yourself a video in a couple of days, huh? A class? I mean, looks like May 18th. May 18th, I think I saw you got a class.
Well, Derek does. And Derek does. I'm participating.
Awesome. I'll have to check that out.
Probably hear a lot of the stuff again. We're going to go into the commercial consumer goods use of the automobile versus rebutting the presumption of commercial equipment use to correct the primary use of the automobile.
Great topic.
Is there any way to claim your parents' securities?
Go through probate. We have unlimited. It's all unlimited. I mean, if you go through probate, you should be able to claim all their credit back.
Because I mean, really, that's what you're trying to get to. You're trying to get to your dad's name because we're the second generation before they started with the Federal Reserve, right?
We have unlimited credit. The national debt is how much of our credit's out there for us to claim.
Yeah, it's a debt owed to the nationals, the creditors.
Yeah.
How much they borrowed in our name.
And I did put that CUSIP generator.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What? Young lady?
Is there a way to use the Social Security card to access that credit, like with the account number on there? And I thought the letter on the back was connected to the Federal Reserve Bank that it was with for the routing.
It's a control number at Fidelity. The red number is tied to the BIS, the Prince Charles, because it used to be blue. It used to be blue numbers on the back. Then it turned red after Reagan did his Title 22, Section 286, where the president is hereby authorized to become a member of the fund. It says who's granting the president permission to do something. That's when they put our treasury as an account at the Bank of International Settlements through Prince Charles. And that's when the Deutschmark went from 3 Mark 50 to the dollar to 1 Mark. 1 Mark. It was like half. Cut the buying power of the Deutschmark in half back from 1985 to 1986. My parents were living there, and it was there in 1985. You could live like high in the hog at the exchange rate. Then after they did this fund change, they crashed the value of the dollar, and that's what destroyed Russia. Because of the purchasing power of the dollar change when they put it over to the Bank of International Settlements, and that's what drove Soviet Union out of existence, because of the loss of value, 50% loss of value in the international exchange from that little move that Reagan did. That's what killed the Soviet Union. Title 22, Section 286 of the U.S. Code.
So does the Social Security card give us access to those credits, or it really doesn't?
Every time you fill out an application, it's credit. The application is a letter of credit. I'm pushing through a bill of exchange right now. I'm going to go push a bill of exchange through to get something. I'll let you know how that works out. But right now, there's so many things on the table. So many stupid things happening.
But it's not a direct.
No, it's not direct. It's for the trustees to have access to. They're the trustees, not us. We don't have the authority. We're the beneficiary. A beneficiary in a trust relationship, you're not getting involved with all these details. You're just telling them, hey, cut the check, and they take care of all that. So the goal is to basically set the record straight, be seen as the beneficiary, and then there's no better trustee than the public servants.
So where do we start?
Are they trustees or are they administrators?
Either way, they mean the same thing. They're fiduciaries.
Copy.
by whatever name, whatever administrator, personal representative, trustee. What's some of the other ones? It's entitled 28455. 28455
What do
goes
you
into
rec-
what fiduciary means.
What do you recommend starting?
To do what?
Setting that record
Power.
straight to be the beneficiary, not the trustee
I
anymore.
will. Huh?
Change.
Okay. Power of attorney.
Get the name change first, SB, then get the power of attorney done.
A lot of times to get your name changed at the probate, an attorney has to do it. So do your power of attorney, go in there and do it that way. If you're dealing with the
You
all
mean
caps name.
you're not talking about the 2848 through the IRS then. You're talking about
No, the power of attorney.
right. Attorney in
Look
fact or just a power of attorney?
Attorney in fact. Look up
Okay.
look up Alabama Uniform Power of Attorney Act Alabama in Google. Uniform Power of Attorney Act Alabama.
I think I did look at that before, yes.
And then read it, and then go through your wherever you're going to record yours, and make sure all the elements your state requires is matched by that Uniform Act. But the one in Alabama is written for fourth grade education, has an example of a power of attorney and this certificate of validity, which Florida didn't have on their books. My nephew did his power of attorney, got it recorded, went back home, did the agent certificate of validity where he accepted the appointment, and of course. Anything that I'm acting as, like the attorney in fact or something like that, like have a black and white photo, passport photo, and it's inside of a table. So I have the passport photo at the top, in the top table. Then I have my biometrics in the middle section, and then at the bottom section I have a mailing address, a rural route mailing address, and underneath there's a signature and a thumbprint. And because if I come in to be the attorney in fact, anybody could walk in and say they're the attorney in fact, right?
Right.
So if I the living, I'm going to act like the attorney in fact, I want them to be able to see my picture and my biometrics so they can match me up to be the attorney in fact. And the certificate of validity references the document book and page number where the power of attorney is recorded, so they're linked together. And where they just because I come in to say I'm the attorney in fact, well, where's the original power of attorney? Anybody could drop these fake documents. And so I link them. So I link them together. First record the power of attorney, and then the appointee last name, comma, first middle proper case. The last name middle proper case then goes and does a certificate of validity with his picture, because it's so the fiction doesn't have a picture, it doesn't have a thumbprint, it doesn't have a rural route outside the United States, it doesn't have a domicile of origin, it doesn't have a political domicile, and it has how many hands tall, how many stones in weight. I use ancient measures. You could use cubits and ancient measures because the Congress has already trademarked, or they've already legislated both the metric. We had metric system back in the 1800s, 1890. They had the metric system. So both the metric and the English system are already something that the Congress has legislated. So if I were to use their metric or their English system, as far as pounds and feet and stuff like that, I would be taking a benefit from the Congress, and that would waive my sovereign immunity, taking a benefit from them. So I use ancient measures, and so I have a date of conception, I had a date of nativity, and then I have an expiration. Date of nativity would be the birth date, but I don't use date of birth because that's something they use. So I use my own language. I don't need their permission. And then I have a date, an expiration date, 120 years from the date of birth, because that's how long the longest we're supposed to be able to live is 120 years from the date of birth. Because then I can use that certificate of validity once it's recorded. If I'm going to go act as attorney in fact, I bring my agent a copy of my agent certificate of validity document, and I use that with the notary, and the ID number is the book and page number, or here in Arizona, the fee number. That's the ID number. And then all the information's there with an expiration date. And that's when I act as attorney in fact, I don't use my driver's license when I'm going to go in to be the attorney in fact, because that's the driver's license. That's the driver. That's their fiction. So if I'm going to act as attorney in fact, I bring in my credentials. Creditors have credentials. Credentials are powerful versus a debtor. debtors have identification, creditors have credentials, and I use that for the notary when I'm acting as the attorney in fact.
Man, let me ask you, do you have a passport?
Mm-hmm.
What kind do you have? You got a national, U.S.? What do you got?
No, no, I got mine done last minute, and back in what year was that? 2015. Mine's coming up for renewal. When I get the new one, I'm going for the diplomat courier is my next one. But the
And
problem is,
how do you suggest going about that?
well, what's your domicile? What right now your domicile is where?
District of Columbia, probably. I'm sure.
There's no way you could be a diplomat.
My street name?
Oh, I mean your residence?
Yeah, residence? Right. Yeah, right.
You know what resident means, right?
I do.
You know what president means, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The primary.
I don't know what president means.
He's my chairman.
Res ident. You have res ident. Res means thing. Identified. A thing identified. Res ident. Then you have pres ident, the primary thing identified. That's the president. Primary res ident. Because identification is for debtors. Creditors have credentials. It's in the word credential. So the problem is the domicile. That's why this whole popular sovereignty thing, or your political domicile.
Yeah.
That's why that's important. And then your domicile of origin, you need to be able to express your domicile of origin.
Well, I didn't know that you had, like, even your street address you can plug into the USPS postal website, and you can get your rural route. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I was thinking about registering my own agent, and doing it through the what is it, the 2865 form, which is the United States of America form, and mailing it back to myself.
What 2865 form? What form was that?
It's a 2865 form. It's a United States Postal Form return receipt for international mail.
All right, look at that.
And I was 65.
Form.
And this is the only form that I've ever seen that has
the par
United
avion.
States. Yeah, that has United States of America on it.
Yep. Par avion. It's just par avion on there.
What?
And, I guess you could do it from the. You could do it from the rural route, or it could be. Who would be the sender? The sender would be you to the inside the United States. Is that what you're doing, or are you doing the opposite from the all caps to you, United States of America?
I was going to fill out the one side. It's just two-sided form.
So who's the sender? Who's the recipient on the mail piece?
I'm going to be the sender, or probably all caps would be the sender, right?
Yep, and then your last comma first middle, because the last shall be first, the first shall be last, the Christian name last. So
I don't even want to go down that road. Can we just keep it with two names, first and last?
When a man is made a spiritual peer, he loses a surname, a temporal, his Christian name. Adding the last name to the back of the Christian name destroys the spiritual peer.
Oh man! But listen, just so you know, I'm from Illinois, okay? And the
that's a shame. It's a fucked up state.
Well, yeah, I heard you talking about here, so you were here for quite a while. So, they talk about the foundling child in the state statutes, and I think that's the last first middle. So I don't like using.
I don't think so. Yeah, I have a different opinion. The foundling, because an infant is found, a child is registered, and the mom goes home with the baby, never to be heard from again until you do a birth return. So the infant was found weighing so many pounds. That's supposed to be how much gold we're worth. then the child is registered because child and children are terms of purchase, and then the mom goes home with the baby, never to be heard from again. There's something called a birth return. The parents are supposed to do a birth return and take it to the county auditor to have that stamped off by the county auditor to show the baby's not dead.
Or the coroner.
No, it says
You have
on
the
the birth
auditor
return.
audit the account.
It says the birth return from 1890 gets stamped off by the county auditor.
Okay. I don't know.
Where
I
the parents,
happen to go to Cook County.
huh?
You know, it's Cook County. Don't you know that?
Oh yeah,
So, you know.
yeah, I know. But I just say this is from 1890. The kid was born in October of 1898, and the parents finally did the birth return just under 7 years. And it was January of 1905 when they finally did the birth return, so the baby's not lost at sea. Just under 7 years. They just happened, out of all the birth returns up there in Washington State where I found that birth return, they just happened to show that it was 1898 to 1905, and the baby hadn't reached the 7 year point. Very clever that they showed without talking about it. It was under 7 years.
Who did that?
With a parent. It's in Washington State, Kings County.
Huh.
Birth return.
I knew it was up.
Anyways, I did put the CUSIP generator in there for you guys, just so you know. So if you need to check that out.
Because if it's a valid CUSIP, you can put it on a 1099B and do your own book entry creation of money.
Yeah, I need to make some money. I need to make some money.
Did you ever see DiCaprio and that Howard Hughes thing? Howard Hughes with Leonardo was Howard Hughes.
There was always a guy from Treasury saying, "Hey, Howard would say, get me the money, get me the money."
and then his Jew accountant came running in there. Says, where are we going to get the money? And Howard Hughes looked around the corner. He said, "Make the money. Just make it."
He's showing you.
It's the book entry. Just create a book entry. And now the money's created.
He's showing you the beneficiary trustee relationship. Timothy James talked about this with David Clarence all those years ago, and I was like, "Holy crap!" Yeah, he just basically says, more or less, cut the check. That's how we are supposed to be.
Well, when we do the 1099B from the estate to whoever the recipient is, we've created book entry money. Under 357 and 356 of 31 ECFR is book entry accounting. We just created money right there by doing the 1099B. Then I would W4 whoever receives it. So I'm not going to do from my estate to me. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it to a title company or to a court or to a disputed ownership fund at the court because the court's a bank, or do some kind of book entry to another entity, and then send obligations to whoever that recipient is. Could be the vital records. It could be the registrar of vital records. It could be the treasurer of the estate. It could be the secretary of state. It could be whoever you want to fund. Set up some kind of agreement that this is what you're doing it for. This is what you want them to do, and this is what I'll be doing. If you don't write back, please let me know how I can accomplish this. Thank you for your help. I need your help.
Do you send those letters registered by any chance?
Yeah, I would, because there's
okay,
type of things. And then I would, on the back of the 3806, I would assign that insurance policy over to that office. Like Miss Molchan doing business as registrar in Alabama. The back of that 3806 is a pressure sensitive. The 3806 register mail is a pressure sensitive form where you write on the front, it imprints on the back.
Oh wow!
When you send register mail, there's a register mail receipt, right?
Right.
Well, when you write on the front, you can read what you wrote on the front on the second page. Correct?
Oh, well, yeah, but I think what she does is she takes that one and puts it on the envelope.
No, I'm talking about form 3806, not label 200.
3806. Okay.
There's a form 3806.
It's a white registered mail receipt.
Right. Yeah.
Registered mail.
Okay. I have one right here. I'm looking at
And
it
what's
right
the
now.
receipt?
It's
And what is
black
a
on the very.
receipt?
It's white on the back of it.
What is a receipt? A security.
A coupon, a voucher, evidence
It's a
of payment.
It's a security. It's a security.
Oh.
And how much
okay.
insurance? What's the default insurance on there on the lower right hand side above the from person on the right hand side? 50,000. So it's insured for 50,000 right off the bat. So who do you want? So if I want like a judge or somebody to do work for me, I need to bond them so that they can do work for me. So if you flip over that 3806 and you start writing on it as it is folded together, you will destroy the inside one because it bleeds through whatever you write. It's going to destroy that second page. So you have to butterfly open the 3806 and do a deposit, an assignment of that register mail number to whoever you're the send to person who's going to do the work for you. And so now I'm going to insure the registrar with $50,000 insurance policy from that registered mail by butterflying open 3806, writing instructions to her on the back, for what I'm doing it for, and then I put a round, and then I do a round international stamp because the international stamp has the tax. There's no tax on the international stamps. The normal stamps we use around here, there's still a tax on those stamps that's not paid for. And so you can use
What's the international stamp?
They're round.
What is that?
They're round. International stamps. They're round. They have a chrysanthemum or a poinsettia. They have different. They change the pattern, but it's a circular stamp. The GST
From the postmaster?
From the post office, yeah. The international.
Yeah,
stamps,
so you
the
could
GST.
just have them post it. Done. Just
I'm
write it on the back.
of the 3806. I'm gonna put it on the back of the 3806.
Right.
And sign through it as the postmaster. Buy for as on the left and a round stamp on the right, and I cancel the stamp myself because I'm the postmaster. And now there's a transfer of that $50,000 because you get the front piece, and then the post office scans both sides of the second piece. So if there's no assignment of that $50,000 on, it's almost like the double-sided check when you write a check and you have the receipt inside your checkbook of what you wrote. You can see what you wrote. Yeah, so that's what that
is. You fucking gotta be kidding me.
so now I'm insuring the person receiving it, and they can put that register mail number. The $50,000 goes on their books. I just granted them $50,000, and now they can perform for me because I'm bonding them.
My God,
yeah, that's high level shit, man.
That's incredible.
Yep.
Man, oh man.
I have just I don't know how many stamps I've ruined. But I don't want to put the stamp on first because if I screw up filling out the front, it's done. So I fill out the front. I fill out the front first. Blah, 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 get that right, and then I butterfly it open, and then I do the deposit slip on the back, blah, 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 and then I never put it back together again until the back is all filled out. Buy for as the round and the stamp on it and marked up with the two black lines at 45 degrees and the signature through it, and only then do I put it back together. And even then I'll put another one between it just so that there's no impression, so they can actually read the deposit slip, which is the back piece is the deposit slip. And then when I get there, then they run it through the machine, they tear off the front piece, give it to me, and they keep the deposit slip, and it's scanned in on both sides. And now you just bonded somebody, whoever the recipient is, on the back side, endorsing the check over to them. The $50,000 check is now endorsed over to them. Make sense?
Yes, it does.
Could you talk a little bit more about buy for as?
Well, who's doing it? I mean, it's me, for whoever I'm doing it for, and the capacity in which I'm doing it. It could be grantor, and a lot of different capacities. Grantor is always a good one. Because you can name the recipient as grantee on the top. grantee, and for what purpose, blah, 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 blah. And if there's another document that explains more fully what the purpose is, you can put that registered number on the document, kind of like an allonge that would go inside the document as well. And if you have more instructions on it, and you say grantee for the purpose of described and a launch document, whatever the document number you're going to put on there, I would tie it to the register mail number dash whatever, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, a launch number. That would be the launch document where you tie it into the endorsement on the back of the deposit slip. So now they're tied together. Of course, you make copies of this. You make copies of everything for yourself before you take it in there. So you flay it open. You make a photocopy of what the 3806 looked like. And of course, you have the allonge document. And you could even put a stamp on the allonge document, and they'll cancel the stamp right there, just to cancel the stamp to show that it's tied together for your record. And that would include a stamp for the allonge. I would also include a GST stamp on the allonge document as well, because we're assigning something over. They cost like $1.35 or something like that for the allonge, for that GST stamp.
Oh my gosh, this is too much.
It makes sense, huh?
Yes, it
Too
does.
much.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you talk about being a creditor. I mean, what more can you do? Insure somebody, for $50,000 by sending the letter.
If I want someone in the public to do something, they have no duty to me, so I have to bond them so they'll perform for me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I think I always kind of figured that when you accept the oath of office, a lot of times people over the years have noted how they change their attitude. It's almost like you're acknowledging some deed. And I wonder if their bond kind of all of a sudden gets kicked in when we acknowledge their oath of office.
Well, a lot of times these oath of office are completely bogus anyway. So by bonding them, now they work for you. Really, it's all de facto.
But now, by sending that, you really don't have a record of that, other than a picture. I mean, obviously, you can take a picture of it or something along that nature, because you would be sending it with the mail. You know what I mean? So if you want them to perform, you don't have a record of it.
I do. I make copies of everything before I do it, before I go to the post office. Then have the post office round stamp it.
Right.
For my, even though I signed the back of the deposit slip, on the other page I have the post office round stamp, and the post office round puts a stamp on the front part of the 3806, ties it all together. But when you get to this kind of level, they're not really going to dick around too much. I mean, you
should see I get the goofy eyes, and then I have the girl with the handicapped arm who tries to peel the sticker off and then throws it in the garbage. You know what I mean? So I get it.
Sticker. Well, again, I have when I do my registered mail, I have my own brown tape that I have here. You can get a roll of brown tape, and I have the sticker already put on there. I have the brown tape all ready to go. I don't want them to think about anything, so I have everything ready to go. But when I walk into the post office, I'm not going to sit there with all those mouth breathers at the post office. No, I'm not going to do that. And you also want to do the certificate of mailing, return receipt, certificate of mailing. You need both of those, the return receipt and the certificate of mailing. I like my firm book, 3877 book, and because now that shows proof of receipt. Green card they send back to me, showing they got it, and the certificate of mailing is the second witness. The second witness is the certificate of mailing. The post office is the second witness. So if you don't do the certificate of mailing, there's no proof, because you don't have two witnesses witnessing the mail. So the green card's one witness, and the certificate of mailing is the second witness.
So wait, you can do that with the registered mail too as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Certified mail, registered mail.
So you could add the green card with this registered mail.
green card, and a certificate of mailing. It's a separate form.
Okay.
Look up the 3877 form 3877.
Right. I probably have one laying around here.
It's a
It's
firm
not
book.
cheap either.
It's about $1 something for a certificate of mailing. Register mail is kind of expensive, $16 or something like that. But,
yeah.
I remember when you combine all that together. I remember back in the day, it would cost like 20 something. Now I think it's cheese, like 30.
Then gas was $1.25 a gallon.
Early
So anyway,
90s. Well,
yeah.
the COVID.
Anyway, yeah. So if it's important enough, it's in that register mail, especially if there's securities involved, like a birth certificate or something like that.
All right. So listen, back to AJ's process. It was the 1099B, W8BEN, 1040, and W2. Okay. And then you have to follow it up with the 1040T and then the 1042 series, which is, I believe, an S&T is 2 as well.
1042?
1042. Yes.
That's a corporate return.
Well,
what was the other one? T? What was
1040T? 1040T.
What's the P for?
T is in Tom.
1040T. I don't know that one.
I don't either.
1040T do? Never had to play with it. Something new. Sweet.
I would, he's got some videos on there. He's got on how to do the withholding certificate. I think it's a 4-hour video. It explains the W2, W8BEN, 1040, and the 1099B. And then at the very bottom, he goes through the 1042 series. So if you had some time to listen to them.
That's a corporate return, right? 1042?
I believe it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And who's the corporation?
1042S. Yeah. Well, it is an all-cap name. So
it's not a 1042. It's a 1042S.
It's the series. It's the 1042 series. So I think when you file the 1042, you get the 1042S and whatever other forms come up with that.
Yeah, the 1042 is a foreign person's U.S. source income subject to withholding. That's
Correct.
a foreign.
So that's your withholding agent. So that, what bothers me about all this shit is that puts you into a non-resident alien status.
Whatever that means, I don't know.
Well, makes you a alien nation. That's what it means.
I don't know.
You're not from this planet, man. I don't know.
I understand the book. I understand it. I like. It's cool that this is working for it. I'm more lazy. I'm not poo-pooing at all. But if I can do a 1099B from my estate to the registrar or to the court, disputed ownership fund, or to some fiduciary out there, fund them, and with instructions of what I want them to do, then I can just send them the MLS listing or whatever I'm trying to do, and then they should perform. I wouldn't have to do any of these forms. That would be their job to do these forms instead of me. I'm lazy this way. That's my lazy thinking.
Well, and this is my theory, is that I don't think he even fucks with that anymore. I think he just, let them do their books or whatever. Then he does the 1099B and then files a tax return on it.
What books? I don't know what that first.
Their books. Say
I don't know what that means.
Because their bonds or whatever they do. They got their.
How would that even become
bonds.
a thing for me to? How would that even become a thing for me if I was, their books? How would their books even have anything to do with me unless I initiate something?
Well, what if somebody initiated something against you?
That's a separate issue. Separate issue.
Okay. What's the difference? You see, you
Well,
get picked up and thrown in jail. I don't know.
Then you need to go see the magistrate to see the affidavit of complaint that give rise to the warrant. But as far as doing an acquisition, which is what I'm thinking about, I need more space for my cats. I need a cat farm, and so that's my big push right now because this other set of cats just recently came in, and I
You
don't
need
have
a
the heart
cat
to kill them.
farm, really?
I don't have the heart to kill them.
No, I don't blame you. But I don't either. But a cat farm? I've never heard of that. That's a new one. That's awesome.
I need a ranch. I need a ranch with a lot of space.
Yeah, me too.
And so
definitely.
So by doing the 1099 book entry to the title company selling the property, and I do a K1 distribution of that dollar amount to the title company, and tell them to maintain the remainder, the surplus, to be held on account for future obligations that I'll send to the title company for them to handle for me, and then that should fund the title company to complete the transaction, the acquisition.
So you're talking about buying a piece of property, then? Is that what you're trying to maintain? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, I need a ranch. I need a ranch for all these animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of doing all this forms and all this, I would have just used the trustees and fiduciaries that are there without me having to play all these tax forms, because they have a duty to do the tax forms anyway when they get hit with this kind of income coming into them. See what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. That's yeah, I need a ranch too. I mean, I got a bunch of worms I want to raise. I'm a worm farmer. I'm just kidding.
You
I'll
don't
raise some worms.
you don't need a reason, but I
Yeah,
actually
no.
do need it. It's a legitimate.
I believe you.
I do or don't is not the issue. So I don't justify why I do it. But it is a requirement for me for these animals.
Right.
So yeah, that was my plan on using. Huh?
I have a question for a current purchase with a title company. Would you do a 1099-S or still try to do the K1 to fund?
The 1099B keeps book entry credit. Creates money. Thin air. Out of thin air.
Okay, to the title company, because they're trying to make me wire, and I'm like, yeah, no, the securities are paid for, so.
Why are they having you wire watch for what?
They're saying on top of already endorsed FedEx to the title company, they're saying I have to wire them, Beware of wire fraud, right?
Wire them
Funds,
for
right.
What
to close the
funds?
deal.
Didn't you already put it in an application?
Yep. Well, I didn't put an application. I did a purchase, under cash.
A cash purchase of a piece of property?
Offering the securities, yeah. Like that was in the beginning.
Either a money order or a suitcase of cash or would you send them a money order? Certified funds?
Actually, I used EFTPS.
I don't understand what you say.
EFTPS.
And what was the source of funds behind the EFTPS?
The tax EIN. Account. It went through as an EFT, and they have a lock, and they only want a wire.
And they have a lock?
Yeah, they have a lock so that they only accept wires on the escrows because,
Who has a lock?
Fraud. The receiving bank.
The receiving bank is locked out from the EFT?
Yeah, they will only accept wires coming in, no EFTs. TH.
So, dollar amount is it? Just if you don't mind, what, 1,000, 10,000, whatever.
600,000 is what I said.
And does the EFTPS acknowledge the transfer?
Yep, and then the bank returns it, but where the return goes, right? To the bank.
But how do they have proof that they returned it? They just said they returned it?
Yeah, like it shows you on the EFTPS ledger. It says settled to the millisecond, and then the next day, within 24 hours, it says it was returned. And when I call the EFTPS, they always confirm that the bank is who returns it. And when I first initiated the payment, I called the bank and gave them the they give you a trace ID number, an acknowledgement number for the EFT, everything. And then they're like, oh, yeah, we found it. We applied it, but because we have a lock on the account, it has to be a wire, not an EFT.
What account was locked?
The receiving bank only allows wires in.
And they said they had a lock on. You said they had a lock on the account. Is that what the bank said?
Yeah, that's their excuse for not accepting the EFT payment.
Again, I'm not coloring it. I just the exact facts. They said they have a lock on the account, and supposedly remitted the 600,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I would do a petition. As payment tendered as a payment made, and they're demanding payment of specific species.
Yep, that's exactly what I told him, and I was like, "Well, give me your errors and omissions insurance." And she's like, "You think that it's on us?" Yeah, 100%. You are the fiduciary, intermediary to the transaction.
So now we have to determine the rights, title, interest, duties, and obligations of the parties. Doing a petition, like under 12/1809, I think it is. For 12/1809, is that right? Petition for harassment in your state. Now we have to determine because the payment tendered is a payment made. I'm not going to argue with them at all. What's Derek sent me? Claiming one.
Yeah, I already made a claim on there. They go through Alta, the American Land Association insurance.
I guess. Hi, buddy. The 12/1809. Injunction against harassment, petition, venue, fees, and notices. Yeah, it's ARS 12/1809 here. You can find something similar in your state and just do a petition to determine the rights, title, interest, duties, and obligations of the parties. Now that they've done a payment tendered and they rejected the payment tendered, what are the rights, title, interest, duty, and obligations? Payment tendered is a payment made. Have a court make a determination.
Yeah, I even have the settlement statement with the disbursement and everything on there. I'm like, you're really trying to tell me that it's not settled.
Okay, all that's true, but until you have a court make a determination, it's just arguing. So I would do a petition. I'll petition anytime it's petition. It means declaratory judgment. Petition the court to make a determination on the rights, title, interest, duties, and obligations of the parties, given these facts. And you have all the facts. The paperwork's already the facts.
Yep.
That's what I would do.
Along with the FedEx overnight that was sent to the title company. So.
Yeah, separate issue. Yeah, all that's true. That's just the problem. So the remedy would be, the solution would be to do a petition for determination.
Appreciate that.
I don't understand what you said.
I just said I appreciate that.
Oh, okay.
My mic sucks.
So look
I'm
up
sorry.
ARS. Look up ARS 12/1809.
Did you ever do a FinCEN report application? Did you ever do that?
Who are you talking to?
I was talking to you.
Oh yeah, I did mine back in 2017.
Is that a necessity?
It says the use of the Social Security number is mandatory. Then I had my friends in Australia do it. It's global. It's everywhere.
Hey, Smoking Baby? Oh, go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, you mentioned about the disputed ownership funds and things. When someone was charged with something and like really innocent, right? and even they got a no bill attainder issued back. So, without going all the details, I mean, like the specifics of the money and how it all works. Wouldn't there be disputed ownership funds in that case already that I could go claim?
Yeah.
From the court registry.
Get an accounting for it. Get an account. It's tied to your social, right?
Yeah.
Driver's license or something.
Yeah, I was thinking about filling out the appraisal form. Like, here in Fort Worth, you can request an appraisal or a value on. There's a form a lot of forms you can fill out for different things, but there's like one miscellaneous form, I guess, you can submit online. But I kind of did my accounting based off of the Texas government code on how they because the charge is that they created a security, and then the bond amount that it was to get me out was so much. So I basically kind of just added all the numbers together and came up with that. But I'm just like, I went up to the court registry and they just said, man, just bring us a motion of the order and attach your documents or whatever it is you got, and we'll get it to a judge. But I just wasn't sure really how to word the, put the language in there. I can just go in there and say, but where do I identify it, or, because they're not going to show me their books and records on where those funds are being held. So.
And what was it at? Identify it at, what's the it?
Well, identify like where. All right. So when I went up to the court registry, they're like, I didn't fill out no cash bond with the clerk. I said, no, I want to claim the securities, claim the value of what was being charged, because it's a no bill attainder. So if they created all this money based off of a charge and wrote bonds against it, and then I come back with a no bill, and maybe I should just go ahead and claim that, if it's just sitting there because it's presumed abandoned, and if I don't claim it. They were just looking to see, well, we don't see any bonds or anything, here. They were just playing stupid at first. Then the supervisor came out, and then finally when I started talking to her, I noticed there was a language barrier. I may not be speaking the correct terminology or something. She was trying to be careful with her words.
So how did this bill of attainder come into play?
Well, I was there for something else, and then they looked at my record. They said, "Well, there's this no bill of attainder," and so then I talked to a friend of mine. Not really a friend, but like somebody that I.
Anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, they said, yeah, man, there's money sitting in an account for you to go claim. And so I'm just like, I did research and I started looking at interpleader funds or disputed ownership funds. And I'm just like, well, it's got to be in there.
So what did they do? So they locked you up and let you go, and then said there's.
No, they locked me up. I got bonded out. And then when I went on my way to the courthouse to show up for my court date, they called me and they said, don't come. Don't even bother. It's stupid. They gave me a charge and then I got bonded out. I tried showing up to court and they said, don't even come. It's you got a no bill. The grand jury came back and said, no, you're good. And I'm just like, well, all right, but okay, I'm still out of pocket.
So that bond is yours.
Well, no, because I went through a bondsman. I didn't.
You still pay for it.
Right.
It's yours, the W-4. You get W-4 that bond. But as far as the disputed ownership fund, the dollar amount, there's the 4490, 10492. There's also the 2373, which is hard to get, but I have it. And the 4810, they take a docket number on those forms, and the type of tax would be 2603 tax. And you put down, I would send it off to the IRS with all your paperwork. And say, yeah, they got ahead of the game, created all these bonds, and now they took away all the time you were in too. That time you were in was worth $4,921 a minute. You can W-4 that.
Right. No, I've been sitting here going through, and every state has it, but anything that we have involved in our lives, like family court, probate court, civil, criminal, we can choose if we want to go in there and treat it as a trust action. And I think you can just go to the same court, but there's language like in Texas, like they want you got to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about. Otherwise, they're just going to presume that you're an adult with a disability or something like that. So, but yeah, you treat it, and then you control the funds and direct it for the beneficiary of the trust if you're going to treat it as a trust action. I thought that was kind of interesting.
As a withholding.
Yeah, because so pretty much it's just telling you how to liquidate the estate. I'm not talking like your entire estate. I'm talking just the court, like these court-created trusts they're doing in court. We have many years people try to go in the secured party process or trying to do this other patriot stuff, but and when I was going to school for law and everything, they said you just got to read the rules. All your remedies are right here. So I was like, what are we doing wrong? So I went back and started reading. It's like, oh, right here on this property estate code, it says right here we can take control of it just by letting them know we're going to take control of the assets of the assets of the estate, and just get the accounting is the number one thing. That's most important thing is you have to come in there with the accounting, but you also let them know that you're going to treat it as a trust action. So
I'm not gonna play their monkey game. I'm the agent for the IMF. I'm gonna turn it over to the IRS. Have the IRS crawl up their ass.
Yeah, that too. But I'm just like, they should just be able to cut us a fucking check. I mean, they should be able. I've seen people walk out. They've gotten paid. I'm unfamiliar about most of the people I know don't know anything about court registry. They don't understand it.
So that's a problem.
I'm not around a lot of people that understand how bonds work or are interested in learning. You can write your own bond. You don't need you need to go buy one.
I know. I agree, but at the same time, it's not my job to play in their venue. I'm an agent for the IMF. I'm gonna let the IMF crawl up their ass. I report to the IRS. I don't report to these assholes.
Right. I feel you. I know what you mean. Yeah. I'm just trying to.
Isn't Kurt?
Well, I appreciate it, man. It's good talking to you again. Thank you.
So anyway, yeah, the 2370. What?
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, isn't the clerk's praxis, isn't that book got all the information with the bonds and stuff like that in it?
But it's not my job to know the clerk's job.
No, I understand. I was just in reference to what that man was saying a minute ago.
I'm
but
sure
yeah, talking about nobody knows about. Yeah, the clerk's passage. Anyway, I was curious about your background. Did you? I mean, just brilliant, man. I mean, how long have you dived into this to get what you got, man? It's brilliant. It's brilliant, man.
Well, thank you.
No, thank you. And also one thing for housekeeping, if you're not talking, if you could mute yourself, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, someone has their mic open.
No time to lose. It's been open all night.
Bailey's got his mic open.
I turned my mic off just now.
So you have the 4810 prompt assessment. You can do a 3949A. They're being dangerous. They're locking people up just to manufacture some bonds. And then non-proc, they got ahead of the game, and they stole your time. And this is the kind of artifice and scheme they're doing. And they should have secured a warrant ahead of time to do all that stuff. And besides the grand juries, these grand juries are bullshit. They're not real grand juries. Try to get the indictment authenticated. They can't even authenticate their own indictments. It's just all de facto nonsense.
They did that to me. I went to go in there. My buddy Simon, my business partner, I had a traffic ticket. So I was like, if I can pay my taxes, my state taxes, with a check that doesn't have a bank account or routing information on it, and I didn't know what a cash bond looked like, but the courts, I went up there and I dropped it, left it in an envelope. Nobody was there. They just opened. I dropped my kids off at daycare. I was like, fuck it, I'm not going to stick it in the mail. I'm just going to walk up there and do it. I gave him a check, just like I did how the Texas comptroller says, this is what we want you to pay your tax with. Look at it, so
what's it look like?
It's a check without a bank account or routing information on it. No account number, bank account, or routing information. That is a cash bond.
Did it have an institution on it?
No.
Post a picture?
No, look, if you want to see what it looks like, type in how to make a check, Texas comptroller. It'll come right up. It'll show you a picture of it. So if all taxes or court cases are all a tax issue, why don't I just go in there and do that? So that's what I did. And the judge was on vacation. The magistrate was on vacation. Anyway, I called in. She's like, yes, don't worry about a warrant, nothing like that. None of that nonsense. I just got to, we typically receive these in the mail, is what she said. I was like, man, why did she tell me that? Maybe I'm looking into it too much. Anyway, we kept following up with it left and right. And then said, okay, the judge reviewed it. In order for this to get accepted, you have to come in here and it's just a traffic ticket. My son got out of his car seat and started waving at the cop behind us.
Okay. Anyway.
And so he gave me a ticket. Anyway, long story short, so the judge, you have to come up here and sign in order for it to get processed. All right. So my wife and I went up there and I was like, can I see everything? So I just did, what made sense to me. I just accepted everything, signed it, closed it, and gave it back to him. She was like, huh, all right. So then the judge got back like a week later. I guess he had to go out of town, whatever their excuse was. And I took my son, I have 3 sons. I was taking one son to the Sonic to get an ice cream, and they pulled me over right beside my bank, right down the street from my house. And they said I had a warrant out for my arrest. It's a felony. And so I'm sitting there trying to settle this matter with the courts. And I was supposed to show up the following Tuesday. This was a Thursday. And they arrested me right there. I was like, get the fuck out. Are you serious? He's like, yeah, they put out a warrant for my arrest for like issuing a forged document. So anyway, I contacted the district attorney's office. I got out, I think Saturday or Friday, whatever. And I got out and I spoke to the assistant chief investigator for the DA's office. I was like, man, I think there's a mistake. Something's going on. He's like, what's your name? And I gave my name, and I was like, Conan, whatever. He said, dude, we threw that thing away. He kind of laughed. He went, we're not pursuing that. No, that thing's, don't even worry about that. I'm like, okay, well, what was the problem? Who issued the warrant then? He's like, well, I assure you, Tarrant County did not issue that warrant. I was like, but I can't give you that much. I can't give you a lot of information unless you're an attorney. And I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, you have to have a licensed attorney to come up here. And I was like, you can't tell me what the problem was? Why they issued the warrant? No, they wouldn't.
Why they arrested me?
Yeah. And I was like, get out of here. So he's like, yeah, yeah, what was the issue? Anyway, that was
did you stress to them that they put you in jail? They arrested you?
Yeah, I did. And I said, look, somebody obviously, I saw who it was. It was the city that went to the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office to swear out a warrant against me for issuing a forged document. I'm like, forged? Really? He's like, look, we can only talk to victims, not defendants. I said, well, if you're not prosecuting this case, that makes me a victim. He's like, I get what you're saying, but and I'm just like, man, let's get the fuck out of here. So I went up to the court registry to try to liquidate that case, because that was bullshit. Not only did it piss me off, and it was like I didn't want my sons to see that shit. You know, they're not even 10 years. He's 4 years old. You know, the cop didn't put the cuffs on me. He let me go around the corner until my wife got there, and then put the cuffs on me. But they wouldn't even tell me the reason, like the specifics of why they.
Well, the problem is they have that what's it called? Warrants and wrongful arrest. The treaties on wrongful arrest and false imprisonment. They have to have the warrant in hand.
Yeah. So I did more research. So the cash. So once that lady said that the lady at the clerk's office, the city of Watauga, they said, look, it's used, it's ledgered as a cash bond. And I was like, so that's what a cash bond is. Okay. And then I can send you the letters. Tarrant County sent Greg Abbott. He's the attorney general at the time. What do we do with these cash bonds? You know, so instead of going to a bondsman, you can write a cash bond and go give it to the clerk, and that will bond you out. And they give you a receipt. And then once your court case is over with, you take that receipt and you go back, give it to the court, and they will cut you a check.
Okay, so I'm confused. But now you're just talking. Now you're talking theory.
Now, that's what it is. They said, "Do you have a receipt?" I was like, "No, I got a bond from a bondsman." Oh, well, we don't have anything. So they told me, they said, "Well, you have this no bill of attainder, then, you know." But I was like, so I got 2 charges that none of y'all are prosecuting on, and these securities are still sitting in there, still on my record. I got all my stuff, and I was like, you know, I was writing up the motion and the order, and I just couldn't figure out how to tailor the language to make them do what it is I want them to do. So
I heard everything, but it's tricky to follow. Yeah. So this cash bond is called what? How to pay a tax, Tarrant County? Cash bond. What was that?
I'll send you the letter. Yeah, the attorney general came back and said, yeah, the cash, you know, I'll send it to you in Telegram right. I'll send it to you in Telegram right now.
And the example of whatever that cash bond, how to pay tax.
Yeah, like my buddy.
No routing number and everything.
Hey, real talk. I mean, I'm telling you. I swear to God.
I'm not
I was blown away.
Here's the problem. Nice. I don't have your language to what to call it. That's what I'm going after. I don't know what you called it before because it's been a lot of words since then. So I said something about look up how to pay a tax, Tarrant County or comptroller.
No, Texas comptroller, how to write a check.
It's in the chat. It's in
the chat.
Again, I'm outside, so I'm not near my phone.
Yeah, I got you on Telegram. I was going to send it to you.
That's good. So this is like Simon the white truck. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a long minute.
Last time I talked to you was with Holly. I was on the phone.
So I'd get the IRS involved. They're generating bonds and not paying taxes on it. And number 2, none of these. Did you get those cops' name and badge numbers that arrested you? Wrongful arrest, false imprisonment, kidnapping, assault, battery.
Oh yeah, I got it all.
You have their badge number and everything?
I don't think I got the badge. I mean, I got it. I went to school with the police chief here at Studio.
Separate issue. It's a separate issue.
I can get it.
Either you know the arresting officer's information.
I don't know his badge number, but I can get it. I know where it is. I know how to get it.
Okay, so you got it. Okay. Because then you would have the IRS crawl up their ass. I'll get you the. I need to post the 2373 104 44 90 48 10 54. Statement, notice, and claim. Statement, notice, and claim. Has a docket number. Has a docket number. Type of tax would be a 2603 tax. But I would do a 3949A, suspicious activity, where they're generating bogus securities and harming the people because they're dangerous. So they're dangerous.
And that's I brought that same issue up to the investigator. And I said, look, you got people swearing out warrants, saying criminal activity is involved, and I got phone records. I've been on these calling every 2, 3, 4 times a week, following up with this, and they're going to pull this stuff on me without what? And then, so.
But the treaties on wrongful arrest and false imprisonment, you need to read that. I think they have remedies in there. And now it becomes a tax issue, not to mention your time, $4,921 a minute for the time you were arrested.
Well, it pissed me off because I had two friends call me that didn't even know about this. And I guess their wives have a subscription to those websites that report, anybody that's been busted. And they said, hey, did you go to jail for forgery? And I'm like, how'd you hear about that? They know me. And I was like, no, dude. Yeah, I did. But that's bullshit. I don't know why they did it. But
my question is, why are other men's wives talking to you about your shit?
Tarrant County's crooked anyway, right?
Separate issue from his wives gossiping with another man. The man should have come and talked to you about it, not the wives. That's a breach of protocol. If my wife were to go around and start talking, what are you doing talking to him?
No. I just had some of my close friends. Their wives have a subscription.
I get it, but the wives questioned you about it, right? Not the men.
No, the men did. The men did. Because I'm friends with the men, not the wives. He was just like, my wife said you got arrested. Oh, okay.
You didn't say that.
Apologize.
Devil's in the details.
So it's just embarrassing, It's like I don't do that type of shit, and so it just kind of starts painting a picture. People that your friends, family, they start looking at you like this whenever these cops or whatever start making allegations. It really pisses me off.
False? So they made false statements, right?
False statements, yeah.
Okay, that sounds like a $25 million penalty under Title 15.
Yeah, it was just. Anyway, I'm gonna mute real quick, but I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna send you that stuff I was telling you about right now. Hey, just before I get off, what was that thing you said earlier? Because I kind of jumped on the middle of everything. You said something about returning the birth
return for the baby.
Yeah.
You also need to officially adopt your children.
Yeah, I came across something like that the other day. Okay.
What do you mean you came across something like that? What does that mean?
No, I've been reading, been doing a bunch of reading, through the comptroller. I've been reading a lot of stuff from different parts of our government, Texas government.
So what did it say? This thing.
I can't remember. I wasn't looking for that type. I wasn't looking for that. I didn't adopt them. I was like, I'm not adopting my kids. They are my kids. I already claimed them.
Fatherhood's a presumption. Motherhood's a certainty.
Right. It in all everything. And the other thing is here. Okay, that's another thing I wanted to tell you. I came across, and the Texas comptroller says, "Are you a property holder? You could be. Are you holding property? And if so, you need to report it." Okay, so all of these companies, all these banks, courthouses, they're mandated by the state comptroller or whatever state you're in, whatever they call it, to report the property in the registered owners. And it's presumed that you've abandoned it unless you write to the comptroller, letting them know that you're not abandoning your property. But if you're holding the straight driver's license and the birth certificate and the state ID and all that stuff, and they're issuing you bills or, what insurance, you're getting all that stuff in that name. So technically you're holding state property. But anyway, long story short, it goes in to say, if you need to, if you give notice to the comptroller and then surrender it, you're relieved of all liability. All liability. All of it. I thought that was
I don't know. I'm not even sure what they're talking about anymore.
Basically, so if you have a debt and you surrender it to the comptroller, it's taken care of. In other words, but that's really what I was looking for. But while I was looking for it, I came across adoption. I came across claiming property. Anyway, yeah, I just, you said something about adopting. You have to formally adopt your kids. I haven't seen that here in Texas, really, if the process on
You
that.
don't have
So
to. You haven't seen that. I don't know what that means.
I haven't read that. Well, yeah, I haven't read into that, and I wouldn't know where to look in Texas how to adopt your kids. I mean,
How about the concept? How about just dealing with the concept before worrying about paperwork? Just the idea itself.
okay.
I don't know if even the idea is even something you see the necessity for.
Did you do it? Have you done that yet?
A separate issue. Whether or not I've done it, it's not the sudden. It's neither here nor there.
Right. No, I feel you.
Right now, you have mom, dad, and the state on the birth certificate. That's why they can seize your kids.
Yeah. That is
when you
why.
do the adoption, you make sure part of the adoption is when you adopt the kids that you terminate guardianships and conservatorships. Now they can't put their finger in your kid's ass.
That's a good point.
Until you actually become head of household and claim what's yours, because fatherhood's a presumption, motherhood's a certainty, and the state's there to protect widows and orphans.
What if you want to send them notice?
Why is there an echo?
Hey.
Because when the adoption happens, the kid gets a proper name. And now you've taken over. The man's taken over. And you want to terminate guardianship and conservatorship.
Okay.
I don't care how, even if your dad's alive, your dad should actually adopt you, an adult adoption.
That's good. I didn't think of it like that. That's good. Thank you.
That happens to adult children also. Sorry, does
I didn't hear that.
Can the father, like, I'm married, and my son is an adult already, but my husband, could he be able to adopt him, like you're saying, just to get him, like, out of that system? Or is it that once you hit a certain age, you have to do your own thing?
I don't understand what you're asking me. There's too many permutations there.
Sorry. I'll yield.
Can I be adopted by? Can I, an adult, be adopted by somebody else? Yes.
So my husband now could adopt my adult son.
Is it your son or is his son?
No, I'm the mother of this adult child, or the adult human.
But he's not the father. But he's not the father.
No, sir. Nope. Not
he
the
could
father.
adopt him.
And that would take
of
it
course,
out of the system, like you're stating.
I don't know who what system. What system is? What
I'm
system
sorry,
is your
I'm
son in?
No. He's not. Well, his biological father is not around, and so I'm curious
Separate
if my
issue.
husband could adopt him. Okay, I understand that. So
the son would have to. The adult son would have to agree to it.
So, in a sense, what you're speaking about with the children of these other people who are talking about children being adopted by their fathers, right?
The minor children being adopted, but yeah.
Minor children. Thank you. Okay, minor children. That was the issue. Thanks. I yield.
May I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I have a situation court-wise similar to what we've been talking about, and I'm just kind of curious about it because the numbers you're giving here were pretty phenomenal. I don't have a driver's license. It expired. I didn't get the memo and didn't pay attention. And 2 years went by, and then I realized I don't have a driver's license. At that point, I was part of the assembly. I had a credential card, and I didn't feel the need for a driver's license, knowing that I'm not doing commerce. It's not necessary. So I had a bully cop get in my face over the driver's license situation, and I'm at the police station talking with the police chief. I come out, and this cop comes up from behind me. He's not even on duty. He is reporting to duty. He recognizes me, and he parks his car, comes around behind me, and was not in my car. I was in the process of getting the key out to unlock it, and he says, "Let
Okay.
me see your." He says, "Let me see your driver's license." I turned around. I said,
Probable
"You know,
cause.
yeah." I said, "You know, I don't need one." Okay. With that, he says, turn around, and he handcuffs me, takes me to jail, and walks me into jail, makes a loud announcement to everybody, maybe a dozen people in the room. She's a sovereign citizen. Well, the attitude changed very quickly. Well, that kind of pissed me off. And so they're asking, well, who are you? And, want my information. I said, if you want to know who I am, call the police chief. He knows me very well. And because that's where I just got kidnapped from, right? And so I was signed in as a Jane Doe. Wouldn't let him do the processing or anything, and refused to sign any paperwork whatsoever. Every time they asked me to sign a form here, there, wherever, I said, sorry, I'm not going to contract with a for-profit corporation. And it really pissed them off. They locked me up and held me there. Now, this again was for having an expired driver's license, expired more than 6 months was the only charge. And
Okay.
and they hold me for 13 days because I wouldn't sign any paperwork. Oh, and the other part of that is that he stole the phone right out of my hand, claimed that they had to go through my car to find the phone, to find who I was, which was crap. They all know me. And they tossed my car completely, towed it to the impound. Half my bumper is missing. Um, my phone, they had my phone completely. Unfortunately, it was not locked at the time. And so, anyway, I was denied a first hearing. I was denied a phone call. I was denied drinking water for 13 days. The only thing that came out of the faucet in the bathroom was hot water, and it stunk. Um, I'm an old lady. Okay, I'm 74. I was cramping up something fierce. It was like torture. I was reading books in order to not get bored, and on the fifth day, they came in and took all the books out. They refused me any kind of paper. I mean, it was just absolutely ridiculous. Every time I would ask for, oh, that was the big one. I asked for a sweatshirt. The guards are wearing jackets. Everybody in there had been issued a sweatshirt, but me. And when every time I asked for it, they would just, that was it. I mean, they would hear me, but they wouldn't do anything. And on the fourth day, finally, I get the answer I got very used to, and that is, you don't sign our paperwork, you don't get nothing. And so anyway, 13 days go by. Well, the day before, a cop comes in, didn't recognize the uniform at all. I don't know where he came from. And he says, if you don't sign the paperwork, you're not going to get out of here. And I said, well, let me make sure I heard you right. If I don't sign your paperwork, coming in contact with a for-profit corporation 2 years from now, I'm still going to be here. And he said, yes, ma'am. And I said, okay, we're going to see. With that, he left, and the next day they let me out. Um, and on the way out, they asked me to sign the form, and they said, "You probably won't sign this, but And I said, I read it, and I said, "You're right. I'm not going to sign it."
Did
And
you walk out with it?
no, I didn't. They took it back.
You
So
don't. You
anyway,
let them take it back.
well, yeah. I mean, I didn't really think otherwise. I mean, I didn't sign the paperwork, and they grabbed the clipboard, but I mean, it wasn't even a thought process for me to take it.
I
So okay, so now this was 2 years ago, all right? And for 2 years, I'm like, how the hell do I hold these people accountable? That's where I'm stuck. You know, and tonight I've heard, yeah, I've heard you say that so many times tonight. And so I guess, you know, I was with, you know, the Lone Wolf Pack, whatever it was. I did the W4 class way, huh? Pardon?
Lone Wolf. Oh no.
Lone Wolf.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, anyway, I took their W4 class a long time ago,
And you didn't sign it?
Well, no, I didn't do it. I didn't know how to apply it to my situation, is what I'm saying. So, so anyway, anybody out there willing to help me? I mean, I'll tell you, I've been in the call most of tonight, and all the terminology I understand because I've been in this, studying this for maybe 8 years now, 7 years. And so the terminology I'm hearing here tonight, I understand a lot of it. I've been taking massive notes, writing mostly in the IRS forms. But anyway, I still have a lot of dots that aren't connected. That's all.
What dots?
Well, I mean, as you're talking about these things, I understand the terms and I understand the basics, but the actual application is where I get stuck.
What application?
What do you mean by what application? Like how to apply the W4 to what all I went through. You know, you say it's $4,921 per minute. I just did the math on my calculator when I heard you say that. Most 13 days, and it was 13 days to the hour. That would be $92 million. And then, you know, all the other things that. Pardon?
100 million is the max on a W4.
What is the max? I'm having trouble hearing that.
100 million
is the max. Oh, so we're pushing that, aren't we? And then all the torturous things that were done during the process, the behavior of this officer, the impound destroying my car, the fact that they went through my phone in my car completely. They put 7 felonies on me. I'm a notary and had driver's license of people that I was notarizing paperwork for, and they put 7 felonies on for my having other people's ID. You know, they really piled it on. Pardon?
But you actually had their ID. You actually had their ID card.
No, I just had they would text me a picture of it, and then I would do a Zoom notarization. So
electronic.
So
you have electronic. You have electronic notarization credentials.
No, I'm a recording secretary with the assembly.
Oh.
International notary witness.
Yeah, they don't recognize that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the IDs was my driver's license. Another one was my sister's, and then the others were
I get it.
People that were, you know, I mean, they wrote letters and everything else. It was just a joke. Well, anyway, bottom line. So moving forward, I went to the arraignment, did the whole thing with coming against the presumptions. You know, showed my paperwork of expat and all this other stuff, and they still scheduled a trial. Well, you know, I was new at it. That was my first round ever of being in a courtroom. So then I show up for the pre-trial, and I did subrogation. And so in the pre-trial, I did a you know, fair warning letter on subrogation, asking them for the QSIP number fund and all that kind of stuff on the security. And of course, you know, the judge and the prosecutor, it's like somebody put tape over their mouths. They wouldn't respond to anything. They wouldn't say anything. Any reference to the you know, counterfeit securities and obligations, they wouldn't say anything. But I just had fun messing with them in court, you know, going on and on and on
So
about. Well, they ended up doing a what is it, a nolo prosecute.
Nolo proc.
Yeah, they chickened out. So yeah, they didn't go forward because, you know, basically, as I understand the subrogation, when you go that route, you know, here I was in a threatening it, basically a fair warning situation, and I had all the paperwork filled out, so they understood. I understood what I needed to do, and so all I had to do was threaten it, and they dropped the case. So I didn't, you know, have to go through with anything.
You threatened a subrogation?
Yes.
That's the it? Okay.
Yes, that's what I.
So what'd you learn from this experience, young lady?
Stay home. Get your frickin' driver's license. No, I'm serious. No, this really ticks me off because I don't like being bullied, and
You're in a war
yeah,
zone. You're in.
yeah,
You're in.
I understand it, and I'm willing to fight. I'm willing to fight. My
You don't. It
video.
will. Why fight?
Well, I don't mean fight. I'm willing to stand up. Okay, I'm willing to stand my square. How's that?
Well, that's fine, but they give you all the tools are there to be be part of the system, but not of the system. Whatever you want to in the world, not of the world. And
Hmm.
you don't have a power. There's no power of attorney. You don't have a power of attorney over the all caps name.
I
Number
do.
one, you do.
I do. I have a durable power of attorney, and it's called hold harmless and durable power of attorney. I did my paperwork
D-
back in April of 18.
Does it conform with their power of attorney form statutes?
That I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Just because you're appointed, have you accepted the appointment? I don't know.
No,
The all
I've
caps.
learned tonight. I learned all that tonight. I get it, the acceptance, acknowledgement, and acceptance. So
Yeah.
no, I have not done that because I didn't know about it.
And you go to uniformlaws.org and type in power of attorney, and look at that page to show the status of the Uniform Power of Attorney Act that they recognize. And
You
they
said
kept you in there.
I'm sorry, uniform what?
Laws.org.
Uniformlaws.org. Okay.
.org.
Right, got it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not. Yeah, I can understand why they kept you there because you're a
Why?
stateless person. You're a stateless person, an unknown. You're a Jane Doe. You're nobody at that point in their system.
Well, I mean, the next day, I mean, they got all the information. I mean, they had all the information
It's presumptuous. It's a
within an
presumption.
hour.
It's still a
Okay.
presumption. Yeah. Do I like what they did? No. I don't like what they did at all. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous. You could have died in there. They could have killed you in there. You just been a Jane Doe. Um. So yeah. So yeah. I have a driver's license. I signed the driver's license with my power of attorney signature. The signature on the power of attorney from the all caps name is one signature. My agent certificate of validity as the attorney in fact is a different squiggle. You can't use the same signature in different capacities, otherwise it's self-dealing. So my driver's license has the power of attorney signature on it. So I'm the attorney in fact for the all caps name. So if the all caps name does something wrong, I don't go to jail for the client.
I mean, what do you do when they kidnap you right off the street? It's not
They
a
don't.
choice.
They call me by my Christian name and say, please watch out.
I guess I'm not there yet.
Nope. 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 Nope.
That's all
The
right. I mean, how do I learn this? I mean, and I'm not asking how to learn. I've been studying like mad, but tonight I'm listening and I feel like I've been a fly on the wall for a couple hours now, and I'm impressed. I mean, I've learned a lot just in this one phone call. I appreciate all you.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't know who you are. They don't know that we exist technically until we occupy a capacity that they do recognize in this wartime situation under martial law, under the Reconstruction Acts, as it is now. And as far as sovereign citizen, define the term for yourself. What's
Hmm.
the sovereign citizen? Thank you for recognizing that. You have to
Yeah, I mean,
define your own.
all the paperwork that they filled out, and the officer who arrested me was not the one who filled out the complaint. And in the complaint it says that I said I was a sovereign citizen and I wasn't under their law, the normal rag. And I found that interesting that here, and it was electronic signature on the citations.
Do you have all that paperwork?
I do.
Well, at least you know what. At least you can prove the time you're in.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
You can prove the time you are in.
I can.
So there you go. So that all that time commodity belongs to the IMF. They've cheated the United States of taxes. That time commodity belongs to the IMF. Now you get to assess the value of that time against them because they employed you all that time. You were in a cube. You're in a cube just like I'm in a cube. Only you're 24/7.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so one of the questions I had: who fills out the securities? Is it the clerk of court, comptroller?
I don't know. Somebody does.
Well, I mean,
Somebody.
I was trying to get the QSIP and everything, you know, for the case, and I ended up getting it. I ended up paying somebody to get all the information, the QSIP and everything on the case number. I also paid the guy to get it for me on my property taxes, and yeah, I used Wes, and
So you can do
so
it. You can do a 1099-B on that and see what the IRS takes back. Done in good faith in the description.
yeah, I've heard you talk all these things. Is there I mean, do you do any kind of private consulting?
The 1099-B is simple. It's just who the lender, the lender's the recipient, and then the QSIP number and the market value. If you don't know what the market value is, you just leave it blank and send it in with the paperwork with the IRS. See what the IRS kicks out. In the description, you have an account number. That would be the arrest number.
Mm-hmm. Now, each one of the there were 2 citations and then the arrest. Each one of the citations aren't they're securities too, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. So there's 3 securities involved on this, right? So my question is, you know, like I said, one of my questions was who creates this security? The clerk of court kept saying the prosecutor does it. The prosecutor said the clerk of court does it. And I'm sitting here like, all right, which one of you is lying?
Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's going to be the court.
Well, who's committing the fraud is my question.
It's not really your issues about you're still tilting a windmill. You're still tilting a windmill. Who cares who did it? The fact that they have to pay taxes on it, that's the issue.
Well, now the okay, well, the officer, well, see, now that is another issue that has me a little concerned. I haven't paid taxes since 2008.
Every time you buy something, you pay taxes.
Well, I understand that. I'm saying income taxes. All right, so I got your point on that earlier, but on the income tax thing, is there an issue when you're dealing with the IRS? I mean, periodically the IRS sends me a thing, you owe taxes, and I just, you know, I just put return to sender, no contract. And
you're the agent. You're the agent. Yeah. You're an IMF agent. You have a duty to order, keep records, and report to the IRS. You have a duty to do that. You can, like I did, delegate it back to them. Well, you guys go ahead and fill it out for me. I can't, in all good faith, sign these forms under penalty of perjury. So here's your limited power of attorney authorizing, ordering you to do it for me. Thank you for your help.
Yeah, so I've got to go back, 16 years for voluntary compliance? How is that going to work?
I don't know. Who says you have to? I just told you to delegate it back to the IRS.
All right, so I give it to the IRS, and and I've got 16 years of not having done taxes. So what reasonably am I going to expect back from them?
45, 49 A's.
As far as my owing money?
I don't know. I don't know if they're realize they're going to do it wrong because they have no first-hand knowledge. You can always correct what they did wrong because they're using a bogus form. All the IRS forms are bogus anyway. So let them go ahead and satisfy themselves, and you come back and correct it later. Correct what they did.
I know, but then when it comes to having to pay it,
who says you're going to have to pay this conclusion?
Well, all right, this is where I'm stuck. I appreciate you laughing. But I'm lost here. Okay, I mean, pardon?
Who says you owe anything?
Well, if they go by the paperwork, I'm sure they have from those who paid me, they're going to have me down as owing. I owned a company during that period, etc.
Well, the company's a separate
corporate
issue
taxes,
from you.
Yeah, corporate taxes were paid, but as far as my personal, I didn't pay taxes, and I had a sizable income.
Well,
so whatever is on record, I'm sure that we're looking at easily 5 times 16 years easily.
I don't know. Again, you didn't earn any income because the labor of a human being is not taxable. Yeah.
Say that again.
The labor of a human being is not an article of commerce or a commodity that can be taxed. Title 15, Section 17. You have a claim of right under 1341 of Title 26. You have a claim of right. Your labor is a deduction.
Okay.
Claim of right.
Okay. To be
Title
considered.
15,
Thank you.
Title 15, Section 17.
Yeah, I got that.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was 26 what? 13.
For what?
1304.
For what?
Okay. Thank you.
I,
All
no,
right.
I
Well,
don't know what I don't know what you're talking about. The other one, what other one? What for what?
you quoted another one right after you earlier. You said 15 USC 17, then you went 26 USC and 13 something. I thought.
Who's liable for the tax?
I don't know. I don't remember what it was. You just said 26. Whatever, and whatever. That's okay.
I've got a video that I send you that goes over those forms and what they are, and that has helped me tremendously. And I will do that. I will do that right now for you. And you
The
got
Jack in the Box video. How about the Jack in the Box video?
That would be awesome. I still have yet to see that, but I know that it's out there now.
It's in the room.
Oh, it's in the in the law. Okay.
It's in the room.
Okay, awesome. Well, there you go. But you got this, and just remove yourself again. You got this, and I'm sorry, it is kind of fun, but you don't have to mention all that. You go just do what you got to do. Just remove yourself and do it, because you got this. You understand it, and I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the one. You're the one for this. You got this. You really do.
I don't mind having a driver's license because they're employing the Social Security number, so I'm charging minimum wage 24/7 for the driver's license withholding.
How do you do that?
Fill out a W-4. They hired the Social Security number. They didn't pay me for it, so I'm charging minimum wage.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I just need to hang out with you guys more. Thank you. I yield.
So what did Lone Wolf's process turn out to be? You didn't really do it. You didn't do his stuff.
No, I didn't do it.
That's good.
Okay, so where else do I learn how to do a W-4? The W-4 process is what you're talking about when you say W-4. Is that the same thing that was in his class?
I don't know what he did in his class, but my Jack in the Box video is here in this room.
It was just posted, Marge, so just check in the chat.
All right, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks.
I'll do my research and be back. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign of one without subjects and a citizen of heaven. I defined it myself and recorded it. So I am a sovereign citizen. My definition trumps their presumption every time. They can't define anything. They can't define me.
Is that your domicile of origin?
That is brilliant.
Citizen of heaven. What is your domicile of origin that you use?
I'm a citizen of heaven, yeah. But my domicile of origin is in the kingdom of God.
Amen. Thank you.
I'm here by divine intervention.
Amen, brother.
But you have to really believe it. I mean, you could say these words, but because
in his image to do his will.
When it helps with the lessons, then you have to be learned anyway. Yeah, you got to believe that, or you don't. But if you don't, it's not going to work out.
It'll come out with the behavior and the conduct and the attitude will come out. The belligerence and things like that will come out.
Absolutely.
When you agree with them, you fuck them up. Oh, okay, I'll be happy to do that. So what's your name? Well, my name is private, but I'll be happy to grant it to you, and all liability associated with it for the next 30 days. My signatures are copywritten. So if I signed something under duress, well, they just stole a copyright. That'd be bad for them, wouldn't it?
That's why
Taking my fingerprints are copywritten. Taking my fingerprints under duress, under force and threat, that's stealing a copyright. That'd be bad, wouldn't it?
Yes.
My body belongs to an estate, so the beneficiaries need to be protected. So they have the beneficiary have beneficial interest in my landed estate that I walk around in. Everything that my body produces is for the benefit of the beneficiaries. So they're damaging beneficiaries. That's bad. My retinal scan, my vein patterns, my pheromones, my carbon exhalations, my EEG, EKG. I claimed it all.
God-given chromosomes.
Oh yeah, the RNA, DNA, all those things. We're going. Are we going on that? Yeah, we're going on that this weekend. License grantee biometric claim. But adopting your kids is important. Because number one, you have heirship. Number one, and then you can terminate the guardianship and conservatorship, and they get the name decree for the adult adoption. Derek's doing an adult adoption from his dad. I was told somebody about that fatherhood's a presumption and motherhood's a certainty. The woman got so pissed off. She took it as like she was being a hussy.
What can you explain what the father's adoption is doing that the individual cannot autonomously do besides the act of adoption?
I mean, what you're asking? Why do the adoption?
Why? Okay, Derek is whatever 40, 50, 30 something, whatever. How is that scratching an itch that he can't reach?
Because the dad can terminate guardianships and conservatorships.
So we don't do that by writing notices ourselves to do the same?
You could argue it, yeah. But when the dad comes in, the whole patriarchal line, the dad comes in, you get a proper case name from your dad, terminate guardianship and conservatorships. Now your dad has salvaged you from quote unquote the system. You could do it yourself.
Okay, interesting. I got the POA from my dad on the birth certificate instruments, but
How do you get a power of attorney? How do you get a power of attorney on birth certificates?
Notarized.
What notarized?
So I put the numbers of the birth certificates on a form saying my father's name does hereby, grant irrevocable power of attorney over these instruments listed. On this day, blah blah blah, notary signature.
The problem is that those certificates belong to the state. It's a state franchise. It's a state agency. The birth certificate's a state agency. Because the infant is found, the child is registered, and the mom goes home with the baby, never to be heard from again. Child means child and children of terms of purchase. And an infant is a decedent of an estate or a trust. Remember all that in the Internal Revenue Manual? So that hasn't yet received a Social Security number. So once the Social Security number is issued, the trustees of the Social Security Administration take all those capacities, and that Social Security number can be used for all those types of entities. So the infant is a decedent, and the decedent's captured under 22 USC 2715, 22 USC 2715C, 2715C talks about conservation of estates. When a U.S. citizen dies abroad, the consular officer shall pick up the baggage, effects, and residue, contact the next of kin, issue a certificate, and deposit it in the general fund, and it's held in trust for the claimant. This is a summary of 2715C. So there's a conservation of estates, and the consular officer adjudicates the nationality. That's one of the duties of the consular officer. That's the CSP field that I've had trouble with, and I've had this letter to the consular officers ready to go since last year, but it's been so much shit going on for the past year, so many people dying and crap happening. So but I don't like the CSP alpha U.S.citizen presumption, so I'm trying to get that changed. But if you look up 2715C of Title 22, it's the birth registration event, because they have to capture the estates so that under the bankruptcy they can't pick us up and hold us in slavery. That's why they put everything in Puerto Rico, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, before the banking holiday, with all the farmland, which of course I'm farmland. My birth certificate's a land patent, as well as a presidential power of attorney, and the livestock's hairy animals that reproduce and have families under the Agricultural Act, and they moved it all down to Puerto Rico because when they went bankrupt, the international bankers could come and seize the property under bankruptcy, so they put it all down in trust in Puerto Rico to protect the people and the farmland because of the bankruptcy that was going on. So, and we're still under martial law, still under Reconstruction Act, Libra Code still applies. All this crap we're still under. And so that's why that's under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Everything has to be licensed under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Everything's licensed. And so that's the way it's set up at this point. So this conservation, so the dad coming in and doing an adult adoption, as far as the birth certificate goes, that's one thing. And then you have the birth return, where the baby comes forward and is now in the county through the county auditor, and now they know the baby's not dead. It's kind of like a proof of life without calling it a proof of life. And then at that point, once you have the name decree, I need to send mine off to the Census Bureau, Bureau Form 300, with my name decree that I got when I was back a year old for my adoption decree. And I was trying to get a decree all during COVID, and the probate clerk of my county said there's no documents necessary for a name decree, a dispositive statement. And I sent one to him, it disappeared. Sent another one, hand delivered, and he wrote back, there's nothing judiciable in this package. There's a huge package, all kinds of artifacts, all kinds of information. And the probate clerk wrote back, said there's nothing judiciable related to this issue. If you believe there's an issue, you need to get an attorney. I'm a first name basis with my clerk in the probate since 2016. And so I kept wrangling with it, about this whole name decree. I finally went through the documents, my birth documents. I have a folder full of documents. I would finally pull open my adoption decree, and it says right there, name decree. I go, motherfucker. No wonder he was back in 2020 where he said there's no documents necessary for a name decree. Why? Because I already fucking had one. I just never looked at my adoption decree up front. I didn't look at it well enough. It said name decree at the very top. What a fucking retard. Top to bottom, left to right, agony. And so I took that name decree from 1965 with a raised seal, took it to the Social Security Administration, showed it to this guy, and this guy was an idiot, but he finally had to go talk to somebody. And they made a photocopy of this 1965 kind of yellowish adoption decree paperwork, had with a raised seal. They made a photocopy of it and stamped original, original observed or something like that in the back. And and now I got to take this name decree and send it over to the Census Bureau for Form 300. She will try to do the Form 300 a couple of years ago, and they said, "Oh, you're a little ahead of the game. You're missing something." And she will said she's missing the name decree. That's when I think she was doing the name decree thing. She will trial was a trial. I can't remember. And so now that I have my name decree, I'm just going to put a photocopy. I'm not going to mail that thing out and send it off as a photocopy to the Census Bureau. I wonder if that changes the counting of the people. You know who the people are? This whole people being in the domicile, the 10th Amendment, all that stuff. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Or did my
Yes.
phone? Okay. Because I'm outside. I'm not in the house. And because my whole thing is they don't know who we are. They don't know we exist. They know nothing about us because their fiction's a dead fiction. They deal with dead bodies up there in probate because on my adopted birth certificate, I was adopted. On my adopted birth certificate versus my certificate of birth, adopted birth certificate has a little code on it of VS34, VS-34, and it's 90 degrees to all the print. And it took me years. I finally found it in the Kentucky Registrar's Manual. VS-34 is a provisional report of death. That code means a provisional report of death. So the birth certificate is a provisional report of death code. That's why they've been probating the birth estates ever since the beginning to fund this whole operation. And so that was interesting. And so they don't know we exist, and they don't know who I am. So every chance I get to make the record, I created my own credential saying who I am. So one of the biggest things that even Derek is, I give Derek all the time. Derek, who are you? I haven't done it yet. Who are you? If you have to write down who you are, what would you write down? Create your own credential. Write down, and you can put your photograph with your biometrics, with the mailing it, with a rural address, with a signature and a thumbprint. You can create your own credential. I have my own credential, and I use it as identification when I'm not being the power of attorney. And it's accepted because I recorded my credential in the public record, telling them who I am. Because they don't know who you are. Because if I can't tell them who I am, they'll tell me who I am, and I won't like it. If I don't tell them who I am, they'll tell me who I am, and I won't like it. And guess what? Whoever they say I am, I can trump them because they only operate in assumption and presumption, which is to their best. Like general partnerships, the general is a relationship by default. General partnerships the default. And so that dead fiction name, with me having it in my pocket, presumes I'm the general partner with the dead fiction. And so having the power of attorney separates me from the dead fiction. Now I have a capacity I do recognize attorney in fact with a different signature from the all caps name signature I've been using since I was 13, more or less. And so each one of my capacities, like trust protector, executor, grantor, grantee, trustor, I have different signatures for each one of the capacities. So when I stop to sign something, if I'm doing a document of some kind, I have to slow down, sit there, think about what I'm actually doing before I put the signature on it. It slows me down so I can make sure I use the right squiggle for the right capacity. Because it's the signature that gives the document color. Color is granted by that signature. If I use my power of attorney name, Master Scott, that's my middle name, Scott, Master Scott. By using Master Scott, that's the capacity I'm acting as the attorney in fact, because it lines up with my documents. So because they don't know who we are, and I have to give it color, otherwise it looks like self-dealing. They don't know who you are. They don't know who you are. They don't know you exist. That's why you're being probated under that VS-34 code. Everything's being probated. Why? Because you're presumed dead because there's no birth return. You don't have your own credential. If you can't say who you are, if you can't even say. I'm not poking at you people individually, poking all of you in the eye. But if I go into probate court and I can't say who I am, and I'm trying to get collapse the vest the estate under my control, and I can't say who I am, I'm going, this person's an idiot. No, we're going to keep them under the orphans and widows control, under conservatorship, because this person can't even say who they are. Holy shit! Why would we grant them any useful access if they can't even say? This is my thinking anyway. It's not a fact, but this is my thinking. If I can't say who I am, and the judges will do an inquisition as you get closer to whatever it thinks is getting out of the system, which is not getting out of the system. It's You realize the only place on Earth where there's no gravity is in the center of the Earth. Remember Neo at the end? Neo became the system, became Mr. Smith. The only way out is to go further in. The only way to not get run over by the horses is to take the reins to the horses. And so, but if I can't say who I am, I'm in big trouble. So these are the concepts I'm playing with. And the whole domicile thing, that domicile thing that I solved a year and a half ago, finally, after working on it for a year and a half, wrestling with that thing. Because, you know, that's the slaughterhouse cases and all this shit and blah, 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 blah. It was that 10th Amendment that finally freed me. And, so yeah.
I
So these
used
are the
my
concepts.
conception date. I used my conception date when I separated myself, like on the document when you keep saying, how do you identify yourself? That was how I separated myself, was the conception date versus my birth date, with the picture and all of that, as a common law ID.
Well, the conception's an approximate thing. There's no definite conception date. It's somewhere around a certain time. But
right, first month, 10th month in the year of our Lord or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so but you're actually, I was conceived in the mind of God before the beginning began. I'm before any of this stuff existed. I was conceived in the mind of God before the beginning began.
I see.
And I was the Ouija board baby, so there's that.
Ooh, I don't know what that means. Ouija boards are scary. So the
May I?
Sure.
So this has me thinking. That's dangerous.
Oh no.
Oh no. little dangerous. Okay. So for someone who does not have a living father, or their parent, the father incarcerated for life, would let me rephrase this. So would my dad be able to adopt one of my offspring? If there
Why would you want him? Why would you want him to if he's in prison for the rest of his life?
No. So that's what I'm saying. If one of my offspring's fathers is life incarcerated, would my dad be able to adopt that offspring?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could. Because it's that widows and orphans thing. That's why, you know, the state becomes the parents' property. It becomes a state for the widows and orphans, because no man has stepped up to actually step in the role of the patriarch. Patriarchy. Patriarchy. Yeah. Because and why the dad has greater rights than the females, because the man specially deposits his DNA into the egg bank, and for a 9-month maturation. 9 months creates a security under Title 1578 CA10. 9 months creates a security. So his private DNA is deposited in the egg bank for a 9-month maturation period. And the issue, they call the children the issue. Issues are also securities. And the issue is the man's security entitlement. The man's a security entitlement holder over the issue. It's a trust relationship. And so the security entitlement holder trumps the trustee.
Briefly, Ruby got kicked.
Who's Ruby?
You were answering Ruby.
I don't know what that means. Got kicked. Who kicked her?
She dropped out of the chat.
Okay. I'm still all right.
Well, she says she got kicked out.
Someone kicked her out?
That's her word.
Or she just dropped. Or she dropped.
Her words are she got kicked out.
That's weird. I didn't do anything. I was sitting on the back porch in the moonlight.
She's back.
She's resurrected. Was that the third? That was the third Matrix, right? Resurrection. Matrix Resurrection.
Yes. There's also an interesting term called a collateral issue.
With what? And in what circumstances that?
I only know it from looking it up in Noah Webster's 1828, and I just recall it. They call it a collateral issue. It is a kinsfolk who is not of direct related heritage.
Is that like Boaz, the nearer kinsman, in the Book of Ruth?
I believe that several families of royal families in the past have claimed a collateral issue to the royal name, even though they have no direct heritage to the name, is what I was researching when I looked it up.
Yeah. What do you see?
I guess I remembered it because it was sort of an interesting use of collateral.
Yeah, collateral.
Which
collateral issue.
I tend to think of as
and the
security.
issue. Mm-hmm. Collateral issue. It's almost like a stand-in. Sounds like. Anyway, so they don't know who you are, and there is a book of life. I have that from the Health and Human Services. There's a book of life. Everybody has a book of life. This will go down on your permanent record. Oh yeah, kiss off. That was the Violent Femmes, kiss off to the air. You do it all the time. Yeah, yeah. That song, punk rock song. I hope you know this will go down in your permanent record.
Yeah, yeah. Kiss off into the air.
Kiss off in the air, yeah. And so there is a book of life. They do keep track of everything. It's real. So anytime I see like a couch in the middle of the street or some kind of damage out there, I call 911 and report the danger to the public. Not to mention, because I would hate to come around the corner and going cross country, slam into a fucking couch that fell off some redneck's truck. And I always give them my name. I don't hide from them. By your deeds they shall know you, or something like that in the Bible. So yeah, so I'm not. This goes back to they don't know who you are. That's the problem. They don't know who you are. That's one of the issues. And then your domicile is the issue. If people change my status, I'm going to change my status. Okay, what status do you have now? What status do you want? People want to change their status, but they can't answer that question. What status do you have now? What status do you want? These are just I'm just going over concepts. The concepts I frame things. To get a concept, there has to be a framing of a concept before there can be an action taken. Otherwise, it's just chaos. You're just throwing shit at the wall. I think that makes sense. As far as who I am to the IRS, it says it on the back. You guys have read the back of your Social Security card, right? You have your name, your name, your number, your card. You guys have a Social Security card with your name, your number, your card. Has anyone not read the back of the Social Security card yet? I'm just curious if you all have it. There's no sense talking about it.
I probably should read it. I haven't.
Do you have the little piece or just the big piece? Do you have the big piece or just the little piece that you tore off?
I kept all of it.
I didn't tear it off because I think that could destroy the bond.
Well, it says on the
figure out what I should do with the SSA 3000 card.
So what does the face of it say? We're on the left hand side. What's it say there?
Not sure.
It's printed on the face, right above your address. Is it above your address? Yeah, I think it's under the address. I can't remember. to go look at it. I know what it says though.
I know it doesn't return to me. If it's lost or stolen, found, or whatever.
That's the back. We're talking about on the face of the card. It says name and social security number on the left side, on the right side, right side, and then on the left side, it has some language printed on the face of the big piece. Come on, buddy. What?
It says that that if I sign it, I'm one thing, and if I don't sign it, I'm a ward or something like that. I actually
Isn't
have
the
read
big
it.
piece? Isn't it saying the big piece keep this stuff important information on the back or something to that effect?
Digging for the
Looking
card.
at one right now. On the front side, it says on the left, keep this stub with your personal records. The other side contains important information. Please note the date we issued this card is shown below the signature line.
There you go. So if you flip the whole thing over, the little piece tells you who you're not. The big piece tells you who you are. To the Social Security Administration.
So in the big piece on the back, it says the Social Security number shown on your card is yours alone. Do not allow others to use your number as their own. Record your number in a safe place in case your card is lost or stolen. Protect both your card and your number to prevent their misuse. And it keeps going on and on.
It also says
What's it say?
adults sign this card in ink immediately. Children do not sign until the age of 18 or your first job, whichever is earlier.
So what else does it say? It says you should contact us to update your Social Security number and benefit record, in parentheses, if you are entitled, if your name, your U.S. citizenship status, or your status as an alien in the U.S. changes. You will need to file an application for a replacement Social Security card and provide proof of your identity, and we may request other evidence supporting the change. Show your
what's your
card
status?
to your
So if your name, if your U.S. citizenship status, or what?
Your status as an alien in the U.S.
The first two are conditional. If your name, if your U.S. citizenship status, or a declarative, your status as an alien. The first two are conditional. The last one is declarative. Your status as an alien.
Yeah.
You're an alien in the United States.
That's why the U.S. CIS Freedom of Information that says all that in the form.
So what's it say on the back of the Social Security card? The little piece.
Improper use of this card or number by anyone is punishable by fine, imprisonment, or both. If you believe someone is using your Social Security number fraudulently, notify the Federal Trade Commission at 1-877-438-4338 or online www.consumer.gov/ID theft. This card belongs to the Social Security Administration, and you must return it if we ask for it. If you find a card that isn't yours, blah, blah, blah.
So let's see. It's your card, your card, your card. This card belongs to Social Security Administration. So which card belongs to us? And which? There's two cards then.
These things is not like the other.
There's two cards. There's two. You have a Social Security card, that little piece, and you have the other side, the big piece.
Their piece is the little piece. Your piece is the big piece.
Uh-huh.
the funny thing on the big side, on the front, there is no number.
Does the big piece have that red number on it?
Well, no, the red number's on the little piece.
On the Social Security card, yeah.
And on the big piece on the front, there is no number. It's just got a name, an address, all caps, naturally. But there is no number at all.
It's kind of like the birth certificate. There's nothing on it but the file date.
So as you kept reading your status as an alien, as you go further down, there's a mailing address down there, right? On the big piece?
Looking.
There's a bunch of shit. It's that small print. I don't see any address yet. Actually, the address is on the other side. Yeah, that's on the small side of the card.
You can reach us at
Baltimore
a
address?
number or the website.
Yeah,
on the
Baltimore
section.
address is on the back side of the little card itself.
Mm-hmm. I haven't
If
done
you
it yet,
find a card that isn't yours, please return it to Social Security Administration, P.O. Box 33008, Baltimore, Maryland.
Yep.
If you
the
write
back
to
of
the
the
above address for any business other than returning a found card, you will not receive a response.
Well, technically, like if it says it belongs to Social Security, yeah, you need a declaratory, like, to clarify that statement. What does that? Does that mean that piece of paper, like the big one or the little one, or what the fuck's going on here?
Take it at face value, make it, and you determine what it means. Well, that's what it said. But that's not what we meant. Well, you should have defined it. That's how I interpreted it. So, okay. It gives us leeway. The back of the Florida driver's license says the state of Florida retains all property rights herein. So I got a ticket, and I got a Florida ticket, and I sent it to the Secretary of State because I'm the agent of service or process for that Social Security card that got that driver's license from the state of Florida. Because the state of Florida issued a driver's license to a Social Security card in its incompetence. And so when that Social Security card that was licensed to drive got a ticket, I sent it to the Secretary of State because I'm the agent of service or process, and the ticket went away. It's not my ticket. It belongs to the Secretary of State. The state of Florida retains all property rights. All property rights.
If people could only read, man, this world would be a different place, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Left to right, top to bottom. Name decree. The very top of my adoption decree. Name decree. Yeah. It would have saved me a year and a half of my time pounding my head against the wall. Name decree. Right at the top of my name decree. I've been done. I was already done. I was done when I was 1965 when I was adopted. What an idiot.
Reading until they comprehend it too.
Left to right.
Reading.
Left to right. Left to right, top to bottom.
Look at the word read. It's what? Add.
And read and read, same word. Like, so much of English does that bullshit with fucking language.
Oh, well. So that's what, buddy? What is it with you? What? Do you just need that much attention? You being ignored that much? Really? Oh my goodness. You need more food? Do you need more food?
Anybody read the some of the papers that are out there that are written in the way that the word actually sounds? I mean, I guess that's like the beginnings of what they have. Yeah, what they have now. It's pretty funny, actually, to me. But I understand it,
Yeah. So anyway, power of attorney's big. Who are you's big.
So you should get that to the people that need to have it, right? Before you go see it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I had to be on a Zoom court call on Monday, and they don't have that, and I do, and so I need to get this to them tomorrow, today,
Get
later
what?
today. The power of
What now?
attorney, my fee schedule, and whatever else. I need to go see them today. Later
The
today.
statutes have fee schedules already in there. There's a fee schedule for everything in the statutes. You already know the time rate. You already know your time commodity. In Trez event, this is City of Tampa, $1,400 a minute in 1984, value of a human life. Consumer price index adjustment for 1,484 to now is $4,921 a minute on the consumer price index adjustment. CPI calculated.
Well, that sounds better than the traffic.
Is that because you had a ticket?
Yeah, it's a citation. It's supposedly driving on suspended license. We talked last night, and you gave some good advice as far as what you would do, and I kind of like that. And so I found the tape, so that's pretty cool.
So you have tomorrow? You have to go to court tomorrow?
No, but they have a Zoom. They have me scheduled for Zoom on Monday.
What time?
And, what time? It's 11 o'clock, I believe. The paper is in the other room.
Well, I don't know. You could talk to the prosecutor ahead of time. Say, I'm looking. I'm interested.
I just received it. So they stamped it, a month ago, and I just received this.
Yes, to meet with the magistrate.
You could do that too, or you could say, I have an intention to plead guilty. I just need some things hammered out first. If I'm driving, who am I driving for? Oh, you're driving for the state. Oh, can we write that down? Can you just write that down that I'm driving for the state, and have the judge sign that order, and I'll be happy to plead guilty. Well, what they charge you with? Driving on a suspended license.
Right.
It says, yeah, if we get that little piece done, I have the intention
There
to
was a
plead
warrant
guilty.
supposedly attached to it as well, which I demanded to see the warrant. He didn't have the warrant, and he never produced the warrant and never brought it to me or any of that bullshit.
Yeah, you're okay. Now you're not agreeing. Again. Fuck. You guys want to argue about everything. Why don't agree with them and say, okay, just who am I driving for? And says, okay, I'll be happy to get a driver's license. And for me to do that, I have to go to the DMV and sign an application. That's right. Well, Your Honor, just order me to contract with the DMV. Can you order me to contract with the DMV? I'll be happy to. It's my intention to, and then I'll be happy to plead guilty to driving on a suspended license. Just order me to get a driver's license, and then we can proceed. Can you order me to get a driver's license? No, I can't. Well, if you can't order me to get a driver's license, you can't hold me accountable for not getting one. But thank you for this letter that I was driving for the state. You want to get that piece first. Because once you have a court order that you were driving for the state now has to pay you.
Well, the one thing about that is they may have a copy of my driver's license, which would state that it is not suspended on that, for one. But for two, I've reserved all my rights on my signature on the signature line down there where I signed, where you sign.
I'm not sure what you're trying to win. I'm really not. What would winning be for you? No. What would winning be for you?
It's not about winning. It
is. It is. You're saying, well, they might have a driver's license.
It's about getting paid. I just want to get paid, man. I just want to get paid. I don't give a shit about win or lose. I just want to get paid. They kept me off this bullshit. They've taken years off my life, but and I've let them because there's information that I did not, I didn't know, and quite frankly, when I did know, I didn't understand, and so, now that I do, I'm ready to go do I'm ready to start over and do what I was gonna do, what I was doing, when they fucking decided to interrupt my life.
I don't know what that is. Okay. Anyway.
Bunch of bullshit pothole.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, so I told you what I would do.
Yeah, and that's that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I got it. I've got this.
It's not so much a script. It's so much where you're to agree with them.
It's not a script. No, it's not. But it is. It is definitely a different way to approach it. And
if you cannot argue yourself right. You have to agree with them and flip the script. But you want to make sure that you're driving first. Oh, I was driving. Who was I driving for? The state. Okay, I'll be happy to plead guilty. Just order me to get a driver's license. If you can't order me to get a driver's license, we already agreed I was driving for him here. But if you need me to get a driver's license to do this driving over here, just order me to get one. So you've already agreed with them. They want people to come in and commit a controversy, because if I create a controversy, I have to argue myself out of my own controversy. If I create the controversy, I have to prove it. I can't prove anything. I can't prove the sky is blue. I can't prove I'm alive. I can't even see my own forehead. How could I say I'm alive if I can't even see my own forehead?
Back to the point you raised earlier, that they don't even see you. They don't even know who you are.
Yeah, no.
Can you do
So
that
anyway,
with car rentals? Car rentals require you have a driver's license, but we're not required. We're not driving commercially. How does that work?
I don't know. Some people say they use it. Some people.
get one car rental.
No, I'm just saying, can you get the car rental company like Enterprise, order me to get a driver's license, so you can rent a car? They won't let you rent a car without a driver's license.
They're renting you a car right then. If you get a driver's license for him, you driving for him. He's paying you for your time. He's paying for your car's upkeep and all of that. At that point, so make him tell you to get one. Get me to get one, then, judge, please, or magistrate, or whatever position you're playing right now. I tell him anything that I can tell him all kinds of shit on Zoom. They ain't got no damn bell. It's standing right there at me, with a gun in their fucking pocket. But anyway.
SmokingBaby just gave
you have a brilliant mind, dude. I'm just the man you do. You really do. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're building a box around yourself instead of like putting them in a box, building a box around them.
Well, as long as I have a lot of my paperwork in order on the private side like that. Like my POA and my fee schedule and a couple of other things. But I haven't done, I haven't claimed everything that I haven't done that, and I need to get on top of that because I have heirs that I need to take care of, so I got to get on that. But anyway, all ready to go. All ready to go. My oldest grandson turns 20, like in a few weeks, like 2 weeks. I'm so excited. But anyway, it's all good. Sorry, thanks.
How long does it take for the IRS to investigate these W-4 things and to come back with stuff for you? The stuff being like some sort of money.
They don't respond to the W-4. You're reporting. The 1040. It's what's used to get a return.
Beautiful. Thank you.
What about the 1099-B? How does that go down?
Other people have done it. I'm reporting what other people have done.
No, what I mean is, if you do the 1099-B, how long does that take? I mean, what's the
I don't know.
turnaround or what's the process?
Again, that's other people. I'm reporting what other people have done. I haven't
All right,
done
thank
it yet. Talking to enough people.